Jr. is supposed to be getting a statue unveiled, but they pulled him off that the Patriot-Dolphin game to put him on the Niners game on Sunday against Arizona because it's a better game. And a lot of it is the ability of Brock Purdy. So the first game against Tampa Bay, he just took him right down the field right away. And even when he came in off the bench against Miami and he got his ear hole opened up the first couple of snaps against Tampa Bay, and didn't always go well when he started against Miami, but he got him in the end zone of the pass to Juice. And I think he's been unflappable, Brock steady from the moment he got here. But he has gotten better, obviously. We're having a problem with our stream today, so you're not seeing my hat, the Brock hat you love, John, and I gave you one. They are blaming, by the way, the stream going down on our playbook and all the plays we're loading in there. It just caused a system-wide meltdown. I'm not sure that's true. But it's Brock Purdy's fault because we're going to show you plays where the Debo bang 8. That ball was in the air 54 yards. It should have been in the air 57 yards or maybe even 55 yards in the front hip and not the back hip, and it would have been a touchdown. The one to Jawan Jennings was in the air 52 yards. I mean, his deep throwing arm is all that. After the UCL surgery and spending the offseason with his guru in Jacksonville, the way he processes information, and I think he knows Kyle's game plan better. He not only can call the play and Red 18 and Oscar, and can, and run it all at the line of scrimmage, but he knows why Kyle's calling plays now. The main improvement we saw from those, first 5 starts when he came off the bench in 22 versus last year was his pocket presence, stepping up in the pocket, not retreating in the pocket. He had a problem his first half a year that he played, and if he just would have stepped up against Hassan Reddick on the play in Philadelphia, Brandon Ayuk's wide open on a double move there. But he didn't step up, and he wound up getting hit. And he had a problem getting to his left and retreating in the pocket and spinning out, getting to his left. And last year, I thought that was the biggest improvement he made, was stepping up in the pocket, climbing through the front side pressure, dipping his shoulder, coming out. But I got to say this year, and I know he's running in the last game on the first drive, he got out to his left and he ran for a couple of first downs and he had 10 rushes against the Rams, and he's definitely a better quarterback sneaker than he was initially. But he has reverted back a little bit with the pressure in the pocket. And a lot of it is them rushing 3 and dropping 8 or rushing 2 and dropping 9. And it's kind of confusing him a little bit. But, John, there are times in the pocket he is retreating. He is getting out to his left. And we keep calling him Fran Tarkenton, but he shouldn't be doing it as much. All these pirouettes moves where he's turning his back to the line of scrimmage. Where are you going? So I think he has room to grow just staying in the pocket. Sometimes he gets out of the pocket too much when he gets sacked. And in Minnesota, they were all over him with 6 quarterback sacks in that game. Probably 4 were on him. And he wasn't able to read the defense. And Brian Flores is a really complicated defense, and they're playing this game in the UK, and they're 4-0, and a lot of it has been their defense, and it's confusing. But I want him to be better in the pocket like he was last year. Step up, don't step back. And there's times where he's spinning around, and he's literally, in a handful of snaps last week against New England, he spun completely around like he was on ice skates, and he turned his back to the line of scrimmage. Don't do that. And don't get out to the left. It reminded me of that Seattle playoff game where he got pushed out of the pocket on 3 plays in a row, and he kept going left and not right. Now, a lot of times the right tackle is breaking down, and the pressure's coming from that side. And I think they're squeezing him and trying to make him go left. But a few times, John, he just willingly went left and spun around and turning his back to the line of scrimmage. Don't do that. So he's been great. He's 19-6 in 25 starts. He has the highest completion percentage in the history of the franchise, even more than Joe Montana. Brock's at 69.1 and Joe at 63. Now the game has changed. And the highest quarterback rating of any quarterback since 1970 through 25 starts, 112.6 over Mahomes barely at 112.5. And then the Hall of Famers Kurt Warner and Dan Marino, and the stat that I love more than anything. All that matters, forget all the QBRs and all that, it's wins and points per game on offense. And he's 19-6 as a starting quarterback in the 25, and he's scoring more points per game than any quarterback in history since the merger. at 29.7. That one blows me away. But I think as good as he's been, his pocket presence can improve, but he has played amazingly. If the next 25 go as well as these 25, I think we'll take it, but we expect him to get better in the next 5, 10, 15, 20, 25, because that's the kind of guy he is. It's the key thing is to keep this guy healthy. That is the number one thing. Keep him healthy.
Yeah, I think what I've seen so far and what's exciting, I think, for 49ers fans is, first of all, let's just go back. He didn't have an off season last year, and somehow he fixed his pocket presence, like you said, and started moving up in the pocket, which I thought was amazing. So it led me to believe that if he's going to be on the field, really for the first time in his 49ers career as the starter, then what else is he going to bring? And I think maybe out of necessity, maybe out of, he thinks this is the evolution of his game. Like you said, more running like he did at Iowa State. I agree with you. I'm not a huge fan of the scrambling around and going backwards. Russell Wilson used to do a lot of that stuff. And at some point it does catch up to you, or it's a big loss, or it's an interception, or or you're going to fumble because you didn't see that guy behind you, or whatever the case may be. But the thing that was exciting about last weekend was adding the deep ball, which I think is underutilized. I'm not going Al Davis, go vertical, but you've got to do it, I think, sometimes. And we've seen it against the 49ers, obviously, in the Vikings game, the Rams game. I mean, you're putting pressure on the defensive back, and a lot of DBs, especially corners, they can't find the ball. The worst part of their game is actually their ball skills versus their coverage skills. So I'd love it. But the fact that he throws that ball, the Debo ball, if it was a little more out, that's a touchdown. But still, to see them adding to that game, I just think he adds something all the time. I think he needs to rein in a little bit of the Fran Tarkington, Russell Wilson. But, man, you're seeing a really confident guy. You're seeing a guy that is more athletic than you think. All these different things, and you've said this before. If he was 6'5", or 6'4", or something like that, I think he's a top pick, so they don't get him. So there are shortcomings to his game physically that you're never going to be able to overcome. But it's not arm strength. It's obviously he sees it and all these kind of things. I just think that he's really good right now, but we're starting to see flashes of he's getting better and better, and that's got to be exciting for the 49ers and the fans.
Our stream is back. You can see us in the
I saw your hat.
You got your React Post hat on. But the All-22 we downloaded into the system to show you the playbook caused it to crash. So I don't think we're doing the playbook.
Did it really do that?
I think so. I think they were kidding initially, but now I don't know. But I'm hearing no playbook today. But, and we were going to break down and I love a good Bang 8, John. Reminds me of Magic Johnson in a glass elevator having a Bang 8. But the skinny post to Deebo Samuel, the deep post that Jawan Jennings ran, that guy runs a 4.72, really? Doesn't seem that way. Those long legs, and he gets going. Brock laid it out there, 54 yards. A little underthrown in the Debo one on the 52-yarder. But it's the adjustment to the adjustment. So probably the worst game Brock Purdy has played in the NFL, and I would say take the probably away, was Christmas night.
No doubt.
And the 4 picks. And what did Mike McDonald do? And we're playing them Thursday. So watch it on film, Mike. Choke off the middle of the field, take the Debo dig, the Kittle over the middle, the Ayuk slant, the McCaffrey choice route where he goes in, all those in-breaking routes you want to choke off, and you did on Christmas night, and you're blitzing both corners and tipping the ball in the air and intercepting. Okay, then choke off the middle and have your safeties come down, and when you run that Ayuk dig route, you want to bring a safety, we'll just run right by everybody. And even Deebo Samuel, who does not run verticals, we'll run right by him. And 3rd and Jawan, we're doing it on 1st down. We're not waiting to 3rd down to go Debo deep and Jennings on a post route, and we're going to hit you over the top. And as long as the pocket is clean and you give Brock the U-shaped pocket, he's going to go deep. And he's going to load up and hit those guys in stride for huge explosives and chunks. So I think the key thing is they're adjusting. The teams that have done well, like Minnesota, like Kansas City in the Super Bowl with the A-gap pressure and bringing guys off the slot, choking off the middle. Mike McDonald, now the coach in Seattle, is Baltimore's D.C. They played the Niners great. They took all the in-breakers away. Now he hits you behind the in-break. You want to break in, take the intermediate stuff away, going over the top. And now we'll see what the adjustment is in this game. Will he play his safeties deeper a little bit and give up the middle stuff and then rally up and tackle, and then you can get your yak bros. Why are the yak bros not yakking this year? Because they're taking away all that stuff in the middle, and you don't have McCaffrey, obviously, and Debo missed a game and Kittle missed a game. But beyond that, they know choke off the middle, they won't go deep. Well, they are going to go deep. So I think the major adjustment is Kyle, it's Clay Kubiak, it's Brian Greasy, and it's Brock with the trigger. If they're going to take the in-breakers away, and they're showing that, and that's been the way to stop the Niner offense, is hit them over the top, and Brock Purdy will take it over the top.
By the way, we just spoke with Matt Miyoko moments ago. Matt, sponsored by our good friends at Timber Tech Decking and Railing. Everything wood should be. Visit timbertech.com. Everything wood should be. Thanks to Timber Tech. That's Matt Miyoko. A little late on that. Sorry. Make sure we'll do better in the future on that one. All right, so apologies. Doesn't look like we're going to have the Papa's Playbook today. We'll get on top of that, and we'll talk more about those plays. One thing is, and this is starting to fuel speculation that Devante Adams is going to be a Raven. Then on his on his Instagram, he has posted a picture of Edgar Allan Poe, the Raven.
I saw that, John.
Forevermore. So is he going to be a Raven?
Now, everybody's saying Jets and everybody's saying Saints, but I am hearing quietly throughout the league that they want him in Baltimore. So there he is, forever a Raven, Edgar Allan Poetry. And what would that do to the AFC if they get that guy?
That would be scary.
If I'm him, I'm going to Aaron Rodgers or I'm going to Derek Carr.
Right.
And Lamar's not a great thrower of the football. And the one thing with him is he does not get great separation, Devante. He's a great route runner, but Aaron Rodgers just put the ball in a thimble where that guy could catch it. So I'm sure there are a lot of teams that are after him. I would think Buffalo would be after him with their special quarterback. Is he going to have complete autonomy on where he goes? They could trade him, but he wants a new contract. He's a pout guy and a look-at-me guy, so he's going to want to get the best deal, and he will have say on where he goes. If there's a team we don't want him to go to, we don't want him to go to Kansas City.
No.
For sure. Do they have space to even do that? We don't want him to go to the L.A. Rams. That is for sure. I don't think they would do that with Puka and Cooper.
Dallas is another team that's been
Stephen Jones has said no. They're not in on him. They're not in like the Niners. They have no interest. They can't do it. They just paid CeeDee Lamb. So we'd have to make a list of teams where we don't want him to go, but he does come with a bit of baggage. He is a bit of a diva, but quietly throughout the league, there's been rumblings out there that it's going to be DeCosta in Baltimore, and the Ravens might get him.
Oof. Yeah, like you said, that would not be the place that I'd want to go. It's Lamar's a great player, but they've always been built on what they've been built on. They run the ball. Lamar runs the ball, and they don't throw great. If they do, their tight ends are pretty good, but on paper, that would look pretty good because, they already got a decent, pretty speedy receiver over there, but I just don't know that in Zay Flowers, and it would look good on paper, but that's not what Lamar does. Like you said, I think he's going to push hard for Aaron Rodgers because that did, like you said, on the receivers thing, God, he was just screaming about Jimmy getting him killed. Well, if you played with Aaron Rodgers your entire career, it's any other quarterback is going to fall short. What is he going to say about Lamar? Lamar's going to run, and then the ball's going to be kind of by him. You got to go get it. He's not going to love that.
Well, Lamar can throw the deep ball, but Devante does not get deep. Devante is not a fast guy. He's just a get-off guy and a brilliant route runner. Mark Andrews, their tight end, is just crippled. The poor guy cannot run off that injury he had late last year. Isaiah Likely is the guy that can get separation, but their wide receiver room is not great right now. They want to run it, obviously, with Lamar and King Henry and that big fullback Ricard, but they got to throw it some, obviously. And Devante's a skilled player, but in order for him to have success, his quarterback has to be really accurate. And Lamar Jackson can be really accurate, and then he can be really inaccurate. And his best throws with accuracy are down the field, and that's not where Devante runs most of his routes.
By the way, just real quick, just because it just came across, Susan Sosa says the Giants haven't called to talk to Billy Owens, according to David Forrest, who says, quote unquote, we're lucky to have him. So maybe they just haven't gotten around to it, or maybe they won't. Just letting you know.
I don't think Buster knows him. He does not know him personally.
Oh, okay. So there's the latest on that. All right, no playbook today. We'll make it up to you. 12:30, our good friend Will Gavin is going to join us. Don't miss that because Will is absolutely hilarious. If you missed the night in sports last night, we started the show with it, but we'll hit a few more things and what is to look ahead to this weekend. We'll do it next, only here on the Sports Leader.
Papa and Lund continue live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpot Studios. Casino Matrix, Progressive Jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
Pitch, swinging a liner to Lindor at short. He doesn't catch it on the fly, and he steps on second, throws to first. It's a game-ending double play for Francisco Lindor. The New York Mets stun the Milwaukee Brewers here at American Family Field. Final score, Mets 4, Brewers 2. And New York, which was once 11 games under 500 this season, is headed to the National League Division Series starting Saturday against the Philadelphia Phillies.
There you go. Pete Alonso, 1 out in the ninth with 2 on, and the Mets down 2-zip. Hits the opposite field home run, 3-2, and the Mets would go on to win 4-2. It's a better series with the Phillies anyway. So here's what we got. American League, Tigers coming from nowhere. They're taking on the Indians. The Royals and the Yankees, if you're old enough to remember 76. The Mets taking on the Phillies.
And 78 and 81.
By the way, I was watching some video, and then we'll finish talking about. I was watching some video, and you remember this, like the Hal McRae block, and it wasn't
took
McRae.
Out Willie Randolph. He took him out short left field.
Oh my God! It was like if that happened today, like McRae would be suspended forever. It was just, and then Freddie Patek scrambled home and all that stuff. Those were some great days. But and then you got of course, at least around here, I think the headliner, which is the Padres and the Dodgers. Go
beat
Padres.
LA.
Yeah, beat LA.
Yamamoto's pitching in game 1.
Yeah,
Not
that's going to be
third,
fun.
Which is interesting.
This is the best time of the year because on Saturday you got college football intertwined with baseball. Same thing on Sunday. I mean, how cool is this? This is awesome.
Well, Cale's home, obviously, with game day coming.
Miami.
On Saturday morning, and then Stanford's got a 12:30 kickoff against Virginia Tech, so I may hit that after the walkthrough, and then it's wall-to-wall baseball on Saturday. Now the big boys come out. You know, Cleveland comes out, Philadelphia comes out, the Yankees come out, the Dodgers come out. And we got wall-to-wall games starting at 10:08 in the morning, and my guy Brian Anderson on TBS will have the first game, Detroit and Cleveland, and then the Mets and what they did, to come back and win and then come back again yesterday. What they did in Atlanta and one day having to play the doubleheader was insane. Lindor is just an amazing player, but Pete Alonso's home run. They got a 3-1 changeup from Devin Williams on the airbender, one of the best pitches ever, and it was not a good pitch. It was just flat. He just did not have the airbender when he needed it. What a tough loss for Milwaukee, and he hits the 3-run homer going the other way. They get another run, Starling Marte, and they win, and now they got to deal with Zach Wheeler tomorrow in Philadelphia. Their fans for baseball are just crazy. And then you got the Yankees and the Royals with Garrett Cole on the mound at the big ballpark in the Bronx. That'll be a 6:38 game on the East Coast, 3:38 our time. And I remember those series so well, not just 76, when the Yankees went to the World Series and hit the home run, Chris Chambliss off Mark Littell to win the pennant. And then they didn't have Reggie yet. Catfish was there. They got swept that year by the Reds, and they were the big red machine. Reggie came the next year. Reggie got benched. He didn't start a playoff game at Royal Stadium. Billy Martin played Paul Blair. Reggie came off the bench and got jammed and still got a base hit. I remember seeing Freddie Patek crying at the end of that series, sitting on the dugout bench in Kansas City at Royal Stadium crying. And the Yankees got him again in 78. Seemed every year it was Yankees, Royals, it was Dodgers, Phillies. And we may get Dodgers, Phillies, but we're not there yet. And then on Saturday night, it is Yamamoto against that great loaded lineup of the Padres at Dodger Stadium. Dylan Cease will go for the Padres, John, and go back to when the baseball season started. In the middle of the night in Seoul, South Korea, when Shohei's interpreter was still working for them. The first game was Yamamoto against San Diego, and they went whack, whack, whack. He pitched like 1 inning and gave up, I forget how many runs, 5, 6. He got bombed. Came back and pitched better. I'm a little surprised it's not Jack Flaherty in Game 1. It's Yamamoto in Game 1. And then what do they do as far as bringing him back on short rest to pitch later in the series? But we got 4 great games starting at 10:08 in the morning all the way to 5:38 when Dodgers-Padres starts on Saturday. That'll be over like 8 o'clock. That's why I enjoy watching college football, but I never get to watch college football. Usually on Saturday, I'm getting ready for the Niners on Sunday. But when baseball rolls around and you get into October, it's tough to watch college football. And we got Cal home and Stanford home and some great games. But what do you watch, college football or these 4 playoff games on Saturday?
I got to intertwine it somehow because, like you said, I got to watch them all. I'm probably least interested in the Tigers and the Indians, but then again, if I flipped it on, I'd probably watch it. I'm kind of glad the Mets won because I think that's a better series against Philly. But at 5:38 on Saturday night, like I got to go back to the college schedule and see what's on. I'm going to have a very difficult time because in my studio I do have a couple of TVs and all those things. So, the NFL makes it really easy on you because you can do the quad boxes and all that stuff now. But I just can't concentrate on 2. I got to watch Padres and Dodgers. In fact, I was thinking if that was a day game, if that was like an earlier day game, I wouldn't even mind driving down there, seeing that game, and coming back.
To Dodger Stadium?
Oh, my God. Go down there for Padres Dodgers. Oh, my God. Like, I'm not a fan of either team, and I detest the Dodgers, but man, I mean, just the atmosphere down there. I'd rather go to San Diego, to be honest, to watch a game between those two. But
let's go next week when it goes to Petco.
I mean, road trip down there.
Again with baseball.
Playoff baseball.
Here's the thing, and I know, when the season ends, you got to give them a day to breathe and start the wild card on Tuesday. But now that it's 2 out of 3, you're playing Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, and then off today, and then you're playing Saturday up against college football. There's 2 games on Sunday. The Mets and Phillies are going to play game 2 of their series right when the 49ers are playing the Cardinals. And then the Sunday night football game may get a few eyeballs. It's the Pittsburgh Steelers against the Dallas Cowboys. Now, who's going to rate that where you put the Dodgers against the Padres at 5 o'clock?
It's a bad move.
So what I would do if I'm baseball, play tonight. Play Friday and Saturday. Take Sunday off for a travel day. Stay away from the NFL. I know Monday, you're up against Monday Night Football. Maybe adjust the start time. If I'm them, I stay as far away from the NFL as I possibly can for ratings. And I don't like the overlap. Tomorrow, there's going to be simultaneous action going on because you got the Detroit-Cleveland game starts at 10:08. If that goes less than 3 hours, you're fine for Mets and Phillies at 1:08. But then the Royals and Yankees start at 3:38. So that's 2.5 hours later. That's going to be the late innings, and that game's being decided at Citizens Bank Park in South Philly. And then you go to the big ballpark in the Bronx. How many people are going to do both? Go to Philly for Mets, Phillies, then watch Yankees, Royals. If you're a New York sports fan, you got the Mets and the Yankees going. That's not a far ride. You're not going to be able to watch the whole game. And then you got Padres, Dodgers. And that's going to overlap a little bit with the Yankees and Royals, and those are the 2 marquee teams ratings-wise, are the New York Yankees and the L.A. Dodgers, obviously. So I'd like to see them spread out a little bit where you don't have the overlap. I mean, couldn't you start the Mets-Phillies game a little bit earlier and maybe, I don't know, you're worried about it's going to be, it's all maximizing eyeballs there, and you have different networks, obviously. Turner's got some, and TBS has others, or TBS and Fox. TBS has the game in Cleveland, and they have the Yankee game. Fox has the game in Philadelphia and the Dodgers, and those won't overlap. So you're not worried if you're a network about the overlap as far as the competing networks. But if you're baseball overseeing it all, John, it's hard to watch it all, but we'll figure out a way to watch it all. The Yankees-Royals game is going to be a hell of a game with Garrett Cole on the mound against Michael Wacha.
I just love it. I can't. I'm trying to think in my head right now how I'm going to intertwine all these things because it'd be difficult. The major
Quad
problem.
box.
That's true. The major problem you're talking about, though, that baseball makes a mistake. It's a marquee game between the Padres and the Dodgers, and you're starting that at 5:03. And Sunday Night Football starts at what, 5:15, 5:20?
Yeah.
I mean, you're making people choose, and it's the Cowboys. They're going to choose football. And so here's one of your marquee teams in your sport, the Dodgers, at home in the second game against a rival, and you're going to be, your eyeballs are going to be greatly. It's going to be a lot smaller than it normally would be. That's a major mistake.
To see what the ratings are, and that's FS1.
Football always
that's
wins.
Not Fox against NBC. What would you do? You wouldn't move the Dodger game back to like 7:30 or 8 o'clock at night on the West Coast, would you?
Well, I mean,
if they're playing Sunday, what are you going to do?
Yeah.
They're going to compete with football somehow.
Yeah, I guess so. But I just
don't have them play on Sunday. Have them play on Monday.
Plus, I just wouldn't want to do it against Sunday night and the Cowboys are playing. You know, that's a
Cowboys
major,
and the Steelers.
Yeah, that's just a major problem. Despite anything that the Cowboys are doing, they always bring the most eyeballs to the set. So you're gonna get smoked on that one. But anyway, as far as the viewer is concerned, I think it's great. I mean, you're just gonna be flipping back and forth and watching those things. I'll be locked into my studio.
What did you watch last night? Falcons and Buccaneers?
I had them on both TVs, but it's still I'm ADD, so I can't watch. Like if one game gets really good, then I'll focus on it for a minute. But when Alonzo came up, I was about ready to flip the TV off. It was 1st and 3rd with one out, and I thought, well, the Brewers are moving on. And then he hits that ball out, and I'm like, oh my God! So then I had to watch that. But then the Falcons and Bucks game went crazy. Last night was awesome. I mean, that was incredible. Both those games.
And then save time for early Sunday morning. We got a 6:30 a.m. kickoff from London.
I cannot wait.
We got the 4-0 Sam Darnolds against the 2-2 Aaron Rodgers with Will Gavin on the call.
We're going to talk to Will at 12:30. Is he good? Oh, my God. Yeah, how about that? There's going to be a lot of tired people because I don't know about I know you. You watch that. You watch the 6 a.m.
Without a doubt. On game day, on Sunday, I'm up at 5 a.m.
I mean, if it's not a great game, Minnesota and the Jets, that's a big game for both conferences.
Huge game.
Yeah. So, anyway, that's what's going on this weekend.
We need the Jets to win that game, right, John, in our game of who we rooting for?
Yeah, we'll do who we're rooting for and rooting against,
game.
But, God, it's so hard to root. Well, I don't have to root for Rodgers. I just have to root against Darnold, I guess. But, man, everybody says he's so great. I mean, I was watching that interview with Marshawn Lynch, and he swears by Rodgers, just loves him. Lots of people just love him, but man,
Cal
he doesn't come across it. Yeah, Cal guys.
You think Marshawn and A-Rod have ever sat down for a cup of the ayahuasca?
I don't know but somebody just asked Marshawn about that. I don't think Marshawn's I think he's about anything else, but I don't know if he's an ayahuasca guy. You ever seen those huddles where they do that stuff? People are sweating and puking, and they've got like a person behind them. It's going to be okay. It's like that just doesn't seem fun to me. No matter how enlightened
he's a mind expander. I think we'll try. That's what Will Gavin is in charge of, by the way. Because Aaron didn't want to bring it on the charter going international. So Will Gavin's job is to bring the ayahuasca to the Jets Hotel in London.
Oh, wow. Okay. He'll do it. 12:30, Will's going to join us. If you've not heard Will Gavin, he is absolutely great. Biggest 49ers fan in London, play-by-play, just one of our favorite guys that we see at the Super Bowl every single year. Big fans of you and T-Rock, and he's going to join us to talk Niners at about 12:30. Next, we're out of September into October. What does that mean for the Niners? We'll get into it next, only here on the Sports Leader.
Papa and Lund continue live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpot Studios. Casino Matrix, Progressive Jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
Thanks for joining us, Papa and Lund. If you are tuning in for Papa's Playbook, we'll bring it back. Apparently, the videos all fried the server.
We overloaded the system. Sorry.
I think it's our overnight board ops, and I don't think they're looking at. I don't think it's our videos. I think it's other videos. But I guess that's what they're telling us. They're
By the way, right
no
after
videos.
I get done at 2 o'clock, John, it's on to my HR video streaming. I'm going to be studying Manti Te'o and catfishing.
Yeah, watch out. Watch out.
What am I fishing for?
Oh, man. Is he off NFL Network yet? My God.
No,
man.
I saw him this morning.
Oh, really?
Well-dressed man, Manti Te'o.
Yeah. All right, so we apologize. We'll get the playbook to you at its normal time, and we'll get all the servers back up. Our Easy Bake Oven is broken for the day, so we'll make sure that we get that back. So we'll do that. So in lieu of that, we talked to Matt Mayoko a little bit about this. So we are through September. Beat the Jets, lose to Minnesota, lose at the Rams, disappointing one, beat the Patriots. October is going to be a lot tougher, and a lot of this is going to have to do with the injuries, especially as we wait for news on Fred against the Cardinals. But Cardinals, then a quick turnaround against Seattle. Chiefs, who are always a pain, but you do have 10 days to get ready for them. And then the Cowboys, and then you get your bye week. So what do you expect out of October? I know it's tough with all the injuries, but just in terms of whoever is healthy, I think the number one thing on the agenda is just cleaner football in October. Wouldn't you say that? Just not only the Niners, but across the league?
Yeah, I mean, and just because we're saying that, September is August doesn't mean it's not going to bleed into October. There's no timeline on when your team is going to start clicking. The game against New England, they got the victory. I was hoping to be more of a get-right game. It was a get the W game, and their defense was dominant. There's no doubt. The 6 sacks, the constant pressure, the sacks coming from all around the front, and Kevin Givens having 2.5, and Malik Collins a sack and a half, Okawano, and what he's doing. And we had some Nick Bosa plays in the playbook. Just that guy's get-off is incredible. The last sack when he had the hat trick, he had the strip, and he had the forced fumble and the recovery. He got around the edge. I read 2.6 seconds. Nick's our interview for the pregame show this week, and we sat and watched the actual play. It was 2.29 seconds he got around the edge and stripped that ball from Brissett. Took it right out of his hand. Less than 2.3 seconds, and it's the fastest he's ever been. Nick's playing great with the 9 pressures. The cornerback situation is interesting. I think Talanoa's going to come back and play, but then you got Malik Mustafa lurking there, Renardo Green. Ike Adam played well. That early in cut, and they had to get off the field on 3rd down, was one of the big plays of the game against K.J. Osborne. I think Fred will find a way to play, and we'll get a report from practice today. He's probably not going to do anything, but I think it's a Sunday morning deal, so I am hopeful the plan is for him to play. I'm not sure what they're going to list him today. It'll probably be questionable. I don't think it'll be doubtful or out, but I think it's just, he's going to have to deal with the pain, and there's ways to deal with that, and likewise for George Kittle. So the offense played well. They got to solve the red zone without a doubt. I think the inability to run the ball in the red zone, they took some shots. They tried to get Jawan Jennings open in the back of the end zone on 1 3rd down in the red zone. They really wanted to lean on it. We were going to highlight that in the playbook. Marcus Jones at 5'8", the shorter corner who plays in the slot, and just get Jawan matched up at 6'3" with him, and they did on the deep post. And they took advantage of the other corner opposite of Gonzalez with Jonathan Jones, but they're not running the ball well in the low red zone. And Chris Furster, the offensive line coach and run game coordinator, kind of took a mea culpa and said, I had bad calls. Now, if that's true where they didn't block it right, but there are times they're getting stood up trying to run the ball in the low red zone when you get inside the 10-yard line, 1st and goal to go. And, you go back to, the earlier game, John, where they lost in L.A. I remember Brock scrambled down to the 8-yard line. It was 2nd and 2 from there, and they got stood up on back-to-back runs with J.P. Mason. It's just different with the way J.P. runs than McCaffrey, and a lot of times you can move McCaffrey out and motion him back. J.P. had a couple of really impressive option routes the one on the hold by George Kittle that got called back, that was the best I've ever seen him run that route, and the ball was outside of the framework of his body. He caught the ball, then he turned the corner and sped. So maybe you could use him in a different way in the low red zone. But they got to play better. I think they will. I'm wearing the NFC West conquered the West shirt from last year and the championship hat from 2 years ago. They've won this division 2 years in a row. And right now it's in front of you. We'll worry about Kansas City and Dallas later. It's these games right here. And they're only locked in on Arizona, and then they'll start worrying about Seattle. But from our perspective, when we come back on Friday a week's time, we'll be back from Seattle. That game will be over. If they win this game against Arizona on Sunday and then go to Seattle and their offense is humming, let's see how healthy they get on defense. But that's going to be a huge game, obviously. Amazon Prime and Al Michaels there, and that'll be for first place, the battle in Seattle early in the year this year on October the 10th. But if the Niners win these two games, Arizona Sunday, October the 10th, win in Seattle, they're going to be in first place in the NFC West. Yeah, they kicked the Rams game, and it keeps coming up. A lot of people are like, man, that game's going to haunt us all year. No, it won't. No, it won't. Maybe it will for overall seeding, but maybe it won't. You've gotten off to slow starts. You're not going to go 17-0. You did kick that game. You'd rather be 3-1. You'd feel better about yourselves, but they did. And they didn't play well in Minnesota, not nearly well enough, and they're 4-0. So I think the key thing, we'll worry about the Chiefs and Cowboys later. I think, win this game Sunday in the heat, go to Seattle and win that game and come out of this 4-2 and in first place in the NFC West.
Yeah, and Seattle's going to be tough because I've looked at their team and I thought they're not very good. They played some bad quarterbacks. I think they showed us something in the loss to Detroit because, like you said, by the end of that game with Julian Love going out, they were missing 6 defensive starters. DK Metcalf is a lot more calm than he's been in the past. I don't know how much influence Mike McDonald has on that, but he's, teams go after him and try to mentally get him out of the game. He's playing really good. Lockett's not as good. Smith and Jigba's really good. Ken Walker's very good. They don't have a really good offensive line, and Abe Lucas, the right tackle, is out. But Mike McDonald just does things defensively, and if that Thursday they've got the majority of their defensive guys back, they have played good defense, and like you said, their offense was rolling. Geno Smith's playing really good football, so that's going to be a tougher game than I had originally thought, but I do think they're going to win both football games. It's just like you said, with the injuries right now and then a short game in Seattle, it does not line up exactly in an ideal fashion.
Well, but they're how many of their defensive guys are going to be back?
Yeah, that's
Seattle. I mean, they Leonard Williams, Byron Murphy, the second, Mafe, Baker,
both their edge guys. Yeah,
Julian
Love.
Really they all either missed the game or got hurt in the game, and that's why they got shredded. Jared Goff did not put the ball on the ground.
18 for 18.
He had a perfect game. I think with Seattle, Tyler Lockett is just not the same guy. And I used to fear him much more than DK Metcalf, maybe even a couple of years ago. But Lockett's had some severe injuries. The second-year guy, JSN, Jackson Smith and Jigba, he's becoming the guy. And they got tight ends and the 2 running backs, Charbonnet and Kenneth Walker. So I think with that game, and we're getting ahead of ourselves a little bit, but we can tie it to the game Sunday. Charvarius Ward, do you want him to follow Marvin Harrison Jr. around in this game? We asked Dante the other day, John, and he said no. I think it was yesterday. And I kind of agree with him because Demo Lenore's playing so well. And Marvin Harrison Jr., they line him up everywhere. He's at X, he's at Z, he goes in the slot. Not like his dad. His dad lined up on the right of Peyton Manning every single snap. They had Reggie Wayne to the left. They never motioned. They never moved. They didn't do anything. And they give Peyton Manning, he's a genius. They didn't motion. He just checked leverage, and they called plays at the line. I mean, it really was kind of simple, although it was, change football. But his son is big and strong, and he lines up everywhere. So I don't know if you want to do that with Marvin Harrison Jr., because he's going to go in the slot anyway, and Demo will get him there. Will they move Marvin Harrison Jr. to match up with either Ike Yadam or Renardo Green? So keep an eye on that. And then the DK matchup, Charvarius Ward, he doesn't like to follow guys around a lot. He never did it before in Kansas City. And they had first time they had them do it with the Niners, Drake London, they had him follow him in Atlanta until Charvarius got hurt. And then he loved matching up with DeAndre Hopkins. Remember that game in Mexico City? steroid boy. He don't respect me. He loved it. He choked
That was
him.
incredible. When
And
he
then
called
the Niners,
steroid
when we
boy.
went to Seattle last year, they encouraged him to do it. And I remember John and Kyle, the morning of the game, told they made a change with Steve Wilkes, and they wanted Charvarius to follow DK Metcalf. So just these back-to-back games, and Mooney played much better against New England. He was not himself against the Rams. He looked hurt in that game, and he didn't stop a big 4th-and-1 run, and he got beat over the top by Tutu Atwell. The groin injury bothered him. He looks fine now. So do you want him to follow Marvin Harrison Jr. around on Sunday? Probably not, but we'll see. It's always there. But then on Thursday night, do you want him to follow DK Metcalf around? We love that matchup.
I got to see that. That would be incredible. So there you go. Like you said, the next two games, incredibly important on Sunday, and then a quick turnaround to Thursday to go to Seattle with their new head coach, Mike McDonald, and that revamped defense. But again, it's going to come down to how many of those guys can play. So there you go. Bottom of the hour, our good friend Will Gavin's going to join us from London. That is always awesome. If you haven't heard Will on the show before, you're in for a treat, so stay right there and listen for that. We'll do that in about 15 minutes. Pop and Lund, only here on the Sports Center.
Now, from the O'Donnell Financial Group Sports Desk. Learn more at odfigroup.com. O'Donnell Financial Group, because planning is a process, not a product.
Jackson Smith Nagujuba.
Yes. Patrick Willis, Hall of Famer for the 49ers, joined Murph and Marcus this morning to reminisce on some of his 49ers teams ahead of Alumni Week at Levi Stadium on Sunday. Check out that podcast and more on the KNBR app, YouTube, and the KNBR socials.
And now, time for the Protect Your Assets with David Hollander Business and Technology Report. Greg Papa and John Lund are back. Find us on Insta at KNBR on Instagram. This is KNBR 104.5 at 680, the sports leader.
And Papa said something. Papa's out here at practice. We have to keep him out of our huddle. He gets so close out here. But Papa, was telling me, and this kind of really sometimes it helps to paint a picture when you don't know someone and you've just watched him. But he said there's a lot of similarities between Buster and Brock Purdy, and I think I got it right then, because it doesn't seem like Buster's a guy who says a lot, but when he speaks, people listen.
There's John Lynch this morning. What are you doing, running on the field?
Red 18!
Hey, Brock, how's this play working, man? What's going on here? Kind of creeping on the field. I've seen you do that. They're watching out for you, man. That's
So the conversation came up, and I was watching with John practice yesterday, and he did say that Buster reached out. Michael Brackett in the 49er office got a message from somebody with a Giants. So Buster, as we thought he would, and I'd reach out to Chris Mullen, I'd reach out to a lot of guys, people that knew Jerry West, I'd reach out to him and Ozzie Newsome and Danny Ainge and all the great players, Hall of Fame players like, Mully and Dwight Clark, talk to people around him that knew him. Anyway, Buster did reach out, and they haven't connected yet about, what it's like being a great player and becoming a head of a baseball operations or football operations. And so then we were just talking about Buster, and John asked, did you see him there? And we interviewed him. We talked to him. And there's, and I mentioned this to you earlier in the week, and I wasn't around Joe Montana from a day-to-day. You observed Joe. So Joe probably had a lot of these qualities. But as far as just the serious nature of how they do their job day-to-day, and, everybody's, what do you think about Brock today? Brock is the same every day. It doesn't mean he's not going to have mistakes some days, like on Christmas night. Buster Posey's the same every single day. He may have, 0 for 4 games. Not many, but he does. They're all human. It's hard. But just the way they carry themselves, the way you're always wondering, what are they thinking? Because they don't talk. They don't say a whole lot. When they do say something, it's meaningful, but they're really sponges. They just go into a room and they listen and they learn, and then they have an amazing ability to execute a game plan. Buster behind the plate, the way he would set up late and look at the hitter's feed, and Buster would move late. He'd get all the analytics pregame, but that's not what we're playing right now. And Brock works his ass off all week, but then it's time to adjust pre-snaps, post-snap, and he's still learning. So the point that I made to John was I just haven't observed anybody like those two. Steph is just different. Maybe Joe Montana was like that for people who were around him. But I see a lot of Buster Posey and Brock Purdy. Just the way he goes about his job. Doesn't have to talk a lot, but then he takes command, and he will rip guys. If you're talking in his huddle, he'll tell you to shut up. People don't know. In a closed, clubhouse, Buster would be a red ass. Stories didn't come out about it because they didn't want people, he didn't want it out there. But he's demanding. It's tough being there. And Buster did that almost virtually as a rookie. And then he got more, and Brock could take control, but now Brock's got more authority and more of a sense of who he is. But they're just comfortable in their own skin, John. They've been raised since they were kids to do this, and I just see a lot of Buster Posey and Brock Purdy, and that's pretty damn good. I don't know if I see Brock running a football team like John Lynch and Buster is doing with baseball, but I can't think of too many other guys. Tim Duncan was like that. When I watched him play as a young player, Tim just didn't say anything. There was a sense of purpose. Everybody looked at him like, whatever he's doing, we do that. Just follow that guy, and we'll whatever, get the ball to him at the end of the game. He'll figure out a way to win, and he was so fundamentally sound. So really, I'd put Tim Duncan in the same category. But here in the Bay Area, it's Buster first, and now Brock.
Yeah, and Brock is so young. That's the whole thing about it. And like you said, Buster was too. I get the sense, and I didn't know Tim Duncan like you did, but I did cover a lot of Spurs and Jazz games between when they were really good playoff teams. And Duncan seems a little bit like Posey in that if you got him away from things, he had a good sense of humor, but he just didn't really want you to see it. I've yet to see kind of ever Brock like relax. I mean, he just seems to be like a computer all the time. I mean, he's really nice. But he's just like, I asked him this when we talked to him. He almost seems like Superman and Clark Kent to me. Like he's just this kind of mellow guy and like you said, taking it all in. And then he gets on the field and he seems to have a different personality.
Cole?
He's yelling, he's screaming, he's yelling at guys, nut him. He scores a touchdown, he's going crazy. Like he seems like he's still calm and everything, but he has a fiery side that he doesn't show only on the field.
And he's got a really interesting dry wit. Brock Purdy is funny, and he's discerning. He's a lot like Buster, where a lot of times the interviews you get from those guys are bland, and they say that what's corporate. That's why Buster's going to be a great president of baseball operations, because he's never going to say the wrong thing. And Brock doesn't as well. But Brock, around his teammates can be funny. He's gone at guys. I see him at the podium now lightening up a lot more with the media. But beyond that, just walking around, he's got a bit of a strut about him now. I think he knows before he was trying to prove that he could play in the league. And now, and prove it to himself. Who do you know? Can I play with these guys? These guys are bigger, stronger, faster. They're behemoths. It's hard. And then you get in that huddle, and you got a galaxy of stars that are all, driving Rolls Royces and Ferraris. They've already arrived. I'm not there yet. But now he knows he can play in this league. He knows who he is. And it took Buster a short period of time to figure it out. But the nature of being a catcher in a baseball team and the quarterback of a football team, you're the leader, brother. You're the one trying to get these guys through it. And a lot like quarterback play. Running routes is a lot like getting a pitcher to execute a pitch, and we're going to call this pitch, and you're going to put it right here or whatever. But and Tim Duncan was just different. He was immediately the best player on the team and one of the top 10 players in the league, like immediately. And he played 4 years of college basketball, so he was all ready to roll. And that team had Tim Duncan and David Robinson and Sean Elliott, and right away, there's no doubt who the best player is. It's that guy. And they knew it. But he didn't act like it. Brock wasn't that right away. Brock was really impressive right away. Buster, when he came up in 2009, he struggled in September. He was like it was almost like Mays, the way Mays came up before he hit the homer off Spahn. But then when they brought him back up the next year, and Buster did not start right away behind the plate. He played first base. They had Benji Molina on that team. They had to make a trade to open up the spot for Buster to catch, and then he took off. And for Brock, he was the third stringer. Had to wait for a couple of injuries, but I'd have to think more about it. But, Tim Duncan was that guy right away. But he just had a way about him where he never had to say a word. You just looked at him and like, what do you think? Whatever you think, we're doing. And that's the way with Buster in a short period of time. What does Buster think? That's, who we pitching today? Ask Buster. And then with Brock, it's, what play you want to call here on 3rd and 1? Ask Brock. And, Kyle runs the show there. But he has a lot of faith in Brock's mentality. So just in the Bay Area, Joe was probably like that, at some point in his career, almost overnight, John. But who else where they didn't have to say anything? They were kind of on the quiet side. They were like a sponge. But you just know they are listening. They are learning. They are the smartest guy in the room. They don't have to prove it. And then when it's time to go play, follow that guy. That's our leader right there.
Yeah. Well, I don't think anybody's done it faster than Brock, only because we're talking about his 25th game. That's there's 17 in a season. So we're not even talking at 2 full seasons. That to me is amazing. And it's more where he was drafted. I mean, Buster came up and was pretty great, but I mean, for a guy to be, and we talk about this all the time, pick 262, and then certain people within the organization saw the spark in camp, and I remember you and Tim started talking about it, and then all of a sudden, for him to be thrust in the way that he was, and to really be great from the get, like you said, you can pick out the games that he struggled in. The Ravens easily, the 3-game losing streak last year. I mean, he it's going to happen, but more and more as you watch him, and especially adding little parts to his game, there's no question about it. And like I said, I know a lot of people here don't care about it, but I know a lot of people do, especially within the organization. There's nothing left nationally to knock the guy on. I mean, it's just not. He lost his weapons. He was still good. He just, on and on and on. He just, every question that is ever asked or any question mark that's brought up by the national media, even if they don't want to like him, there's at some point you run out of excuses to talk about it. And I think we're at that point with him. I don't know what you can
25
say.
starts. His 26th will be Sunday.
I mean,
and the very first one was against Tom Brady.
Right.
And we are going to talk to Tom Senior coming up in the 1 o'clock hour from New England. But I agree with Mayoko. I mean, we all want to hear Tom Brady broadcast a game. We always wanted them to hear him broadcast a Niners game. But now to broadcast a Brock Purdy is 19-6 in his first 25 NFL starts. And of all the guys that have started at least 25 games in the NFL, Brock is number one in points per game. It blows me away at 29.7. I'm sure Fox will build this graphic because that came from the Fox research department. Tom Brady's fourth at 27.8. Patrick Mahomes, who's supposed to be the next Brady, is 28.7. Brock is a full point higher than Mahomes. And there are a lot of factors to that, but the bottom line for a quarterback is winning the game. If you have to win the game 2-0, win the game, and he's 19-6, and then score. You want to score if you're the quarterback, right? And nobody scores more than Brock. He's scoring 30 for Purdy every game. It's amazing. So it will be interesting to hear Tom Brady, break down Brock Purdy's game. And I do wonder if he'll tell the story about when Brock had the UCL and the uncertain future, and there was a time where Kyle reached out to Tom Brady. Do you want to come quarterback my team? I'm not sure. And Brock said, damn, if it's for him, okay. Anybody else, no. And, they could have brought Brady in after Jimmy in the Super Bowl, and they waited there. So the timing was never right. And now he's, being owner of the Raiders, and he's moving on, so it can't even happen. But all these stories that we've heard Brady talk about, or at least have been reported in some form, Kyle's verified some of them, but not fully. I mean, this will be a forum, not only for Brady to, break down the Niners and Arizona and Kyler Murray and Brock Purdy, a number one pick in the draft against the very last pick in his draft. It's all fascinating. But will he open up, and I'm sure they'll encourage him to do it with Kevin Burkhardt, to tell all these stories about him growing up a Niners fan and loving Joe Montana and always wanted to be a Niner and all that. But did he ever really think it was going to line where he would quarterback the Niners one day?
Yeah, that's this weekend. Kevin Burkhardt and Tom Brady on the call for Niners and Cardinals. Coming up next, you're in for a treat. If you've never heard Will Gavin, I'm already laughing about it. He is absolutely great. The biggest Niners fan in London. He's a play-by-play man. He is awesome. And we're going to talk Niners Cardinals. His call this weekend as the Jets and the Vikings are across the pond. So we'll get into all that coming up next. It's Pop in London on your Friday, only here on the Sports Center.
Listen to the sports leader anywhere, anytime. Download the all-new KNBR app. We are your proud home of 49ers football. KNBR 104.5 FM and 680 AM.
When Jimmy went down in, I think, 22, I thought our season was over. I didn't think, well, not over, but I thought our chances were definitely not looking too good. And then he played great that Dolphins game. I'm like, all right, that was good, but, you know. And then he dominates against Tom Brady and just keeps proving me and the whole team and the whole country and world wrong. So, and he's just a very humble kid, and he doesn't let any outside noise get to him.
Almost got arrested for getting too Larry.
And we can see him. He's on the video, man.
Absolutely.
You got to get to YouTube and Twitch right now, man, because you can see Will Gavin, our friend from TalkSport. He's the biggest Niners fan I know in London. Play-by-play voice, all-around good guy. Just don't drink with him too late at night because you'll get in trouble.
Do you want to know the worst part of that? I have no idea what incident I'm talking about. I do not know what event that could be that I'm referring to in that clip. Thanks, guys.
So you both did interviews with Nick Bosa yesterday. That's pretty
I had
cool.
to wait. Will went first. Bosa loves Will.
Too right.
That's
too
pretty
right.
clear.
How are you,
the
man?
wonderfully laconic Nick Bosa. I'm great. I'm delighted to be on. Thank you so much for having me, as always. And yeah, I'm doing really well. I just didn't expect a stitch-up job the moment I came on air, but you know I probably should have done. That's the point. And yeah, I'm getting ready for the first London game of the season this weekend, Jets Vikings. So very, very excited. My first proper taste of live football comes this weekend. So yeah, cannot wait.
Yeah, and it's a good game. Sam Darnold, who was our backup last year, 4-0 against Aaron Rodgers, and we beat him opening night, and they're 2-2. And you're doing play-by-play of this game. Are you ready? Are you prepping? What are you doing right now?
Always ready. My charts are done. My notes are written up. It's all stuck together and ready to go up to the stadium on Sunday morning. I have, on 2 separate occasions, sent the great Greg Papa some of my play-by-play for him to have a listen to and give me some feedback on, and had radio silence back, John Levin.
No, the problem is your accent.
Obviously,
I can barely understand the damn thing you say when you come on with us. During a game, I have no clue what the hell you're saying. We have to congratulate Will, by the way. You are a father now.
Yeah.
I sensed when I saw you yesterday a whole different, more serious side. You were almost like a Nick Bosa edge to you. Are you still going to be fun with us when we see you at the Super Bowl this year?
Oh,
Daddy?
yeah, but it's not even in another area code, is it? It's another country entirely. So of course I'm going to be fun. It's New Orleans. It's the most fun city in America. Sorry to all the San Franciscans out there and everything else, but New Orleans is the best party city there is. So of course we're going to have fun out there. Don't you worry, Greg. Actually, we had just before the season started, just before week 1, we got some time with the. I mean, let's be honest. The defensive player of the year, Fred Warner. And he's just become a dad this summer as well. And we ended up chopping it up about being a first-time dad and how it had changed our approach. And I'll be honest, I have drunk a significant amount less in the last 4 months than I probably was last summer. But that doesn't mean that we're not going to have fun when we're in New Orleans. Don't you worry, boys.
Absolutely.
Bo Anthony is Fred's son's name. What'd you name your child?
We have twins. So
wow.
Twin girls as well.
Pop knows that.
My wife's half Chilean, so we've got one with a Spanish name, Ines, and then Aubrey. And they are the best, although they are currently crying downstairs, and I'm slightly surprised you can't hear it on mic. Because they are loud. They are loud like they're
You're a good daddy, Will. Let's let them cry it out. They're fine. Bring them on the air. We'd love to. Is that what the championship belts are for? For father and
yeah, exactly. One for each. One's for the fantasy football. One's for just being a nerd. I realised that when I was looking at this, some of the nerdiest stuff that I've got behind me. I don't like. I know, like, when you go and you do Super Bowl stuff like that, people collect, like, the programs and things like that. My thing is I'm going to buy the worst piece of tat that I can find in the shop on the Monday after the game is finished. So I've got some from Super Bowl 53, this absolutely dreadful bobblehead that doesn't even, like, work, comes apart.
You got to clean that
Lego from Super Bowl 51.
You got to dust that.
There we go.
All right. How many Super Bowls have you been in?
You have a Super Bowl 50 there. Right there.
I do have a Christian McCaffrey
nice.
Stanford bobblehead. That got an interview with Ed McCaffrey on Radio Row.
Oh,
I know you get him in a heartbeat. But he saw that and was like, I've got to talk to these guys, obviously. This year will be my 10th. So my first one was 49, but obviously I missed the pandemic one. So yeah, year 10.
You came out to Levi's for Denver and Carolina.
Yeah. I was out there for that. We weren't doing comms back then, so it meant that. In fact, that was great. Shall I tell you a story about Super Bowl 49? This is this is my first Super Bowl, and I've only done play-by-play of the last 2, but I've done play-by-play for the London games for a little while. And Super Bowl 49, I've got no work on the day itself. I've been on Radio Row all week. I've been grinding away, getting some great interviews, getting some great content. But actually at the game, I don't have anything to do. So Saturday night, we go out in Scottsdale. We end up at a couple of the parties. We end up, having a good time. In fact, this might have been the story I was telling before that led to that clip, because one of my friends did get so leery he nearly got arrested. But we probably got in at about 4 in the morning. At about 6 in the morning local time, I get a phone call from the producer of the BBC radio broadcast, who used to have the play-by-play before we got it on TalkSport. And their play-by-play guy had been diverted from Arizona to San Francisco because of fog in the area and might not be able to make it to the game. And so on one of the worst hangovers I've ever experienced in my life, I get a phone call going, do you want to call play-by-play of the Super Bowl in 7 hours' time? It was one of the worst 7 hours of my life, but also one of the best. I got so excited. I went down there. Do you remember Rocky Boyman, the linebacker who used to play for the Bengals? So he was doing color commentary. So I went and met him for the first time. Not what you want before the biggest game of your career. We kind of chopped up a little bit. I had some sheets and some prep already done from earlier in the week, so I had some bits, but it was going to be nowhere near the level of prep I'd normally like for a game. And literally 45 minutes before we were due to go on air, the guy who had managed to get a flight in from San Francisco to Arizona arrived at the stadium, just got there in time. And honestly, I'm still to this day not sure whether I'm relieved that wasn't the first time the world got to hear me doing play-by-play of a Super Bowl, or a little bit disappointed. Like, it would have been great, but I was hanging out of my backside. And
so you can handle it, Larry. You can handle it.
Sweating like
so. How would you have called
out of my
the
pores.
Malcolm Butler interception? You got deprived of calling one of the biggest moments in Super. How would you have called it, Will?
I think the problem is I probably would have lost my voice on the helmet catch about 3 plays earlier,
right?
And then not been able to call it. This is in our TalkSport fantasy, like, big WhatsApp like group chat that we have, chopping it up the other day when someone was talking about terrible decisions. We had Frank Gore over in London. I know Papa saw this because he sent me a message.
I saw this
apparently.
too, yeah.
And you ignored me on that one. That was strictly cricket,
okay,
by the way.
revenge.
Nothing back.
That's
Nothing
all it
back.
was.
Yeah.
I asked Frank, first and goal from the 9. How on earth does the ball never end up in Frank Gore's hands?
Yeah.
Like, how does LaMichael James get a run and then we go for 2 corner fades and 1 front end zone to Michael Crabtree? It made no sense to me whatsoever. And he did the classic polite thing of saying you'd have to ask Coach Roman, you'd have to ask Coach Harbaugh. But clearly, there I am. Clearly,
are you next to him at the Goldwood pub and kitchen? Are you there?
I'm in that pub. We were broadcasting the game live, so we were throwing to your commentary from that pub and interviewing Frank Gore at the same time. So Fantastic. It all came together beautifully, Papa. But yeah, I still maintain to this day that throwing the ball on first down was the right decision. And it was just an incredible play by Malcolm Butler, and everyone who blames Pete Carroll. And I love blaming the Seahawks and digging them out. I still think because of the way Bill Belichick handled the clock, you had to throw on one of those downs. It was a really high percentage play, and someone just made an all-pro Hall of Fame level play on the ball. And, that's the way it goes sometimes. I got killed. I had 20 guys just descending on me saying I was the biggest idiot you've ever known. But I maintain it. I don't like to defend the Seahawks on much, but yeah, I don't think it was a bad call.
Speaking of Frank Gore, this was just recently. You had the possibly the ugliest, most worn out Frank Gore jersey I've ever seen, and you had him sign it. What were you doing? What was that?
I think it's downstairs. It's going to go. There's a big grey space on the wall that you can't see here that it's going up there in a frame. I bought that jersey. It's the Frank Gore Reebok training jersey. It wasn't even the actual game jersey because I was a student and I couldn't afford the $120 that the full jersey would cost me. And I went to see 49ers Broncos at Wembley when we got the classic quarterback matchup of Tim Tebow and Troy Smith going head to head for our entertainment. But it was the first time I'd ever got to see the Niners live. I'd been a fan for 7 or 8 years at that point, but I'd never got to go to Candlestick. I did in the end. I got there before it closed, but I hadn't at that point. It was the first time I'd ever got to see the Niners in person. I knew how to buy a jersey. I was a student. I couldn't afford the proper one, so I bought that one and I wore it into the ground over the next 10 years. So I showed Frank Gore it and I told him that story, and we had a lovely little moment. And then he was doing the signings with all like the fans who had turned up and paid for like the VIP setting and everything, and I wasn't going to bother him. I was let him do his thing. I will say, watching the game, he was so into it. Like, he was living every third down. Like, he was up on his feet, cheering. He was cursing plenty when it didn't go our way, which, let's be honest, it didn't a lot against the Vikings. But he actually saw that I'd put the jersey on after our interview, and he came over to me and was like, I've got to sign it, obviously. And so he did it without me even having to ask him to, because he's that kind of guy. And yeah, it's going to be taking pride of place on the wall behind me eventually when I can afford to get it framed.
All right, so you've seen the Vikings, and they were really impressive against the Niners in week 2, and now they're 4-0, and then you got Aaron Rodgers coming over with the Devante Adams rumors, and So size up the first London game. You're going to be on the call. Vikings and Jets on Sunday morning.
I think we're going to see it all in the first couple of Jets drives. I think if they're not winning on first down against that Vikings defense, if they are not running the ball well, and Breece Hall's not looked good in the last few weeks, and Braylon Allen looks like a tank of a human being, but if they're not getting into second and third and short, and they're leaving some obvious blitzing situations when Brian Flores can start throwing those exotic disguises at you and either dropping 8 into a zone or throwing 8 at you, and you never know what's going to come your way. I think that an immobile Rodgers and a Jets offense, which aren't as good as the 49ers, to be frank, and called by a man who doesn't know how to call an offense particularly well, I think they'll really struggle. So those first couple of Jets drives are going to tell me if it's going to be a really good game or not. And I love Sam Darnold. I could not be more pleased for him that this is working out this year, that he's got that opportunity. Like, we had a couple of chances to speak to him last year, like during our time we get with the locker room with the guys, and like I had a quick chat with him at the Super Bowl as well. And he's the most kind of just humble, down to earth, really realistic about what last year was to him, really thankful for the organization for everything they did for him. And I'd forgotten what a live arm he had at USC, like unbelievable. So I think he's one of the really great stories of the season. I'm excited to see him play on Sunday, and I think they come away 5-0. I do. It's mad to think.
Well, Gavin has joined us. He's calling that game between the Vikings and the Jets. And in terms of the Niners, a couple of big ones coming up. Cardinals coming up this weekend, then a Thursday nighter at Seattle. So a couple of big division games. What do you think?
Look, Seattle's going to have a lot to do with how healthy their defense can get. Like, the whole point is they went out and hired a head coach who is designed to beat the Shanahan-McVay system, right? That's his whole thing. And I have to say, like, the first 3 weeks, I was really impressed with what Mike McDonald did. I thought they were going to be one of those teams who wobbled for the first 7 or 8 weeks while they figured it out. And then as that defense started to pick up this really meticulous scheme that he plays with, that they get better and better as the season goes on. And they hit the ground hot. They look really, really good. But last week, absolutely zero pass rush. And so if they don't get healthy, San Francisco should be too much for them. I kind of feel the same about the Cardinals as well. Like, Kyler Murray's become much more of a pocket passer. We talk about this with Bosa in our interview. Like, he's become much more of a guy who, he can obviously make amazing plays with his legs, but he likes to sit in the pocket, he likes to stand in the pocket, he likes to try and make plays from there. And I think with the way that we've increased our blitz rates, the way that we've started to get a bit more aggressive on defense over the last few weeks, and having an all-pro at every level, I just think we're going to have too much for Arizona. But then I'm a very positive Niners fan who thinks we probably should be 4-0 right now, not 2-2, and things just didn't break our way, and I'll keep claiming that. So 4-2 off the back of these 2 games, we'll be fine, boys. It's and
in first place in the NFC West if we win the next 2. So the big story here stateside is Tom Brady is working the Niners game on Fox TV. We're going to talk to his dad coming up from Foxborough in the 1 o'clock hour, Will. Have you had a chance to hear? Are you getting Tom Brady broadcast in the UK?
Yeah, we have had the Tom Brady broadcast. We also had Tom Brady. So the second, I know he did 3 Cowboys games in 3 weeks, like pet team for him. But after the second game, where I thought was a big improvement for him on the first game, there was he actually came over. He flew straight over to the UK because he's got like part ownership. One of these kind of like, he probably actually only owns 0.001% of the team, but he's like the face of Birmingham City, who are like a third tier, like a AA baseball team, not even a AAA baseball team equivalent in football over here. But we got some time with him for TalkSport, and our lead commentator did it, and actually got a bit of a chance to chat to him about being a commentator and being in the booth and the prep work and stuff afterwards. And you've just got to believe that a guy who knows how to work and knows how to be that dedicated and knows how to put the graft in, like, he's got to get better at this, right? Like, it just was a bit dull, like just a bit bland. And there was a moment in week 2 where he got asked about, there was a really clear drop, and he got asked if he would go back to that receiver, and he basically just went, no. And like what you expect from somebody in that situation is that they'd go, no, you want to give them confidence, you want to back your guy, you want to keep going to them, you want to be like, that's what you would expect a quarterback to say. And he was like, no, I wouldn't trust that guy. I wouldn't throw to him again for the rest of the game. And that's what I want to see more of. I want to see more of Tom Brady's honesty, and I want to see more of him being a bit more scathing about guys. I think for people's first year in the booth, we've been a bit spoiled by guys like Greg Olsen. most people aren't that great when they first start doing it. Like, we can't all be Greg Papa and Tim Ryan. Like, it's a partnership molded over years of trauma. So it'll take time, but I'm sure it'll be fine.
Trauma.
Well,
a lot of trauma.
Well, yeah, that's what we've seen so far. It's Will Gavin, Talk Sport in London, the biggest Niners fan we know and the greatest. If you ever get to a Super Bowl, look Will up. At Will Gav, make sure you're following him and follow along, because you'll see this picture. I'm holding up the picture. I found it.
Oh, God.
There you go. There's you
Wow,
with the
with
jersey.
Frank Gore.
I don't know if you see
How
that,
absolutely
but, there you
battered
go.
that jersey is. The numbers are
Man.
barely even on there anymore.
That thing
It's
is
still just
hammered.
about fit me, but
You got a Seth Rogen
not
look
really.
there, by the
Yeah,
way.
you do,
Looking
a
at
little
that
bit.
picture, you look like Seth
little
Rogen, Will.
It's not the first time I've heard it in my
yeah.
life. I was looking. I started the season looking really nicely and well trimmed, and then, as we talked about, kids happened, and now I look like this.
Yeah.
Just some
You're
ginger
dead.
London
You got
Yeti.
No, we're
Are
getting
the
a lot
twins
of.
still crying? Are the twins crying, or what's going on there?
No, sounds pretty quiet, actually. The wife obviously doing a stunning job.
She is doing a great job.
Your father of the year.
Yeah, that's
Father of the
right.
year.
Things have changed. Things have changed for you, right? I mean, what is it, like 10 to 9 where you
Baby
are, right?
bottles, not beer bottles. That's
Yeah,
the world I live
You
in.
got to
now.
do both.
Friday
do
night,
both simultaneously.
Oh, man.
Just
The
don't
great
get them
Will
confused.
Gavin. Well, hey,
Have a great broadcast
have a
Sunday,
great call,
brother.
man. We appreciate you.
Always, literally any time, just hit me up and I'll be here.
He's the best. That is Will Gavin. Make sure you check him out at Will Gav. He is the best. And friend of the show and friend of ours, and we love hanging out with him at Super Bowls and everything else. We thought maybe the Niners would get one. Remember, there were some rumors that the Niners might get a London game, but maybe next
No,
year.
they will.
Yeah,
they
I'd like
will.
to see it. Like to go
Maybe
over there and
next
see it.
year, because next year they are hosting the Super Bowl. Super
Yeah.
Bowl 60 is going to be at Levi's. So
Yeah, so maybe.
we thought it'd be this year because you got 9 home games this year and 8 road games. But usually when you do have a Super Bowl in your stadium, you're trading a home game to go international. So maybe next year we'll hang with Will Gavin. Can you imagine going and do a game in London and getting all Larry with Will Gavin? Not a good idea.
He's so amazing. By the way, Nick Wagner's the first I'm seeing. I'm sure all the Niners beat reporters are on it. But as Nick tweets out, at early open portion of 49ers practice, George Kittle and Fred Warner are participating. So
Nice.
take that for what you will. That would be big. That would be absolutely huge. All right, we'll come back. We got a foreplay for you. Both John and Kyle have been on the station in the last 24 hours. We'll let you hear the best of that as we get you ready for the Cardinals and the 49ers. And like you said, Tom Senior, because Tom Brady's calling the game with Kevin Burkhardt from Levi's on Sunday. We'll get his thoughts on how Tommy's doing so far. And he actually represented him because they changed the game actually on him. That they were unveiling this statue of Tom. But the Patriots and Dolphins didn't make the cuts, the 2 lowest scoring teams in the league. So they had to change that up a bit. We'll get into all that next, only here on the Sports Leader.
Now, from the O'Donnell Financial Group Sports Desk. Learn more at ODFIGroup.com. O'Donnell Financial Group, because planning is a process, not a product.
49ers GM John Lynch. He joined Murph and Marcus this morning to give some injury updates and preview the 49ers matchup against the Cards. Check out that podcast and more on the KNBR app, YouTube, and the KNBR socials.
Time for some foreplay with Papa and Lund.
I'm Dirk Diggler.
4 chunks of audio that really get you going.
I have a gift, and I am trying to not be selfish about it, but to use it.
On KNBR 104.5 and 680, the sports leader.
All right, so real quick before you do your foreplay, it is Papa and Lund on KNBR AM and FM San Francisco, the sports leader, a Cumulus Media station. Foreplay here. Tom Brady Senior at 1:15. Tom Brady and Kevin Burkhardt on the call Sunday at Levi's Stadium, 1:30, who you need to root against this weekend. Plus, I do have a couple of things that we have on the agenda that would be caboose-worthy. We'll do those at 1:45, including one that Gavin Newsom has approved that I think I will participate in. So we've got a busy hour for you. Real quick, practice docket today. Fred Warner, George Kittle are participating. No Yadam, no Gross Matos, no Flanagan Fowles, no Chris Conley. So that's practice report.
Jacob Cowing taking part in practice?
Do not see that. Don't know. So there you go. That's what we know so far. But good news on Fred Warner especially and George Kittle. We'll focus on the quarterbacks a little bit here, and John and Kyle will get a little bit of we've got one more on there. Who else? Oh, Brock, of course. We've got some Brock in here as well as we celebrate his 25th start. He's 25 starts in. So we asked, Brock was asked if the offensive, or what's the problem with the offense's lack of success in the red zone?
Man, I know it sounds pretty cliche, but I think just the simple executing your job, and everybody doing their part. There's been, everybody sort of had their moments in the red zone, including myself, with reads, protection, guys picking up certain guys. And that's what it comes down to, man. It takes 11 guys to do their job really well, and then for us to be on point when it comes to the throw and catch. And so that's what it comes down to. Obviously, I think being able to run the ball in is a huge thing. And so when it comes down to third down and stuff, we just have to execute better in the red zone, and that's what it comes down to. And that's why we haven't executed the way we've wanted to at our standard, and that's why we've had to kick so many field goals. But everybody just has to do their job. You learn early throughout the season of what it takes, and it's not just given to you down there. Especially down there, everything's tighter. So we just got to be on point and learn from our mistakes and push each other in that area.
One thing he didn't, because he didn't want to make an excuse, the obvious thing is you have no Christian McCaffrey. That's not going to change anytime soon, but can't you attribute most of it to that?
Yeah, I mean, 18 of McCaffrey's 21 touchdowns last year came in the red zone. So the Niners were the best red zone team in football last year, and they have been 2 of the last 3 years before McCaffrey was here. He's a big part of it, but, they got in 2/3 of the time roughly last year, touchdowns. Now it's half. And they've been, behind that every game. The first game against the Jets, the reason Jake Moody in part kicked 6 field goals, they were 2 for 5 in the red zone. The Minnesota game, 2 for 4. The Ram game, they were better. They were 2 for 3. And then last game, they were just 2 of 4. And, that's why it was 6-0 at the end of one quarter, not bigger, and Fred's pick 6 was so big. I think it's the running. The best teams in football inside the red zone run the ball into the end zone. You can have a big target and go fade and back shoulder and all that. Those are low percentage throws. The teams that score in the red zone and the low red zone run it into the end zone. And McCaffrey's a big part of that. McCaffrey just has a great feel for getting in, like Walter Payton or Marcus Allen. He'd either jump over you or go under you, or he just scored a lot. I think it's their inability to run it inside the low red zone. And J.P. Mason's great, and he's got 3 touchdowns on the year. But I think that they're just not running it in, and they're getting stood up. In a lot of situations, they tried to get the ball to Juwan Jennings at a 3rd down. One of the 2 times they were down there against New England, threw it out to Debo right away, and Gonzalez, the corner, blew it up. And it's just not clicking as well. They did get the over out and up to George Kittle when he was triple covered for 1, and Mason ran in for 1. But the bottom line, they're a great running team, and they, for whatever reason, teams are loading up and standing them up. The great red zone teams run in the end zone, and a lot of that is McCaffrey, but Mason's a big guy. They're not blocking as well when they get down there, but they got to solve that. I think they'll get better as time goes, John, but, going 3-6-9 is, you can score that way, but if you want to get out to a big lead and start blowing teams out, you got to go 7-14-21.
Number 2 on the list in your foreplay, the 4 pieces of sound you need to know today. Here's Kyle Shanahan yesterday with Tolbert and Copes talking about Brock Purdy's noticeable increase with his mobility.
And it's something that he did in college a lot also. So I think it's, he gets more uncomfortable with it. He usually does it at the right time. There's a couple that, he got out of there a little too quick when he could have had a couple guys. But in, that first drive, there was 2 third downs that he moved the chains with his legs where they weren't there. And when you start doing that stuff, they don't believe it at first. But when you keep doing it, and he's done it here a number of weeks, it starts to adjust teams' coverages, and they realize they can't just sit back and guard everybody. They got to come up there and stop him also if he's going to make him pay. And usually it kind of ends up going full circle with all that stuff. The more he rushes, eventually they'll stop him, and that opens up other people, and then you just keep hitting other people for a while, and then they got to drop back and cover all them, and then he goes to his other option of running. So you got to have every tool as a quarterback to win over a long time, and Brock does have that stuff.
I heard the interview live, and it was interesting because if you go back to his Iowa State tape, you absolutely see him do that more. But there is a downside to it. You just want to make sure that it's, he's not loose with the ball back there or loses it or things like that. I mean, I remember how frustrating Russell Wilson was when he did those kind of things. But, man, when he was going backwards and stuff, there were times where, he made plays or turned the ball over. So you do have to, it's cool, but you got to be careful about it.
And Kyle mentioned there were a couple where he got out too soon. I don't like him getting out and going left repeatedly and retreating in the pocket. That's what he did the first year. He's got to step up and through the rush and get out and try to get out to his right and stay available as a quarterback before he crosses the line, the way Jeff Garcia was so great. So there's a difference with him scrambling and design quarterback runs. When I first watched him after the Niners picked him in 2022 with the last pick, and we studied him that weekend, my notes are all speed option, design runs, zone reads, mesh point. He ran 365 times in college for 1,177 yards and 19 touchdowns. The average wasn't great. He's not fast, 4.8, but he's got the 10-yard split. So there's a difference between him dropping back and scrambling and running and getting out of the pocket sometimes too quickly, but being able to run for first downs. I do wonder, you've been prepping so much for Kyler Murray, and you got Josh Dobbs running the scout team a little bit, and he was on that team last year. He was Kyler Murray before Kyler Murray came back from the ACL. I wonder in this game if they just will run a Brock Purdy design run. A lot of times you're studying for a team and getting ready for what they do, and you're like, why don't we do that? Or you see a team do something that team does a week later. He did that a lot in college where it was designed quarterback runs. I actually thought they draft this guy to be the backup for Trey Lance because they're moving the offense towards the Bison personnel and Trey and the design runs. Then as you watch him more, he can win from the pocket as well. He threw 81 touchdowns in college, but he does have an ability to run, and not just scrambles, but they ran at Iowa State a lot of design quarterback runs for him.
On the other side of things, speaking of runs, that is Kyler Murray. Everybody struggles with Kyler Murray. It's not just the 49ers, so here's Kyle Shanahan again yesterday with Tolbert and Copes talking about the other side of things. Brock's been running, Kyler Murray's always running, and he's tough to stop.
It's huge. I mean, if you're up the field too far versus Kyler, I mean, he can eat up grass faster than anyone in this league. If you give him an open B gap and he just jets through there, he's going to get 8 yards so fast. And right when someone gets there, he's going to slide at the last second. He's really good at that. With his baseball skills, he can run full speed like he's stealing second and get down right away. But if you're not out of control trying to eat up that grass so fast, he's going to go for 30 more. So you can never stop. And when he slides, you got to be ready to go over the top of him so you don't get that penalty. But also, if you just sit there and don't rush, Kyler can sit in that pocket and make a lot of big-time throws. I mean, he's a good quarterback. He can throw the ball very well. He can make any throw. So what you really need to do is collapse the pocket. You got to really get everyone. You can't rush with just one guy. You need 4 guys, 5 guys, even sometimes 6 guys. And you got to really give him no open gaps and just condense the pocket, and so he can't see, and he's got to back out of there, and that's hopefully when he gets in trouble.
We've talked to Dennis Brown about it, Tim Ryan about it, Dante about it. I mean, it's tough to deal with. But one of the things he said there that was interesting was what you said, which is, unlike a lot of quarterbacks where you can see the slide coming, Kyler Murray will wait to the last second, and then you're going to get 15 yards against you. He's tough to deal with because you don't know if he's going down or not, and if you slow up, then he's going to run right past you.
Yeah, he's a former baseball player. I mean, people thought he was going to be the next Ricky Henderson. Billy Beane drafted Kyler Murray in the baseball amateur draft, the 9th overall pick in 2018, based largely on 1 year of playing college baseball at Oklahoma. He is a rare breed. And now he's a quarterback in the NFL, but for a long time people thought, I remember him coming out and taking batting practice at the Coliseum. They thought he was Ricky Henderson, right-handed hitter with power and speed. I do wonder, with the A's now leaving, if Kyler Murray will pull out some of that A's gear and walk into Levi's on Sunday wearing an A's cap or green and gold, although they made him pay back that signing bonus.
They did. He probably doesn't
like it. Of course the A's did. What did they give him, like $10 million? When he said he's not playing baseball anymore, they made him, big shocker, they made him pay back that bonus.
Yeah, I don't think he's very happy with him. By the way, before we hit the last one, Cam Inman's got a video of Fred Warner, and look, you can feel good day-to-day, bad day-to-day, but, I mean, he's sprinting side to side and jumping up and down, and I mean, he looks like that ankle looks like it's feeling pretty good, so we'll see on Sunday, but, man, that's a good sign. All right, finally, here's John Lynch. He was on this morning with the morning show, and this was a topic they had yesterday based on Mike Silver's piece in the Chronicle, and John was asked if the 49ers would pursue Devante Adams.
We like our group, and Devante's a hell of a player. One thing we've shown is that we're always looking. We're never afraid to look and see what's out there. We're never afraid to pull the trigger. But I think coming in this year, we feel like our roster's in a pretty good spot. We have endured some injuries, but we'll never say never, and if someone can, it's got to work. It's got to work for both sides, but it's got to work for us. And, I won't comment on any specific player, but right now we like where our roster's at.
All right, so there you go. Kind of the laugh gave it away. I don't think they're pursuing.
Yeah, they're not trading for him. We'll see. He may wind up with the Baltimore Ravens, and I'm watching that video David Lombardi's posted as well with Fred Warner, and he wasn't moving at all when I saw him yesterday, the day before. It's a short burst, and then he's breaking it down right away. It's the right ankle. The game is not till Sunday at 1 o'clock, so Friday at 1 o'clock. And Kittle's got ribs, and watch him extend here out of the framework of his body to catch that ball. So maybe they won't need to numb the pain away. It's a pain tolerance thing, and it may.
Yeah, look at Fred jumping right there.
But I've always felt just that they're going to play. They may have to do something to take the pain away. There's no risk of re-aggravating the injury or making it worse. It's strictly a pain tolerance thing, and there's a point where they're going to start to feel better, and it sounds like it's now. So we'll see. Kyle will talk to the media around 1:40. Maybe we'll be on the air or not, but we'll get the reports. Just how they, in one word, how do you sum up Fred Warner and George Kittle? Would they even say questionable? Would they say probable? We'll see. But this will probably go right down until walk through tomorrow and then the game. But these are great videos. George Kittle looks like he can stretch out and make a catch.
Yeah, and Fred's jumping around, and so looks good. But we'll see on Sunday. All right, there you go. That is your foreplay, the 4 pieces of sound you need on this Friday, October 4th. Tom Brady Senior going to join us coming up next. Of course, Tom Brady calling the game for Fox with Kevin Burkhardt. We'll get his thoughts on how Tommy feels like he's doing so far. We did that conversation. Bottom of the hour, the teams you need to be rooting for this weekend. There's not as many good games, but there's a few key ones. Plus, we'll review what we saw last night in Atlanta. All that to come only here on the Sports Leader.
Now, from the O'Donnell Financial Group Sports Desk. Learn more at odfigroup.com. O'Donnell Financial Group, because planning is a process, not a product.
Well, the thrill, Will Clark, he joined Tolbert and Copes yesterday, explained why he loves the Buster Posey move, taking over as the Giants president of baseball operations. Check out that podcast and more on the KNBR app, YouTube, and KNBR socials.
Catch KNBR at your crib on your Amazon Echo smart speaker. Now back to Papa and Lund on KNBR 104.5 and 680, the sports leader.
Thanks for joining us on a Friday, Papa and Lund. Appreciate you hanging out with us. Tom Brady's going to be in town. He's done a few Cowboys games so far. Caught the first one between the Browns and the Cowboys, so we thought we'd check in with Tom Brady Senior. I haven't talked to him in a while. Catch up on things, and he joins us courtesy of the UMA guest line right now. Hi, Tom. How are you?
Good, Lund. How you doing, big guy?
Yeah, I'm doing great.
Good.
Hanging in there.
Good.
Did you just get back in? Are you back in town now?
He's in New England.
No,
oh,
I'm not.
okay.
No, I'm not. Nope. We're this was supposed to be a scheduled weekend in Boston for. It was supposed to originally be a Patriot Dolphin game, and I think the airlines, or excuse me, I think the TV networks changed the lineup for the announcers, so we are not back in town right now. But I think my son will be into town probably tomorrow.
Yeah, he's here to do the game, and I can't wait to hear him do a Niners game. So tell us what's going on in Massachusetts, because you had to represent the family. They're honoring your son there this weekend, thinking he would be there for the Dolphins-Patriots game.
Well, I don't know if they are doing that. I know I'm not going to be down at the stadium. I'm at my daughter and husband's anniversary, and my grandkids spending a little time with them. So just a little sabbatical to the East Coast for a couple of days.
Yeah. So have you? I know you watched every single game that your son played, and were there for almost every one when health allowed. Are you as fixed on the TV that he's not playing quarterback but broadcasting about quarterbacks? Are you watching every single broadcast the same way you did when he played?
Well, we're watching it, but we're not watching it with the same enthusiasm and the same anxiety that we had for 25 years, 24 and 23 and 20 and 5 more, so 28 years. So no, it's been fun, and we're glad to see how well he's evolving and trying to get on top of the game, and he's working hard at it. So we'll listen to him whenever we have the opportunity.
Tom Brady Senior is joining us. Of course, Tom is going to do the game. Tom Brady is doing the game with Kevin Burkhardt at Levi's Stadium this weekend. I thought the smartest thing he did, taking the year sabbatical so he could just kind of do some things and then come back to this. But is he enjoying what he's doing in the booth?
I think he's loving it, to be honest with you, Lund. I think he's when the lights go on 4 weeks ago, it was brand new experience, with people talking into both your ears and throwing things in front of you, and you're looking at monitors. And I think and first go around it was a little shaky, but I think from there on he's really starting to round into a really nice outside source to provide insight into the game for all the viewers. So it's a little bit different than what we're used to, but I think he's really getting it now. Yeah.
So as a dad, well, how did you handle when he was playing? Did you critique anything he did as a player? Was it all, how you feeling, son? That one hit looked gruesome. And then is it different that he's a broadcaster? Are you able to, well, maybe you should have told this story here, not that one there? Do you give him any feedback on how he did as a player and now as a broadcaster?
I always thought he did great as a player, to be honest with you, Pops. I mean, no, as far as I'm concerned, he never threw an interception. I think it was all the receivers running wrong routes, or but he never threw a bad pass in 25 years. And so I didn't know, when we watch it, we just don't know what is supposed to happen. We see what's happening, but we just think that we know, and sometimes we don't, and wrong things are done by different players, including the quarterback. But as an announcer, he's just out there kind of recounting what he sees, and with all the monitors and everybody talking to his ear, I think he's learning to react to that as well. But as far as me, I'm his dad. I'm not his coach in his announcing career, and I think that's best for other professionals. But for myself, I just want to be his dad, and I'm his support system. That's kind of the role I want to play.
Yeah, that's smart. Tom Brady Senior joining us. You know, you're starting to see his personality. I thought in the Cleveland game, because obviously I don't know him like you know him, but you've seen him behind the scenes, and he's fun, and he's funny, and he's a great storyteller and all those kind of things, and you're starting to see him kind of loosen up and be able to have some fun. Is that kind of what you're seeing as well?
Yeah, I think it is. Anytime you start a job, it's going to take a while to work the kinks out and to kind of learn the territory, and I think he's doing that really well. He's got a very good broadcast team with Kevin Burkhardt and Aaron and Tom Rinaldi, and these guys are all good. So, excuse me, they're helping him a lot, and it is a big deal for him. And I think he's going to be I think he's going to really like this. This is kind of up his alley, and you got to be careful though that when you're talking, you're saying things that are important. He doesn't want to just talk to fill in the space. He basically wants to say things that are important, and you listen to him, and rather than just, certain people had different techniques. John Madden could talk about turduckens and all those kinds of things, and Pat Summerall would carry the ball or on other issues, and I think I don't really know that that's necessarily his personality I think he wants to stay in the football lane and talk about football rather than just filling up dead airspace.
Well, we're excited in the Bay Area that he's going to do a Niner game. I did see him and Kevin for the dress rehearsal. They were out for week 2 of the preseason. We were playing the New Orleans Saints, but no one was getting those broadcasts. We weren't getting the audio of that one until he went on for real. So just the thoughts. I remember, this is Brock Purdy's 26th start. He's had 25 in the NFL, Tom, and his very first one was against your son. And that was only the second time that Tom ever played at Levi's, and we weren't there for the game in 16, so you got a chance to see him play when he came back a couple of years ago, rainy day, and I remember seeing you there. Just what do you think he's thinking about doing a Niners game? And we hope he tells stories, not only breaks down Brock and Kyler Murray and what he's seeing on the field, but the various junctures where we thought, I don't know how you felt about it in your family, that Tom may be, or at least being discussed, joining Kyle Shanahan's 49ers and actually putting on the uniform of the team he grew up loving.
Yeah, I know that he had kind of considered it, but when he was a free agent. But with all due respect, and I love my son, but I think Brock Purdy's going to have a terrific career. I think he's a spectacular player. I think everybody and many people underestimate him, and I think the 49ers are really lucky to have what I would perceive to be a franchise quarterback for the next 12 or 15 years anyway. God willing, he stays healthy. But I think the 49ers are really fortunate. As would we have loved to have Tommy in town? To be honest with you, probably not. It would have been interesting, but when you're homegrown and you got a million friends there, it would be an enormous time consumer to be able to satisfy everybody's wishes. It's a lot better when you go to a different area and you're able to live your life a little bit. But where he had come back to the Bay Area, I think that would be, just looking at it objectively, I think that would be a really tough step to climb up from a standpoint of trying to live your life and be a quarterback. On the other hand, Shanahan's such a fabulous coach that has worked out well for him and Purdy, and Tommy's jaunt down to Tampa Bay worked out pretty well as well.
Yeah, that worked out pretty good. Tom Brady Senior is doing this. So does your fandom revert? So like the Patriots played the 49ers. You've been obviously with Tom there. You're a Patriots fan. You're in the Northeast right now, but like, are you guys Niner fans again now that he's broadcasting?
Kind of at a distance.
Okay.
I don't have the same fervor that I had, of course, for the 49ers when we had season tickets in the 70s and 80s. But I really, if I'm rooting for an NFC team, I'm rooting for the 49ers, and I'm rooting for the Bucks in the East Coast, and I'm rooting for the Patriots. But they're all, honest to gosh, guys, I hate to sound this way, but we've been on top of the mountain, and it's not quite the same anymore.
Yeah.
When we've gone to every Sunday game and been juiced from like Friday getting ready for the game on Sunday, and then reliving games on Monday, and then starting to look forward to games the following Sunday for 25 years, whether it was in college or in the pros. That was the most exciting time that any parent could ever hope for, ever wish for. And now that it's over, I think our cardiologist is appreciative that we calmed it down a little bit, because it was the best of times for us. And now we kind of look at things a little bit more indifferently.
We've all seen the iconic picture of your wife holding Tom when Tom was just a kid, January the 10th of '82, after that epic Cowboy Dwight Clark catch game, and after the '81 year, and him wearing the jacket, and Joe Montana. And how many games would you and your family go to at Candlestick, Tom? And how many games would Tom Brady, your son, go to when he was a kid to watch the Niners play?
Oh, we went. Obviously, Greg, we had season tickets from about 1972 to 1992, so we went to a zillion games, and Tommy would have gone to many of them as well. I mean, that was just one of the pictures you see. But he was a huge fan from a little, when he was 3 and 4 years of age, and he'd be as enthused about the games. We'd be watching them, and we'd be talking, and he kind of had football games in his DNA. So it kind of evolved. But his true love for football obviously was when he was younger, but he never played football until his freshman year of high school. And then he was on the Sarah team that went 0-8. He was a backup quarterback, never got into the game as a freshman. And as a quarterback, he got in as a tight end and a linebacker. But then the sophomore year, his starting quarterback the first year elected not to come back because he'd gotten beaten up so badly. And Tommy got the job by default as a sophomore. So, it was a long journey from where he started, and, kind of not like it was kind of like Michael Jordan getting cut from his freshman team. Tommy had just had a battle up, and things worked out unbelievably wonderful for him.
Absolutely. That's great stuff. How you doing? How's everybody? Health good with everybody and so forth?
Well, we're doing, we're really, we're fortunate. We're getting up to the wonder years where we're wondering what's part of our body is going to go wrong every day. But other than that, all in all, we're very blessed. We're very grateful.
Not the mine. You
Very
sound
good.
Sharp as ever. So, are you staying for the game in New England? You coming back? When are you coming back to the Bay Area, sir?
Yeah, we're gonna be heading back pretty quick, and but I don't know that we'll get back there before the game. But we're excited. We're excited for the 49ers. I'm excited for the 49ers, and I just it's unfortunate that what's unfortunate after everything is all said and done is all these guys are getting hurt so early in the season, especially our key running back and the best in the league. And the guys are coming back, and I think it's the players' fault, because years ago they negotiated themselves out of having to work in the spring and not have to be in tip-top shape in the facilities, and in fact putting into their contract that they didn't have to do that. In fact, were denied being able to do that. And now the guys are, the second game of the season, I know they're trying to get themselves back into shape, but my goodness, this is true. It's a disservice to the players. It's a disservice to the team, disservice to the game, frankly, that these guys are not being overseen in the off season. And this is just my observation, but it's so disgusting to look from, or disappointing, I should say, look from one team to the other. And man, these guys are going down like they've never gone down before. And their guys are getting bigger and stronger, but it's, the 49ers had so much stuff going for them right. Now it is kind of starting to fall a lot more on Purdy, and he's well equipped to handle it. But by goodness, you hate to lose all these really good players so early.
Yeah, you're 100% right. We're only the first month into the season, and it's just left and right, like you just talked about. Tom, it is always our pleasure. Thank you so much. Get home safe, and we'll do it again real soon. Great to talk to you.
Thanks, guys. Appreciate the call. Take care.
Got it. Take care. That is Tom Brady Senior. Tommy, of course, is going to be calling the game this weekend with at Levi's Stadium with Kevin Burkhardt and Aaron Andrews, and Tom Rinaldi. So there you go. That's the broadcast team for this weekend's Niners game against the Cardinals. All right, we are going to make you some money at some point, but we haven't gotten to who you should be rooting against, and we will recap last night because that has a effect on the 49ers. We'll get to it all next, only here on the Sports Leader.
Check the mic and make sure it sound right, boys.
And now, time for the Protect Your Assets with David Hollander Business and Technology Report. Faithful, there's a party happening on our podcast page. Hear every interview from every show on demand at knbr.com/podcast. Now on with the show on the sports leader.
Thanks for joining us. Pop and Lund on a Friday edition of the show. Hope you have a wonderful weekend planned. Lots of college ball and baseball on Saturday. More baseball, but probably watching all football on Sunday. Either way.
Crank the AC.
Yeah, you might as well just stay inside. It's already getting toasty. Very toasty already.
I got my air conditioner right here with Banjo Man's propeller head. That's all I need.
Yeah, that looks good. It's very nice.
Very cooling.
All right, so here's the deal. Thursday night, NFL started last night. Now the Bucs and the Falcons are both 3-2. I don't know who to root for or against in the NFC South because I thought New Orleans was looking good. I thought the Bucs after they beat Detroit was looking good. The Falcons I kind of left for dead, but then they came back and they beat the Eagles. So after last night, what a great finish. And Kirk Cousins going over 500 yards. What the hell's going on in the NFC South?
Well, we are playing Tampa Bay later in the year. We're not playing those other teams. Maybe we'll see them in the playoffs. So always have an eye on Tampa Bay. Baker Mayfield's playing great. That guy's got a toughness to him. And Mike Evans had a huge game. Chris Godwin, it was a shootout. It was going back and forth. And Kirk Cousins, I mean, that guy is literally playing on one leg. That back right leg, his plant leg, when he tore the Achilles last year in October, he can't put any weight on it. He's not transferring his foot. I don't know how he does it. He's not a big, strong guy, and he's all an upper body thrower, but he's not on point the way he can be. But damn, he threw for 500-plus yards last night. And obviously both of the young receivers, Kyle Pitts, the tight end, Drake London, the wide receiver, were great. Bijan did not have a great game, but that was a shootout, back and forth. And New Orleans is always kind of lurking. Carolina's going to be obviously at the bottom. Now, the question is, do you see any of those teams? Somebody's got to win that division, obviously. Yeah. Do you see anybody else making it as a wild card team? Atlanta, New Orleans, Tampa Bay. Who can make the playoffs in the NFC South as a wild card team and non-division winner?
Yeah, I don't know about that one. I don't know. Like Tampa, I thought was the scariest of the group coming out of there, and normally we see from the NFC South they're the last seed. What are they? That's the 4 seed, right? You get the 4 seed, and then they get the 5 seed, but they get them at home, the first wild card, and I thought that would be the case, but I don't know what to make of that division. Sometimes I think, like last night, watching the Falcons at the end, going, boy, they'd be kind of tough, and they beat the Eagles in a similar fashion. I'm thinking the Bucs are the best team, but then New Orleans has a really good defense. The way they started, the way they smoked Dallas, I thought, ooh, New Orleans might be something, but they haven't been any good since. So I don't know. That's a tough division.
It's early in the year.
Yeah,
they're going to change. Early. They're going to evolve.
All right, 6 a.m. on Sunday. You got to get up early, get the coffee or whatever it takes to get you out of bed. You got to watch this one because this matters to the 49ers. The Vikings, who are now undefeated, they take on the Jets and Aaron Rodgers, 6 a.m. So I guess you got to root not for the Jets and Aaron Rodgers, but against Sam Darnold. Got to have the Vikings as well.
Minnesota is just so loaded. I want to see, like Will Gavin said, Minnesota's defense is so good right now. Can the Jets make first downs? Can they get a couple of drives going early in the game against that Minnesota defense? I do see this game getting ugly and Minnesota just rolling them. So we'll see, but that'll be, 6:30 in the morning our time, so we're getting ready for the Niners and packing the suntan lotion. We'll be watching that game. What other NFC games have you? Green Bay at the Rams later on, John.
Yeah, that's
up
a 1
against our
o'clock
game, and
Yep.
Giants in Seattle are going to be good games. And the Sunday night game, obviously Dallas-Pittsburgh. The Monday night game is New Orleans and Kansas City. Who else are you looking at as far as NFC teams on Sunday?
The thing that's interesting about we're starting to get the injury reports from the Giants-Seattle game, and obviously you're interested because you play them on Sunday. The 49ers do, and also they're still 3-1 in the division, and I think they actually scored themselves some points in the eyes of some people the way they played in Detroit with a lot of defensive starters out, up to 6 by the time the game ended. Malik Neighbors is not going to play in that game. He's still in concussion protocol. Doesn't look like Devin Singletary is going to play in that game for the Giants. The Seahawks are a lot healthier than they were. I don't think they're going to get Nwosu back still for this game. And Murphy, their first-round pick, who's looked really, really good, the defensive tackle out of Texas, isn't practicing today. But they are going to get a number of players. Looks like Leonard Williams is going to play in that game, a former Giant. And so they're going to get healthier on defense. I just don't know what that's going to mean for the following Thursday. But with Malik Neighbors out, with some of that offense, with an offense with the Giants that already struggles, Seattle very well should go into that game Thursday night 4-1 after getting the Giants at home.
And this is week 5, so this is the first week teams get a bye.
Mm-hmm.
And in the AFC, it's Chargers and Titans. In the NFC, it's 2 teams we would be locked in on. The Lions and the Eagles
Right, they're off.
are not playing this week, so it immediately turns to Green Bay. So there really isn't an early morning game. Chicago's playing early in the morning.
Cleveland,
a lot
Washington,
of the teams playing early. Washington will play in the morning
just to
against
see
Cleveland
what the Commanders
as well.
are. I mean, are they something with Daniels here? I mean, that one's kind of got my eye a little bit, but yeah, nothing great in the 10 a.m. window.
Yeah, I was watching Washington because they played Arizona last week. The young quarterback had a great stat line. He still struggles at times reading a defense. Some of his choices and when to run, and he's little. God, that guy is spindly.
He is skinny. Yeah.
You worry about him taking
He
a
looks like
shot.
RG3.
If they're going to run him as much as they're running him, that could be a bit of an issue for them. But certainly they're 3-1 and off to a good start. They got Cleveland. Chicago's going to play in the morning. We'll see them later in the year. But the afternoon games, Green Bay at the Rams, is going to be a really compelling game. Jordan Love, he played better off that injury. Minnesota was way ahead, and they came back in that game. Then you mentioned the Giants and Seattle. Those are both going to be 125 kicks after our game. And then when we're watching Dodgers and Padres, we'll watch Dallas, obviously, play at Pittsburgh on Sunday Night Football.
And then Monday Night Football, Saints at Chiefs. I don't know if the Saints can get off the schneid. They've kind of struggled after that big win over Dallas, so that's the Monday Nighter. And some AFC games are good. They just don't affect the 49ers. Ravens at Bengals is interesting. Miami at New England, we were just talking to Tom Senior about that. They actually took Tom Brady off that game because those are the 2 lowest scoring teams in the league. Miami's at 11 points with Mike McDaniel, and New England's at 13. Indy at Jacksonville. Your Buffalo Bills at Houston.
That's the game.
Yeah, that's one of the better games.
Stephon Diggs playing for the Houston Texans against the Buffalo Bills.
Yeah.
And all that's been said, that'll be an interesting game in the morning, without question. And then, where's Cleveland at, big picture-wise, John, as far as going into Landover to deal with Washington? So Indianapolis, Jacksonville. Indianapolis lost their quarterback. Joe Flacco's doing it again off the bench. Last year he did it in Cleveland, kind of saved their year and got him into the playoffs. And that guy's a great thrower of the football. To have that veteran backing up Anthony Richardson, he got hurt last year. He's hurt again. Joe Flacco is a big – he's the best relief pitcher in the NFL. He's one of the best backup quarterbacks in the league.
It was great last year in Cleveland. And then finally one more from the AFC Raiders with all this Devante Adams stuff around them at Denver to take on the Broncos. So that is your chart for Sunday. And then, like you said, Lions, Titans, Eagles, Chargers. That's our first bye week. So that's what's going on, who you should root for and root against. Just remember, you got to wake up early. Jets and Vikings, 6:30 Pacific. Let's go. You got a rooting interest in that. So get the coffee or whatever you need to put in the coffee, whatever it takes.
I think that's an ayahuasca game. With, Aaron Rodgers going to London hanging with Will Gavin.
Could be. Looks like a lot of fun.
Coffee will not be sufficient.
All right, that is your slate for Sunday with baseball. A very busy weekend going on, but it is now time, Papa, to win us some money.
The following interview is being paid for by TakingVegas.com, and the views, opinions, and picks expressed do not reflect those of the station or its ownership.
It is time. It's a big weekend. Baseball playoffs are going on. Tons of stuff in college football. First month in the books, JR, and we are ready to win some money. Let's go.
I got to tell you, man, I couldn't be more pumped up. Happy Football Friday to all of San Francisco. Guys, get pumped up. Get excited. We're going into week number 5. We're pretty much a quarter of the way into the season. And I got to tell you, man, I literally could not have written it any better than it's actually gone for us over here at Taking Vegas. And here's what I'm doing. We did it again last week. We're going to do it again for you this week. I'm going to give you the winner of whether or not the San Francisco 49ers are going to cover the 7 points against the Arizona Cardinals this weekend. So here's what you do. Text the word WIN to 545454. You'll get the point spread winner of the 49ers Cardinals absolutely free via text message. All you got to do, text the word WIN to 545454. When I tell you fire, we knew that the Ravens were going to get it done last Sunday night. We knew last night the over was an absolute lock. We had Texas State last night. I mean, when I tell you rolling, the only game that we've lost since last week was the Utah in college football in the evening. So when I tell you fire, guys, it's not just fire. It's because we have the best information. We have the best resources. No one else in this business is going to be able to deliver the type of record that we do historically. So go ahead, pick up your cell phone, text the word WIN to 545454, and I'll let you know whether or not not only whether or not San Francisco wins this game, but whether they cover the 7 points against the Cardinals. Again, text WIN to 545454.
JR, you've been an absolute fire. We say it every time. Niners and Cardinals, you're going to watch it anyway. You might as well make some money off of it. And now we're kind of getting to a critical part where a lot of people say that September is now August. It's now preseason, but now we're starting to get more information on teams. Maybe maybe football, maybe the NFL is going to tighten up a little bit. Guys are going to play a little bit better. But now you guys got some information. Now it's more crucial than ever to call and get the information that you guys have.
It's never been more important, frankly, to understand and know a lot of the backups. I mean, there's been so many injuries. With less preseason and more regular season, you're going to have that aspect of the game. And we've been able to really get ourselves in a better position, I think, than anybody else because of the size staff that we have. Plus, look, when you're doing this on your own, guys, you're shooting from the hip, right? Not only are you picking games on your own, which you might be even pretty good. You might be a good handicapper, and you might win more than you lose. But you don't have that little birdie in your ear keeping you disciplined. You don't have the guy who already sat down and strategically mapped out your plan of attack for you so that you can do this the right way and do it from Jump Street the right way. So, I mean, look, that's the name of the game. The long game is what it's all about, being able to get through the whole season, knowing also, you hear me talk about stop losses or backstops, and that's in case you have things not go your way. You think we're perfect, we don't win every game. So when we lose a couple of games, we got to make sure that clients are, betting a little less money. And if we have a third loss, even less money. And then you start to, again, press. As you win, you press again. You don't go a full court press, but you might do a quarter of a unit or a half a unit. Look, at the end of the day, it's one thing that we're able to win like crazy, but it really is another that we help you manage your bankroll so that you can see the growth firsthand. Go ahead and text the word WIN to 545454 and get the winner of the Cardinals 49ers absolutely free via text message. Again, text the word WIN to 545454. And if you want to really hook up and make some money, guys, I'm running a special. 80% off, okay? Normally $4.99 for a week of service. We'll give you everything we do from now through Monday. So Friday, Saturday, Sunday, Monday action, college and pro football. You get it for $99. We're not in this to make money on you for the $99. We want to show you how great the information is and how well we can manage your bankroll, even if it is just for one weekend. So call the number 800-9-WIN-NOW. That's 800-994 888, my bad, guys. 888-9-WIN-NOW. That's 888-994-6669, and you could sign up for that $99 deal.
The other thing you've been doing for us is your on-airs have been hitting. You hit another on-air last week, so you got the recorded message with the 49ers and the Cardinals. What are you looking at this week because you've been red hot here?
I know we don't have a lot of time, so I'll get right to it, guys. You got two teams going overseas to the other side of the pond. I'm talking about the early game. This one's going to be 6:30 in the morning on Sunday between the Jets and the Vikings. And I love the under in this game. Public is hammering on the over, which is a great sign for us. And the line is up to 40.5. Now, it did drop earlier in the week because it opened at 44.5 and had a quick drop. I'm going to tell you now, a lot of defense on especially the Jets side of the ball. It's going to slow this game down. They're not going to come near this 40.5, go under 40.5 in the Jets-Vikings. That's your free pick.
All right, there you go. Under on the Jets-Vikings. Call the recorded message for 49ers and Cards. So tell us what we got to do this weekend. How do we get all the great information?
Guys, all you got to do, text the word WIN. That's WIN to 545454. Get the big winner of that Cardinals 49ers game absolutely free. It'll come in via text message. Again, text the word WIN to 545454. And if you want to sign up, it's only $99 for everything we do through Monday. Call 888-994-6669. That's 888-9-WIN now. And as always, guys, be safe, have fun, and go out there and make some money.
The preceding interview has been paid for by TakingVegas.com, and the views, opinions, and picks expressed do not reflect those of the station or its ownership.
Papa and Lund continue live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpot Studios. Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
Who becomes the backup linebacker, middle linebacker?
Who does?
Yeah.
It's a secret.
This then, how has Tatum Bethune been? What have you guys seen from him since training camp and these games?
He's been good. He did a good job at backup Mike linebacker to the backup during preseason. Runs the huddle well. He's mixed in there throughout the week, especially with Fred not being able to practice much. So he does a good job. Where he's needed, he'll be ready.
There is Kyle Shanahan. We do have designations, though. Fred Warner with the ankle and George Kittle ribs are officially questionable for Sunday. Last year, a questionable designation meant that you played 56% of the times. No doubtful players played for the 49ers last year when designated doubtful. So just over 50-50 chance for those two guys, but we just saw a video, which, video doesn't lie. Fred Warner skipping around and George Kittle catching passes. So I am optimistic. It is questionable, but I am optimistic. How about you?
Okay. I think they'll play. Mm-hmm. They've been preparing to play all week, and they can deal with it. They're not going to do anything more to the injury. It's just a pain threshold, so there's ways to numb the pain out, and they'll do that if they have to. And then you got to come back and play on Thursday. So Tatum Bethune, I think, will be up for this game. I think they said Demetrius Flanagan-Fowles is out for the game with a calf injury, and I think he may be out a couple of weeks. This game and also the game Thursday in Seattle. So you're light. They just got Jalen Graham back, but he was off the practice squad in Washington. D. Winters is moving around okay, but his ankle injury's been stubborn to heal. You got Devondre Campbell. They're light at linebacker right now. So Tatum Bethune, I think, will certainly be up, and he'll have a. And I don't even know when they're in a base defense if D's going to be able to play enough snaps. So you may have snaps out there where Fred Warner does play, and he's still flanked by Devondre Campbell and Tatum Bethune. Bethune played a handful of snaps last week, and he was not the Mike. Demetrius Flanagan-Fowles was. So we'll see. And then Jacob Cowing is also questionable with a shoulder injury. He did take part in practice today. So if not, Trent Taylor is going to be up. So either way, wear white on Sunday. The Niners are going to have white pants and white socks. They can't wear white jerseys. Arizona's going to wear all white. White jerseys, white helmets, white pants. They're going all in white. So in fact, I think it's a must right now, John, for the first time in my life, and I've done that for practice and training camp, but I've never done a game wearing shorts. I think I'm going to wear shorts on Sunday.
Yeah, mid-90s.
Smoker.
Mid to high 90s is what they're saying now. It's even gotten warmer from our initial weather forecast. So there you go. Thanks to Matt Mayoka, who was absolutely great. Will Gavin, Tom Brady Senior. Go back and listen to those. Will is tremendous at KNBR.com. We'll bring Papa's Playbook back after we update the computers and all that stuff. By the way, I like the hat. The hat is working.
This is the other one that
finish the show.
Banjo Man gave me.
Very nice.
See, wear white, reflect the sun, don't wear dark colors, and wear a Banjo Man hat. Maybe get one with a flask to the side, because the key is to hydrate.
Right.
You've got to hydrate.
Yeah.
So we'll watch baseball all weekend. We got the Warriors playing the Clippers in a preseason game Saturday at 4 o'clock on NBC Sports Bay Area. Wow.
Also, go to KNBR.com and all of our social media outlets, because JD is doing a great job over in Hawaii. I saw Gary Payton interview and a couple other interviews. Got some one-on-one sitting down with guys in Hawaii, so he's doing some great Warriors work. If you're looking for that, just look at all of our socials, and JD is doing an awesome job. All right, thanks as always to Walter and Danny and the whole crew today. Pop, I'll see you on Sunday at Levi's. They're next. Tolbert and Copes on KNBR AM and FM San Francisco, the sports leader, a Cumulus media station.
The NBA brought him to the Bay, while his co-host was born and raised here.
Adam, that is great co-host work right there. That is amazing. You're lucky to have Adam, Tommy.
Oh, absolutely.
It's time for Tolbert and Copes. Let's get it on! Tom Tolbert.
Yeah, thank you. Now if I could ever get some beer.
And Adam Copeland.
Adam Copeland has arrived!
On KNBR 104.5 and 680, the sports leader.
What is shaking? Adam Copeland, Tom Tolbert with you. We're at an Almanac here in Alameda. Come on by. Grab a beverage. Grab some food. Got the food truck sitting out here. Some burgers, sandwiches. Somebody getting ready to fire up the pizza oven here in a second. So you get some food. Come on out. Grab some beer. Hang out with us for a couple hours. Either after work or if you're just like...
Or just leave work now. Just leave work and come here.
Or just like, damn, it's hot.
This beats wherever you are at work,
Oh,
for sure.
no doubt about it.
Unless you work here.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah.
Great place. Been here a number of times. So come on by, Almanac in Alameda. We got an extensive guest list today.
Do we?
Yep. We got Dr. Bob's going to join us at 2:30. I talked to him earlier. We'll get into a lot of college games. He'll also give his opinion on the Niner game. Tim Ryan's going to join us at 4:30. Krug 3:50. Marcus from Hawaii at 4:50. The replay leader strikes again. Shanahan.
Nice. Hell yeah.
At 5:15. But that won't be the best guest or the biggest guest in the 5 o'clock hour. Harmony will be along at 5:30. So there you go. You guys know how Fridays work. We talk football, get a little handicapping in, get a little Harmony in. Or she gets a little love.
She has her own handicapper in her own.
I'm not really sure. So there you go. There is your guest list. What's up?
What's up, dude?
Nada, man.
Did you go on a walk today?
I did not.
I didn't think so.
No.
I didn't think so after yesterday wore you out.
No, and probably won't be Saturday or Sunday after looking at the heat index here in Alameda. It's supposed to be like 91 and 89 in Alameda.
Well, Niners are going to kick off at like 95 plus on Sunday.
Dude, people are dying out there.
They're dying, John.
I would get SPF 190 and put that thing on and see how it works for you. Stay hydrated though if you go out there for the game. And trust me, I know there may be others that say this, but I won't say it. Like if you don't want to be in your seats right at kickoff, then after we're like, don't say that. Hey, you want people in the seats are dead.
Yeah.
Okay, that's what it comes down to because it is going to be really, really hot. But do yourself a favor. If you're going to the game, drink a lot of water. In fact, start now, as they say. Start hydrating now and get yourself ready for Sunday. And look, I'm just kidding. Be in your seats at kickoff. And then get up and go into the shade.
Dude, I mean, I just think about like also what people wear to football games. Like it's a winter sport, and it's going to be in the mid-90s in October. Like, are people rocking as many jerseys? Like those things don't breathe well.
No, they don't breathe at all.
No, dude.
Those things are brutal.
And you start drinking in the morning. I mean, they got that those line of cars out there for the Niner faithful that show up to tailgate.
Yeah.
I'm here at 7 to see the Niners drill Kyler. You know what I mean? In 98-degree heat.
I mean, there is no percentage, or no question, the percentage of swamp ass down there in Santa Clara on Sunday is going to be very high.
I don't know that there'll be any swamp. I think it's going to be like I think it's going to burn you to death. I think it's going to be fry ass.
Yeah, it's going to be swampy.
Yeah,
it's going to be swampy.
Do you remember
moist and just not going to be? Yeah.
Do you remember that game a couple of years ago? I think it was the divisional round game the Niners won in Green Bay before in the snow. The block punt at the end against Aaron Rodgers.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, so they win that game. Remember Greg called it and he like had his shoes off in the booth. Remember that? He's like had the yellow socks on. We had a video of it on like KNBR.com. I was thinking about what if he did it this week, but they burn. Gotta get grafts on his feet. Gotta call him with him on this week. I'm staying in the press box this week, I'll tell you that. I'm probably not walking around a lot.
Do they have the windows open in that place?
No,
they don't.
It's
okay.
a nice AC.
No, okay. No, Pop will probably be like straight underwear, no socks.
Wear that Ace jersey you had where he's just unbuttoning down, all the way over, dude.
He'll be ready to go. So it took me 7 fewer minutes to get here than it does to get to work.
Yeah.
In the city. Like driving through Alameda is arduous. It's like you think it's the other side of the island. I'm good to go. Stoplight.
I'm the one who got hosed on this one. I got hosed bad, yeah. Took me like 35 minutes to get here. Normally it takes me about 8 minutes to get to work.
Yeah, you're really close.
I'm just walking.
You're really close. But yeah, it's nice because it's right off the freeway here, and it is a great location, great weather. We got great beer at Almanac. I've been here many times. I haven't been able to go inside and check out the board and see what they're offering, but knowing Almanac, it'll probably be a variety of things. I've had their Oktoberfest, their Rocktober beer this year. They usually have sours that are really, really good here too.
Oh yeah, they do. Almanac has a lot of good sours. I'm gonna get into some of that.
So come on down, check it out, hang out, listen to the show. Don't listen, just come on down, hang out if you want to.
Our boss is here. How many can I have before I take a station vehicle back? You know what I mean?
That's a good question. I don't know.
He's here.
Never had that issue.
We'll see what happens.
Yeah,
I'm supposed to drive Derek to the airport, by the way, after this. How about that?
Which airport?
I don't know. I said as long as it's a one-way ticket, I'm good.
Okay, Oakland. Where are you going?
Yeah, San Jose, dude. Yeah. Yeah.
Where are you going for the
Where are you
weekend?
going? Yeah.
L.A. Going to L.A.
What for?
Wow.
Going to see the Rams?
Wow.
Chargers? Are they in town? What are you going to see?
Sister's engagement party.
Oh, nice.
Oh, nice.
Good deal.
Oh, congratulations.
You gonna dress up for that? No. You gonna rock that Warrior shirt from the last game at Oracle you always wear? That one, yeah.
The tight yellow one?
No. It's a blue one. It's a navy.
Okay.
It's a navy. That neck though. It's getting loose on that one. You know what I mean? Yeah, it's getting a little. This one's a good one. It's no AC/DC. No, that one doesn't have a neck.
And I did not wear it today. For those that are wondering, I couldn't.
You might have been cooler if you had.
I might have, but I couldn't do it.
It's not appropriate, Tom.
It's not. I mean, not that that's ever stopped me before, but I just figured no. It's gonna be, it's gonna be cooler in LA than it will be in Alameda this weekend.
Whoa,
that's rough. That's a rough weekend.
That's a rough day.
That's a rough weekend.
By the way, we gotta bring this up before we get out because we're gonna do a lot of football today. 49er tailgate live here at Almanac Brewing in Alameda. Come on by. Lots of food, lots of beer. Gonna be fun. We'll be here until 6. It's our first of many that we're gonna hit on Fridays throughout the football season. But come on by and say what's up. When we left yesterday, the Brewers were leading 2-0. When you and I, actually, it was 0-0, I think, at the end of our show. And then when you and I walked into the bullpen, back-to-back home runs.
Yep.
Chourio hits one. I can't remember who hit the other one. For the Brewers.
It was Frelick or Frelig?
Sal Frelick, yeah.
Frelick, yeah. Okay.
Yeah, and then here comes Pete Alonso, dude. The biggest home run of his career. And by the way, I hope we have the call on it maybe later. If it's
Great call.
Dude, it's one of the greatest
Amazing
baseball
call.
calls I've ever heard. The coolest call. I don't even like the Mets, but that was a sweet way to end that. You asked for a Game 3, and it delivered.
Look, I don't like the Mets. You know me. I root against anything that is New York. But being that it's Phillies Mets, no one can tell me Phillies Mets doesn't have a lot more bite than Phillies Brewers.
Well, yeah.
Right? Phillies Mets, I didn't realize this. They have never met in the playoffs. It's going to be the first time they've ever met in the playoffs.
Phillies Mets, first time in the playoffs.
Yeah, and come on. I was going to say the disdain between Philly and New York, but it's kind of like the disdain between Philly and, I don't know, put a team in there, or New York and put a team in there. But the Mets and the Phils, I think the National League, if you're looking for star power,
sure,
and you're looking for the best games, I think they have it. I mean, just look at the Mets. You got Alonso that people know. You have Wheeler, who was pitching in the Mets organization after he got traded by the Giants and now becomes a star with the Phillies. You got Schwarber, you got Turner, you got Harper.
Dude, Harper looking for his first ring still. That's a good story.
Yep, Lindor. I mean, it's just that one's good. And then look at all the star power you got in the other series. Ohtani, the biggest star in the game. Betts, Freeman, Smith, and then you look at all the Padres, Tatis and Machado. It's going to be a lot of fun.
Plus, like Darvish and Yamamoto, you got other guys out there too who are big time players.
No doubt about it. Now the American League's going to be the Goliath versus whoever the hell Goliath faces.
David.
Yeah, David. Thank you. I forgot his name.
Not a big Bible guy, huh?
I
forgot David and Goliath.
I know. I have it. I know. It's like he's one of my kids.
He's like, who did the tortoise beat? It was tortoise and the
the hare.
Yeah, that's right. That's right.
I got that one. Yeah. Maybe I'm not good in password. So Goliath and I don't know.
Who did Goliath beat? Was it Don?
Billy.
Yeah.
Billy.
It's Don and Goliath, right?
But you're gonna have the Yankees and the Royals and the Guardians and the Tigers. So I don't know. I don't think the Royals. Like I said yesterday, I don't think the Royals have much of a chance, but they do have the pitching, and the Tigers just have the momentum. Uncle Mo is firmly in their corner right now, and they are rolling. And if they get Game 1 against the Guardians, look out. Look out, because it doesn't really matter what your record was during the regular season. It matters how you finish, and they were one of the hottest teams, if not the hottest team, in the American League. They take care of the Stros in 2, go down to Houston and get them out, and their pitching's been phenomenal. So they get a game early and then get Scooble on the mound, who can beat anybody. They're not going to be a big underdog against anybody with that guy on the mound. So, yeah, a lot of intriguing stuff. I love October baseball anyway, but like if you're looking for star power and people you probably know, go to the National League. If you're looking for good underdog stories, a.k.a. David's, the American League will be where you want to look at.
Also the Tortoise, an underdog. Tolbert and Copes with you live from Almanac Brewing here in Alameda. Come on by, say what's up. We'll be here until 6 o'clock. It's our 49er tailgate. We'll get into a whole bunch of football. Dr. Bob showing up at 2:30 to get you some of your picks on games for the weekend. Larry Kruger, 3:50. Tim Ryan, 4:30. Marcus Thompson, 4:50. We'll let you hear what Kyle Shanahan told us yesterday. And then Harmony comes by for her double banger at 5:30. When we come on back, we've got an injury report on Fred Warner, his status, along with George Kittle for this weekend. John Lynch checked in on Buster Posey. That's all coming up next, live from Almanac here in Alameda. Tolbert and Copes on the Sports Leader. Both George Kittle and Fred Warner worked out prior to practice today and are listed as questionable for Sunday's game against Arizona. For all your 49er news, keep it locked on your home of 49er football for the last 20 seasons. KNBR, the sports leader.
And now, time for the Protect Your Assets with David Hollander Business and Technology Report. This is Tolbert and Copes, and this is our 49ers tailgate on your proud home of 49ers football. KNBR, the sports leader.
We like our group, and Devante's a hell of a player. One thing we've shown is that we're always looking. We're never afraid to look and see what's out there. We're never afraid to pull the trigger. But I think coming in this year, we feel like our roster's in a pretty good spot. We have endured some injuries, but we'll never say never. And if someone can, it's got to work. It's got to work for both sides, but it's got to work for us. And I won't comment on any specific player, but right now we like where our roster's at.
That was 49ers General Manager John Lynch earlier today with Murph and Marcus on the KNBR Morning Show. He joins them every week on Friday throughout the football season, talking about Devante Adams, who is apparently available. He'd prefer to be traded from the Raiders, and the Raiders seem that they're potentially talking to teams about moving him. We talked briefly yesterday about how Mike Silver had a piece in the Chronicle about how it would be intriguing. He liked the idea of trying to move Brandon Ayuk and maybe do that. And, yeah, I think it would be an improvement. I think there's too many moving parts there, and it would just be – honestly, I'm kind of just like, can we just – I don't need another huge wrinkle or rattling of things going on right now. I'm okay with Brandon Ayuk. I'm okay with not having Devante Adams. And as I said yesterday, I don't know that adding a receiver, just like we talked about with the money that went to Ayuk this summer, I don't know that adding a receiver he makes some teams more of a contender, sure. But does he make you a Super Bowl contender, or does he help solidify anything that is going to make you a Super Bowl champion this year? As a receiver, I have a tough time believing that.
Do the Raiders want to bring someone back that's making that type of money? I'm guessing no, right? Would they even trade with the Niners? I'm guessing no. I asked Dennis, and you could hear it on the podcast. I don't know if we'll have that in our little conversation that we have, but I asked him, since he knows Al so well and worked under Al, I go, would Al ever make a trade with the Chiefs? He goes, hell no. Not a chance.
Over Lamar Hunt's dead body.
He goes, not a chance.
Hell no,
he said the way Al looked at it was win your division, win your conference, and then win the Super Bowl. He goes, he goes, he would end up in Minnesota or someplace. He sure as hell wouldn't end up in the AFC. And not a chance he would end up in the division with the Chiefs. So, because that's the one. Yeah, that's the one that people connect the dots to. It's pretty easy to connect those dots, right? Rice out, Pacheco out. Not that he's a running back, but they're kind of running low on options right now. Kelsey hasn't been Kelsey early in the season. I don't know. Is Brown coming back at any point this season, or is he out the whole season? Maybe playoffs.
Brown who?
Wow.
I'm sorry, who?
Hollywood Brown?
Hollywood Brown.
Yeah, I know. I kind of forgot about him, too. I was like, oh, that's right. They do have Brown. Well, they don't have Brown, but they do have Brown.
Well, it was like back and forth to start the year with his health.
Yeah, who knows? So I have no idea. Interesting stat I read, too, about the Chiefs. 15 straight games they have not won the turnover battle. 15. It's amazing to think a team that could be that good and not win the turnover battle 15 straight games. I don't know what that has to do with the Niner injury report, but there you go.
Good note. And did we call them a defensive team yesterday? We're like,
they are.
A defensive team. Yeah.
I think they are a defensive team. Well, I looked at the numbers. They're not great.
Yeah.
They're better against the run than they are the pass. I was interested, too, to find out that the Niners are better against the run than they are the pass. They're not good against the pass. They're like 22nd in yards per attempt. I know people think that stat's stupid. They don't like that stat. Well, maybe Dwayne.
He
doesn't like the stat.
What's up, Dwayne? I know Dwayne's out there.
Word. It's going to be interesting to see them against the. And I went back and looked. I did go back and look when the Niners play the Chiefs, because when you gave me that stat yesterday, I go, God, I was really off on that. But
which stat?
The Niners, not the Chiefs, but the Cardinals playing close to the Niners. But you gave me the games they played in Arizona too, where they blew them out.
It was like the last 4 straight.
They've blown them out 4 straight.
Yeah.
But when they play them at home, they blew them out the last 2. No Kyler. The Cardinals won the 2 previous ones in Santa Clara. Kyler played in one of those. And then I think the other one was close. Colt McCoy was one. Yep, that was the one. They came. I think that was 31-17.
I wasn't happy about that one.
Yeah, they won. So I still don't know if I can get there with the Cardinals, just because I'm putting my money on Kyler Murray. I'm not sure if I'm prepared to do that. But I at this point I probably couldn't go the Niners either. But you'll hear Dennis' thoughts on that. I'm sure you'll hear Harmony's thoughts on that, and Dr. Bob his thoughts on that as well.
Just the latest on the injury report.
Yeah.
There was video that came out at the start of practice today with George Kittle and Fred Warner out there, not in pads, but working out, had helmets on, running around pretty normally. Fred Warner was jumping around kind of crazily. But then Matt Mayoka tweeted out that they were doing, I think, conditioning or physical workouts on a different field. And then he said, I think he noted Fred Warner went back to the locker room prior to the start of team practice. They're officially listed as questionable for Sunday's game. And as we told you before, I think a couple of weeks ago when Kittle was questionable, it's like a true 50-50 with the Niners over the last 3 or 4 seasons. It's like 52% of the time they play or something like that. So it's a true questionable with these guys. Warner's the one I want. Again, I want Kittle out there for fantasy reasons, of course. But
of course.
It's just because why wouldn't you want Kittle out there?
It's all about you.
Well, it's all about me.
Absolutely.
How does it affect
why
me?
wouldn't it be?
Because I'll be upset if they don't have Fred Warner and Kyler Murray shreds them.
Yep.
So I want Fred Warner out there.
Yep. No, I think that is completely logical, that they have enough weapons now on offense that, I mean, you're going to miss Kittle. You're always going to miss Kittle when he's not out there. But when you have Ayuk and you have Debo, I mean, look, let's just throw Mason into that mix now too. He's second in the league in rushing. Wild the season that he's having, and we might be getting to that point. Not so sure yet, but I was talking yesterday or a couple days ago about having 3 quarterbacks right now, maybe Burrow, that I'd put ahead of Brock. Like, Brock would be in my top 5
You
right
take
now.
Burrow right now ahead of Brock?
Well, I think based on track record and what he's done, I mean, he's won some big games. He's made it to the Super Bowl. He won an AFC Championship game in Cincinnati.
What's he done that Brock hasn't done, is my question.
Well, he's done it for a longer period of time, I think.
I guess not as long, but we've also seen he's also been in our scope since college.
Yeah.
So we've seen him as a winner for longer,
Yeah.
I think, at the highest level. So I'm with you on that. But I also look at his credentials and go, I think Brock's done everything that Burrow's done.
He has. No, he absolutely has. And that's one I would wrestle with. I can't. There's not a chance I can get right now to him above Lamar, Josh Allen, or Mahomes. I just can't get there yet.
The other one who's fallen is Herbert.
Those are 3 of the best. Yeah,
I wouldn't have had Herbert this low prior to the season, I don't think.
Yeah, and I like Herbert a lot. Like, I think there's some good quarterbacks there, but I think what this speaks to is how well Brock's played. I mean, Brock's been amazing, and I think Brock does. What I was going to say is he's getting to that point now where you look at him and say, he can raise the level of the guys around him with his play. Like, that's how well he's playing. I'm hoping people that are watching these games or paying attention to him are finally figuring out it's not just the system. It's not all the skill he has around him. He makes the system better. He makes the players around him better. Do they make him better? Of course they do. Does Kyle Shanahan make him better? Of course he does. But I don't remember Kyle Shanahan having any other quarterback in here that's doing what Brock Purdy's doing. So it's one of those, you know what, everyone's involved in this. It's not, oh my gosh, look what Kyle Shanahan's doing with this guy. Look what he's getting out of C.J. Beathard. Look what he's getting out of
got a lot out of Jimmy, I'll tell you that.
He did.
He did.
And Jimmy was good here. And so was I'm forgetting his name, backup quarterback for the Vikings, Nick Mullins.
Nick Mullins.
Got that before I got David. Unbelievable. But You watch what he does, and everybody knows. You hear it every single Sunday how good Kyle is at calling plays, and how good he is at stacking plays, and all this and all that. And he is. We know that. But no one's come close to doing what Brock has done in this system. So for those that want to say, look at the talent he has, forget it. If you want to say, look, he's with Kyle, forget it. Does it help? Of course it does. But as far as I'm concerned, he's helping them as much as they're helping him. Period.
I'm just real quick looking at Joe Burrow's just kind of career numbers. You're right. He's been around for 5 years now. By the way, he's like the active all-time leader in completion percentage at 68.2 or something.
I mean, he's really good.
Yeah, and Brock right now, not enough attempts, but Brock career 68.8, so
Yep.
higher career completion percentage. The only award that Burrow has that Brock doesn't to this point is a comeback player of the year award that he won his second season because he went down with the injury his first year. Brock then has a fourth-place MVP finish, as does Joe Burrow. And they've both been to a Super Bowl. Multiple NFC Championship appearances for Brock before the injury. What do you got, Derek? Derek's going to say something.
Burrow's beat Mahomes 3 times, too.
All right, Derek, stay out of this one. Said Burrow's, what, now you're siding with the Chiefs, huh? Now all of a sudden you're down with the Chiefs.
Oh, man.
Said Burrow's beat Mahomes 3 times.
And look, what was the
I
other?
think Brock's 0-3, right?
What was the other thing,
0-2.
too? That people, if they could nitpick, what they could nitpick Brock about. Like, he didn't have the arm. He didn't have the arm. He throws it deep as well, and as good as anybody. Like, it doesn't matter if you could throw it 70 yards. I always love to use this. He could throw it 70 yards on his knees. Like, well, who cares? What does that even mean? I don't even know what that means. Like, you could throw it through the side of a barn. Great. That really helps, doesn't it? Can he throw it accurately? And can he throw a catchable ball? Brock does both those things. Both of them. I mean, again, you can say what you want about yards per attempt, but he's getting the most out of his completions. And it's not just, here's another stat that people might not be hip to or might not be down with. But not only is he the number one guy in the league in yards per attempt, he's last in the league in yak yards after catch. So go figure that. How is it possible that someone is the league leader in yards per attempt and last, and he's not last, just the receivers are last, in yards after completion? So the yards are gaining. The Yak brothers ain't yakking too much this year.
Well, to that point, you know what that
Kittle's
means.
been hurt,
Yeah.
and Ayuk's been hurt, and Debo's been hurt, but guess what? He's still getting the ball down the field. I don't know. I want to say he was number one. I don't want to get too far into the weeds, but in air yards thrown and all that kind of stuff.
I was going to bring that up. So he's at yards per attempt 9.3. If they're last in yards after catch, and he's got, what's he, third or fourth in the league right now, maybe second in yards entering this week. He's at 833 air yards on the season.
Yep.
Air yards per attempt 6.8. The next closest is Geno Smith, 672 total and 4.2 air yards per
it's not even close. It's not even close. So, look, the numbers tell you, the eyes tell you, unless you just want to be stubborn. But even if you wanted to be stubborn, you'd have to go back and look at the numbers and go, God, am I just saying this because I'm stubborn? Because I wasn't down with him early, and I'm going to stay on this train, no matter if it's going into the side of a wall or not. I don't. Again, we've been done with it for a while, but he's even, I think, exceeding what I thought he was. Like, he just keeps getting better and better and better. And again, it's to the point now where even people that want to use Kyle or the weapons as an excuse, you got to stop that too, because this guy's pretty amazing.
You can't say Ayuk's having a bad year and Brock is not doing what he's doing.
Yeah,
right?
exactly.
It doesn't go hand in hand. Tolbert and Copes with you. We're live from Almanac here in Alameda. Come on by. We got our first pop in. I want to get a sour in some of this weather.
We will. We don't even know what we got though.
I don't even know what we got.
It's good.
I was told I'm going to bring you a menu, and then here came 2 beers.
No, we got no menu. We got no menu. We don't even know what we have.
I don't even know what I have.
You know what we have?
It's good.
Hooray for beer.
It's good.
That's what we got. We just got a beer.
It's good beer.
But it is good beer.
Talking about it, we're just sitting over there pointing at us. Tolbert and Copes with you live from the patio of Almanac Brewing here in Alameda. Come on by, say what's up. We'll be here all afternoon. The 49ers Friday tailgate continues. Once again, Fred Warner and George Kittle listed as questionable. When we come on back, Dr. Bob, talk to him about some of the games this weekend. We'll get his picks on the slate ahead. Tolbert and Copes from Almanac on the Sports Leader.
wherever you are. We're streaming 24/7 at KNBR.com. This is Tolbert and Copes. Tom Tolbert and Adam Copeland on KNBR 104.5 and 680, the sports leader.
It is Friday. You know how we do it on a Friday. We talk football and we talk to Dr. Bob, get it from a handicapping angle. Once again, if you want to go to the website, drbobsports.com, lots of great stuff there, analysis on all the games. There'll be some leans on there. The leans perform very, very well, along with the stuff that he does for the VIP service, which is strong opinions and stars and stuff like that. But these are leans. They do very well. Even if you don't play the game, you learn a little something. You get some info, and info is always a good thing. That's drbobsports.com. All right, let's dive right into the games. Bob, how are you?
I'm doing all right. Had a couple rough beats last week. Washington against Rutgers was brutal, and Northern Illinois, like, you got to be kidding me.
Those two were rough. At least they were bad pushes instead of bad beats. Still, it just, when you're on the right side and you lose, that's a... But let's start with Washington at home against Michigan, because this is one I immediately was drawn to Washington. Michigan's offense has taken us back to the 1950s. I mean, it is like Stone Age offense. Run the ball, pass the ball. Run the ball, pass the ball. Occasionally, they'll try to fool you and
with a 5-yard pass.
And then Michigan's first road game of the year. We're in October. It's their first road game of the year. I mean, Washington didn't just win that game in the trenches or in the statistical battle. They dominated that game against Rutgers last week. I think Fish is a good coach. I think that's a pretty good team. I like them laying the 2. I don't know. That was the first one I looked at and go, why are they only laying 2 at home? How'd you see?
Yeah, down to 1.5 now, and even 1 at some spots.
Mm-hmm.
Washington should be favored by more than 3 in my estimation. I mean, they wouldn't make it more than 3 because I know everybody in the world would bet on Michigan. Yeah. And even when they posted the line at 3, people were still bet, or 2.5, people still bet on Michigan. It's pretty obvious that Washington is a better offensive team than Michigan. Michigan is an average offensive team. If when you look at all their numbers, so they still run the ball well. Washington is obviously a very good offensive team. They've been, averaging close to 500 yards a game, 7.5 yards per play. I mean, but what might surprise you when you look at the data is Washington is a better defensive team so far this year than Michigan is. Michigan's been about a yard per play better than an average defense. They've allowed 4.8 yards per play. The teams they faced would average 5.8 against an average team. Washington's defense has been 1.3 yards per play better than an average team. They've given up 251 yards per game, 11 points per game, and 4.1 yards per play. The teams they face would average 5.4 yards per play against an average defense. So they've been better defensively than Michigan so far this year. And their 2 losses, which is maybe why they're not favored by more, Washington State and Rutgers, which we mentioned. In those games, they had 495 yards at 7.5 yards a play. Their opponents had 342 yards at 5.7 yards per play. So even in the 2 losses, they've outgained their opponents by 150 yards and nearly 2 yards per play. They should be undefeated. So Washington, much a better team than Michigan, and I think the line should be, like I said, more than 3. So I think Washington minus 1.5 is a good bet.
Yeah, that's the other one that jumped out at me. 2 jumped out at me, and this one, the line moved on this one, and the Washington game, it kind of moved against me by a half point to a point. I took West Virginia early and got 4.5. It's down to 3 now, and the one thing that surprised me about Oklahoma State, they cannot run the ball. They can't run the ball. The 3 times they played, either they stepped up in class or they played equal competition. They had no business beating Arkansas, got outgained by almost 300 yards. Utah just bullied them, and then Kansas did kind of the same. That game was never in doubt from the second quarter on. I don't know what's going on with their rushing game this year. Their defense isn't very good. That's a given, but I thought they'd at least be able to run the ball with Gordon. And look, the 2 games that West Virginia's played teams that are comparable to them, maybe comparable to Oklahoma State, maybe a little less. I don't know, Kansas and Pittsburgh. They were +4 against Kansas and -4 against Pittsburgh, so kind of hanging around there. West Virginia kind of jumped out at me. I think West Virginia's okay, but I think Oklahoma State's going in the wrong direction. How do you see this one?
Yeah, these teams are about the same. But the problem is the 3-point line. That seems pretty fair.
Yep.
Here's the thing, though. The one thing that is really a problem with West Virginia, and they have a good offense, and their run defense is good, so Oklahoma State's probably not going to be able to run it again. But if they can't run, they'll throw the ball 50 times. I mean, they're averaging, 43 pass plays per game, and they don't mind throwing it 50 times if that's what you do. West Virginia cannot stop the pass. They're averaging they're allowing 7.9 yards per pass play to a collection of quarterbacks that would average 5.8 yards per pass play against an average defense. They faced Albany, an FCS team, and gave up 295 pass yards at 7.2 yards per pass play. They cannot stop the pass. They had a guy last year who's now a starting cornerback for the Pittsburgh Steelers who led the nation in passes defended last year, and he's gone, and apparently the whole secondary has no idea what to do now. So it's just a matchup thing. I would rather have Oklahoma State -3.
Okay.
Now you got 4.5. That's fine. But at -3, I'd rather have Oklahoma State. Because the matchup's so good.
Nobody stops the Great Danes aerial attack. You know that.
That's right. Yeah, everybody else has, though, is the thing. Everyone else has. Even FCS teams have stopped that.
Don't let the facts get in the way of a good story.
Yeah, exactly. It's just it's a matchup thing.
All right, let's go to where game day is going to be. Your alma mater, Cal, first ever visit by the game day crew as they host the Miami Hurricanes, laying 10.5. This is one I wanted to get. Cal was getting 13 initially. I go, maybe I should take that. And let's see if it goes up, and it didn't. So I've just been kind of sitting on the sidelines watching this one. I can't make heads or tails of this. What scared me a little bit was Cal has given up, I think, 13 sacks over the last couple games, and I'm not sure if Miami's a team that gets to the quarterback or not. If they do, that could pose a problem. Cal hasn't ran the ball all that well. I know they throw the ball well. I'm not sure about Miami's secondary, but I don't know. This is one I'll probably just sit back and enjoy. It's going to be weird seeing Miami come to Cal for an ACC game. I mean, just bizarre times. And Virginia Tech is at Stanford earlier in the day. You can do ACC doubleheader if you want to here in the – yeah, that's what I said. ACC in the Bay Area, doubleheader. How do you see this one, Miami and Cal?
The NCAA is all about the student athletes.
Oh yeah, all about the student athletes. Big time.
All about the student athletes.
Yes.
Yeah, this is a tough game to figure. Miami does have a good pass rush. They're averaging 3.4 sacks per game. That's an issue. Cal has not protected the quarterback well. Their offense is actually, the pass game was really good under Mendoza last season after he took over, but it has not. It's been good. His stats look pretty good, but with the sacks added in, they've been worse than average, on a yards per pass play basis. The run game has struggled, but then again, they're All-American, preseason All-American has been hurt. He looked pretty good the last game, so maybe he'll get back into form. So there's a possibility that they can run the ball because Miami does not necessarily stop the run that well. They faced two teams that run the ball, Florida and Virginia Tech, and Florida and Virginia Tech both average 6.8 yards per running play against them. So it is possible that Cal can get their running game going. They need to, because if they're back there throwing on 3rd and 7 or 3rd and 10, it's a problem because Miami's pass rush is good. On the other side of the ball, I mean, Miami's really good. I mean, Cal's going to need turnovers. They lead the nation in turnovers since the beginning of last year. A lot of that's luck. I mean, they have a good defense. But a lot of the turnover stuff is luck, and will that luck continue? Probably not against Cam Ward. He might throw one interception, but they're going to need at least 2 turnovers to keep this game close. The math favors Miami by 13, so I think the opening line was right. Bears under Wilcox, tough underdog, and always been good against good teams. I mean, remember those good Oregon teams? They would hold Oregon to like 15 points, they've been really good as an underdog, especially against good offensive teams. They're 22-10 against the number get more than 4 points under Wilcox. So that makes it a pass for me. I think 10.5 or 11 should be the line. So I have no interest in betting the game, but I do have an interest in watching it. So go Bears.
Absolutely. I'm with you on that one. I'd love to see the Bears take down the Canes. Let me ask you about a team before I ask you about the NFL. Have the numbers caught up to UConn? Because it seems like UConn is just dump trucking these numbers weekly. I mean, they're not even close. They're covering by wide margins. I know they're laying 16.5, 17 to Temple, who's awful. I'm just wondering if the books have caught up, if the numbers have caught up, or there's still a ways of catching up to UConn.
Yeah. The thing about, I think the number's kind of caught up here. I make it 16.5, and that's about what the line is.
Yeah.
I mean, they're gonna average. They're gonna run for 300 yards. I mean, Temple can't stop the run.
Yeah.
But Temple's got a decent pass defense, so if it gets down to if they really stack the box, maybe they slow down Connecticut a little bit in the running game, and Connecticut can't throw the ball particularly well against a decent pass defense. It's just one of those games. Like, I could see Connecticut winning, 38-10. You know what I mean? Yeah. But it's just the numbers don't add up that way, and I think the line is about right, and it just came out, to what the number was. So I don't see the value.
All right, let's look at a couple NFL games. Let's start here in the Bay Area with the Niners hosting the Cardinals. 7.5 is the number. It was funny yesterday. I was saying, I don't know, I kind of like the Cardinals because they usually play the Niners tough, and then we went back and looked at the last 5 years. The Niners kill them. It hasn't even close. The Niners have owned the Cardinals at home. I know they have trouble though with running quarterbacks. Quarterbacks, for whatever reason, give the Niners fits, and their defense has not been great this year. In fact, we've been talking about it. They're like an offensive team now. That's their identity. Brock Purdy leading a really good offensive team. The defense is trying to find their footing right now. I mean, the Cardinals, who knows? They killed the Rams. They got killed by the Commanders. I don't know. Maybe this is a stay off. There's still part of me that wants to lean toward the Cardinals. 7.5. I kind of like taking teams after they get completely annihilated one Sunday, because I know everybody won against them the next Sunday, but
right.
This one.
You are exactly right. The NFL is a contrary league. You mentioned Arizona winning big one week, losing big the next week. And here's a trend for you. I know you like a little bit of trend here and there. So they lost last week 14-42. So I have a database that goes back a long ways, and teams that lose by 14 points or more and allow 40 or more in that game are 157 and 119 against the spread as underdogs the next week. So historically, that's at 58% or something like that. Historically, teams that get beat like that and then are dogs the next week usually cover the spread. The math model favors the Niners by 8.5. The trend sort of maybe is worth 1.5 or so. So I'd stay off it at 7. If it's 7.5 and you're in a pool, I'd rather have Arizona.
Got it. Hey, we always appreciate the conversation, always appreciate the breakdown of the games. Let's have a good weekend, and we'll look forward to doing it again next week.
All right, thanks, Tom. Have a good one.
All right, coming up more, Copes and Tolbert here on The Sports Leader.
John Lynch joined Murph and Marcus this morning and discussed the comparisons to Buster Posey and said never say never on Devante Adams. You can listen to that podcast on KNBR.com or the KNBR app. We do it every week with Tim Ryan ahead of the 49ers and the Cardinals this week. 1:05 kickoff coming your way from Levi's Stadium. We'll have the pregame for you, myself, Dennis Brown, and John Lund, starting at 9 a.m. Tim Ryan is sponsored by the Contra Costa County Office of the Sheriff. Apply for your new career in law enforcement at cocosheriff.org today, and by Dignity Health, the official healthcare partner of the San Francisco 49ers and Levi's Stadium. Tim, what's going on, man? How are you?
I am chilling, Cope. How you guys doing?
Good, man. Nice to talk to you after a win, huh?
Yeah, it felt good to win, man. That's no question about it. Get that funk out of the building, and obviously played really well on both sides of the ball. Special teams still got to get it figured out. But I love watching the D-line take over, and that was, to me, across the board, the best game the D-line has played probably since Thanksgiving last year at Seattle. I mean, they took the game over from start to finish, and anytime you can finish with a trifecta, and our man Nick Bosa, sack, force, fumble recovery. It's good stuff.
So I was looking at this week's game, breaking it down on film.
Oh, here we go. Here we go.
Actually, I wasn't. I was drinking. But if I was...
That sounded good, Tommy.
Here's what I said. I said the most important thing this week is to build the fence around Kyler. Do not open up any running lanes. If he's going to throw it from the pocket, and if he beats you, you tip your cap. But guys got to be disciplined when they're rushing this week, don't they?
Good call. You know your ball.
It's all on tape,
yeah,
He's able to pick it up. You know?
Yeah, that's right. Watching the tape. Well, I
watched that all. I watched that all 23, Tim. I know what I'm talking about.
Hell yeah.
You always have one extra. You always have one in the hopper.
I'm sorry.
You always got one in the hopper ready to go.
My God.
No, you're right, without question, in the passing game. Now, you know they're going to want to run it with Connor, and then, you know, all the quarterback runs and building the fence around Kyler works with that too. So, you know, it starts with handling their run game and James Conner and the power slasher that he is. And they have got a deep menu of running plays. And a lot of them will be like they saw, like 49ers D saw last week, because Drew Petzing, the offensive coordinator, comes from Cleveland, and, you know, all of those crack tosses and inside gut plays where they're taking the center and the guard, they're pulling them out on the perimeter, the crunch plays where they're doubling. Anytime they see two high safeties, even out of three wide receivers, they will run that crunch play and try to double both guys inside and let Connor pick a gap. But when it comes to the passing game, there's no question that you've got to squeeze the pocket around Kyler Murray, and it's not the mush rush and stay in front, and I mean, you've got to be cognizant of your lanes, and you've got to have great vision in terms of the defensive tackles. The ends can't get too far up the field because, yes, he can throw from the pocket. And I think when you go back and watch him last year, and I think he missed 9 games, so he got out there and played 8 last year, coming off of the ACL. He definitely was, you know, figuring out how to throw from the pocket more and read the coverage and get the ball out on time. So he can do that, but when you study their passing game, the explosive plays, the big ones, and they're top 10 in the league through 4 games of getting it down the field, happen when he gets out of the pocket and he's extending plays. So first thing you think about, and he is going to get out. I mean, you can't keep him, you know, hemmed up in there for 35 passing plays. So he is going to find some escape lanes somewhere. So I think a couple ways to handle it. Again, depth of the ends, be cognizant of how far you up the field. Defensive linemen on the interior, play with great eyes, have the ability to close those lanes when he starts moving around. And then I think there's opportunities to rush 5 at him. And I think the beauty of rushing 5 and sending an extra guy is you're closing one of those escape lanes, one of those hatches that he likes to bail out of. And then on the back end, just be ready to plaster. And so if you're in zone and all of a sudden he breaks contain, go find somebody to cover and get hipped up to him. And don't be afraid to get physical. You can't hold. You know, you can't DPI certainly, but you can chuck him. You can get your hands on him and kind of reroute him once you start. And you got to get hands on those guys, especially Marvin Harrison Jr., who I think he's off to a very good start, has a good chemistry with Kyler Murray, but he is, I think, going to have a big time career. He's got, you know, body control. He's got skill, in terms of those skills. He's got ball skills. He's got, he can kind of lull you to sleep because he's every bit of 6'3". He doesn't look like he's moving that fast, but he is. So he's the guy they've certainly got to be aware of. And then I think when you talk, and they'll do a lot of spread stuff. They'll get to the college game and spread it out and go empty. And when they do that, watch out for the tight end, Trey McBride, and what he can do. He's coming back off of the concussion, and he'll be a matchup problem without question, especially if they can get him dialed up on Devondre Campbell out there at outside linebacker.
In the games I've seen this year, and I'm wondering if you've seen the same thing, it seems like they're letting the defensive backs get a little handsier this year, play a little more physical.
Unless your name's Diamador Lenore, I agree with you.
Right.
Good
man,
call.
that was a crap call last week.
Yeah.
But
It
it seems like that might be happening, but doesn't seem to really translate to when the 49ers are defending. But no doubt you got to have tight coverage this week because, again, he can throw from the pocket. He can see his first read and he can rip it. And if it's off and soft, and that's where I think probably the biggest thing is trying to reroute these guys to throw the timing off some of those first reads, and then you can squeeze that pocket around Kyler Murray. He's not the biggest guy, and he doesn't want to get hit. You can see that, and that's why his escapability is so good. But if you've got the pocket squeezed around him and being 5'10", it's like he's throwing out of a well. He can't really see, and he will let it go. And that's when there's opportunities to go get it on defense.
Got it.
Talking to Tim Ryan on the UMA guest line, do it every week. Niners and the Cardinals on Sunday 105 right here on KNBR. You mentioned may have been the best game the D-line played since last Thanksgiving against the Seattle Seahawks up in Seattle. Jordan Elliott, a huge performance. Is what we saw from him repeatable, you think, going forward?
No question. No question. As long as that train stays on the tracks, you're not stopping it. It is a locomotive, and that's what he is at 330 pounds. So, yes, it's repeatable, and I'll say the same with Malik, and you know that Floyd's motor is going to be cooking high RPMs the whole game. So, yeah, I love all those guys working together, and Kevin Givens, obviously a monster game. Bosa should have had 4 sacks, ended with 1, and they got a good left tackle now. Their second-year player that moved from right to left, Paris Johnson, is good, but I think you can't, and I think it works out good with how the 49ers rush plan should probably be this week in terms of that squeeze. Both of these tackles, and Paris Johnson, as good as he is susceptible to power, and we know Bosa's got a lot of power, and same thing for Beachum on the other side.
Talking to Tim Ryan, we do it every single Friday before we get you ready for the Cardinals and the Niners. Is Brock playing better this year than he ever has?
Yes. That's a nice reset, by the way, Tom.
Thank you. I try to mix in one a quarter, and I think I'm good.
When you're playing with 23, how can you go wrong?
That's right. You're absolutely correct.
Yes, he is playing better. He sees it better. He's making quicker decisions. The deep ball is certainly in tune more than it was at the start of last year when he was trying to get the arm figured out with surgery that he had, and then the off-schedule plays, which we've seen from day one for him. So yes, he is playing better and is off to a great start.
Well, it's interesting because I was saying earlier on, Tim, that I know a lot of people, not as many, but there's still a few out there that say, "Well, look at the system he's playing in. Look at all the weapons he has." And I made the argument that he does have the weapons, and yes, he does have Kyle Shanahan, but he helps Kyle as much as Kyle helps him, and he helps those weapons as much as they help him. Like it's not because of him; he is a part of it. It's not he's coming along for the ride. He's driving the car.
And without question, is the key cog in all of it. I mean, I love the old system argument. We've seen several guys since Kyle's been here come through the system, and they can't seem to run it quite like Brock. Why? Because Brock sees it like the head coach sees it. And you imagine Kyle as a play caller, and again, I mean, Jimmy won a lot of games here, but there was times then that Jimmy G wasn't seeing it. And Kyle sees it like the quarterback should see it. So he calls the play, the quarterback doesn't see it. Calls it again, quarterback doesn't see the read. Well, you just check that one off the list because you're not calling that again and it restricts Kyle as a play caller. So the playbook is wide open with Brock. I'm sure they can even call plays that aren't in the game plan. And Brock can see that most of the time. So, yeah, I mean, it makes it easier for everybody when the quarterback can read the coverage, process it on time, and deliver the mail.
Tim, you know, the thing I've noticed with him, and he had a couple of these plays last week, he's so much better, or maybe it's just more apparent and obvious, or it's game situation. He's really good outside of the pocket. He's evaded pressure, and he's been able to direct traffic. He had one down near the goal line where he directed Kittle to sort of step back in from the sideline. He went down to the ground and caught it. It's a big third down catch, and Kittle sort of fell on top of the ball. But I feel like we're seeing more of that not only is he tough to bring down, I can't remember who said it earlier this week, it's like a little bit of Russell Wilson was like. Not that he's going to kill you with his legs. Go ahead.
Right. No, he's extending plays, and obviously he can run for the first down and get past the line to gain, but he's extending plays to separate coverage and, as you said, to direct traffic. And to be able to direct traffic, you got to see the grid with your mind's eye, right? It's not necessarily what your eyes are looking at. It's what he saw post-snap, and he can, in his mind's eye, kind of see without seeing where guys are on the grid and how to find guys open holes. Again, I love the system thing. I mean, I've been hearing now for 4 weeks, and rightly so, how great Sam Darnold is playing in Minnesota. And he is. And he's, obviously 11 touchdown passes and what he's able to do. Well, is that the system or is it Sam? Obviously it's Sam. And they ran a lot of guys through that system last year that weren't able to achieve what he's achieved. So, it's never about the system. It's never about the plays. It's always about the player.
We know he's questionable now, just one more here. Fred Warner and George Kittle both questionable, but is Fred Warner against Kyler Murray the most important player on the field?
Fred's the most important player on the field for the defense every week just because of what he does. And again, credit to Aiden Hutchinson for NFC Defensive Player of the Month with his 6 sacks. But when you watch Fred, and Coach, you know this, and Tommy, you know it too with the All-23. When you watch
Damn
Fred,
straight.
When you watch Fred, he is, yes, you can look at his numbers and the forced fumble and the 2 interceptions, the 3 or 4 forced fumbles, all the tackles. But I love watching him on plays when he's not the guy making the tackle. What he takes away from offenses through the course of a play is remarkable, and the way that he'll bait quarterbacks. And I mean, he's taking routes away and taking concepts away. Why? Because he knows they're coming, because of his football intelligence and his anticipation. And when you can do that as a player and take a couple things off the board early in the progression for the quarterback, you're making it hard on him, and you're making it easy for the other 6 or 7 guys that are in coverage.
49ers and the Cardinals on Sunday at 1:05. Pregame starts at 9 a.m. right here on KNBR, and Tim Ryan will be on the call. Tim, have a good call this week. We'll talk to you next time.
All right, appreciate you guys, and I'm going to tell you like Kyle tells the guys, you start hydrating now. Sunday's too late. Tommy, start hydrating.
I absolutely am. Is it okay if I do it with beer?
It's all water, man.
Water and hops, Tim. That's the way it goes. We'll talk to you next week.
Thanks, Tim.
See you, bro.
All right, guys. Enjoy.
Good stuff from Tim Ryan. You missed any of that, all available KNBR.com and the KNBR app. We are live from Almanac Brewing out here in Alameda. Come on by. Plenty of beer. There's food going on. We got a truck here. I know there's a pizza oven out in front.
I'd forgotten. I didn't put 2 and 2 together. But Scolari's is here. And did you get a burger?
I did.
Oh, their burgers are incredible. Scolari's burgers are incredible. In fact, that's what we're having tonight. We're going to grab a couple of burgers, taking them home to Haley. We get Scolari's all the time.
You gonna grab them here?
Yeah, right there. I'd forgotten. Right there. I'd forgotten.
Right here. This truck.
Right there.
Right here.
That truck. I'd forgotten Scolari's is out here at Almanac. Usually I would have went by the brick and mortar place, pick it up. But boom! You kidding me? Beer.
Maybe
burger?
they'll give you a ride home with them too.
Let's go.
You
Get home, watch that All-23. We're good to go.
Come on over, too. We got our guy Austin here. We're giving away a Christian McCaffrey jersey. Come on in for the drawing. Sign up. You can win yourself a Road Whites Christian McCaffrey jersey. Do not have to be present to win. How about that? You can come drop it off. Go have yourself a beer and maybe win yourself a jersey. Tolbert and Cobes from Almanac. When we come on back, we got more to get into in terms of the games this weekend. Our tips and picks. We got Dennis Renahan's pick for the Cardinals and the Niners. And Tom's favorite bet of the weekend is coming your way next, only here on the Sports Leader. KNBR is going back to Hawaii, and you have a chance to win 2 round-trip tickets and 5 nights at the Westin Hapuna Beach on the Big Island. The contest runs for 2 weeks starting this Monday. Once the contest starts, we'll qualify people 3 times a day. There will be 10 grand prize trips awarded and announced on October 21st. Tune in all next week for the details right here on KNBR, the Sports Leader.
Time to make those weekend wagers. Who you want to bet your Benjamins on? We got you covered with tips and picks. Sponsored by Twin Pine Casino and Hotel. Now here's Tolbert and Copes on KNBR.
How about that? Is that a ska song?
Is it?
It's about damn time. That's what
Is
I'd
it?
say.
Doing it.
What did it take you today, Tim? Only about an hour? Hour 15?
He hasn't-
That's
he hasn't
just
played
a bald-faced lie.
Nah, he's been. You know what? I'd love to agree with you, but he's been playing
You
it.
lie to me when I'm looking you in
Yeah.
your eye in the studio. If you want to lie to me,
I'm lying right now.
Lying down.
It's over in Copes. We are live from Almanac in Alameda. It's Scolari's truck here. Come get yourself a burger, get yourself a
Yeah.
beer. Weather is beautiful. We're hanging out, talking some football. We are going to be joined a little later by Larry Kruger at 3:50. Marcus Thompson, who is from Hawaii, maybe the only guy who's got it better than us right now, sitting in Hawaii. Well, and John Dickinson.
Who, you,
of course. Who's got it better than us? Marcus Thompson from
Yeah,
Hawaii at
no
4:50. Shanahan, we talked to him yesterday. We'll get you that at 5:15. And Harmony with her double banger at 5:30. All right, let's get into some of the tips and picks for today. So I do want to get your top bet or your top line of the weekend, whatever it is that you're looking at.
Yep.
But you spoke to Dennis Ranahan earlier, Quackside Sports, picksfootball.com. You can hear the podcast up on the website. His big play this week, or his pick, was on Cincinnati-Baltimore.
He liked that game, so we'll let you listen to that.
AFC North tilt.
Yep,
We'll check this out.
and that's one I like too. I like the side he likes, and you'll find out about that if you hang in there just for a second. I'll give you one college, one pro. The college game that I like is the Washington Huskies, and the line actually went against me. I got Washington -2. It's now down to 1.5. I was like, dummy, could have waited. Got a better line. I just don't know why. I guess I know why. Because if you go to +3, everybody's going to be on Michigan. But Michigan, and you heard Dr. Bob talk about it earlier on, this is like a 1950s offense. Alex Orji's running the helm now. And running the show at the helm. I can get my metaphors mixed up. But they don't throw. They run, run, run. That's all they do. And they play defense. So why do I like Washington? Last week they lost to Rutgers by 3. Outgained them by like 250 yards. There was a weird penalty in that game. They blocked a field goal, and a freshman for Washington ran on the field to celebrate. Illegal substitution.
Oh.
First down, next play, Rutgers, touchdown. So that was
where does that kid play now?
That's a great
Where's
question.
that friend? Where'd he transfer?
That is a great question. Maybe I'll see. I'll look for him on the sidelines up in Seattle. But they outgained Rutgers by a mile. They actually outgained Washington State, but lost that game to Washington State by 5 points. Michigan last week only ran for like 3.8 yards per carry against Minnesota. They dominated USC, and they dominated Arkansas State on the ground. So they didn't have to throw much. Well, last week they got out to a big lead, and Minnesota kind of reeled them in and ended up losing. I think it was 27-23. So I don't know about that offense. I don't know about that offense on the road. I think Washington's a little undervalued right now, and they kind of pushed me over the top. It's Michigan's first road game of the year. They have not been out of Ann Arbor all year. So not only are they going to be out of Ann Arbor, they're traveling all the way to the West Coast, to Seattle, to take on the Washington Huskies. I'm going to take the Washington Huskies. I like it. Obviously, I like it at 1.5, because I got it at 2. I still like it at 2. Anything under 3, I'm a fan of. As far as the NFL,
What time is that game, by the way?
That's a night game. That's like a 4:30 game.
Yeah, it's a
We got some really good games
It's
late.
a 4:30, right?
Yeah, we got that. We got Cal Miami. We got well, for me, I'm saying we got some great games late. Like Arizona T-Tech's a great game for
Tom's
everybody.
hyped, yeah.
I'm
He's like, we had
this
some
is
good ones.
incredible.
His rooting interest.
People are like, yeah, please. What are you talking about? As far as the NFL, you're gonna hear Dennis in a minute. I do like the game that he came up with. I like the Steelers. I like the Steelers laying less than a field goal against the Cowboys. I'm just look, even though the Cowboys won last week against the Giants, I didn't think they looked great doing it. I really didn't.
The Giants looked like the better team that whole game.
Giants were up and down
Just
the
couldn't
field.
score, yeah.
Couldn't score. Went for it on fourth. Just settled for field goals. I was not impressed.
Neighbors had a big game.
Yeah, and he's out.
He's out.
He's out.
Wan'Dale Robinson.
So if you like the Seahawks, I wouldn't hate you either. But I'm just going to go with Pittsburgh. They lost last week 27-24 to the Colts, but that game looked like it was going to be a runaway, and Pittsburgh reeled them in. So I just like their defense against the Dallas offense. Dallas can't outrun the ball. And if you get a pass consistently against TJ Watt in that front, good luck with that. I said the Steelers get up early.
Steelers D-line's crazy.
Really good. And Fields is able to be conservative with the ball.
Cowboys can't run the ball at all.
Nope, at all. So I'm gonna take the Steelers in my favorite 1978 helmet game of the weekend. For me, this is like almost nirvana. It's like, oh, I'm going back to when I was 15 years old. Cowboys, Steelers. I want to say it was the game that they gave you the two helmets in that electric football game that you turned on, and you just hit like a button and went, and everybody went sideways and backwards and everything. Like, I don't even know how you throw in that game. But they gave you the Steelers and the Cowboys. Give me the Steelers.
My favorite 78 helmet game is the Jets and the Vikings. That's where I'm going.
Jets and Vikings.
Jets and Vikings from London. Now, I'm not feeling as good about. I told you, I felt like it feels like a game that the Vikings should win. They opened, I think, as a minus 125 or 130 money line.
Yep.
I got them at 140. It's now in my book. I'm back down to 135, and I'm like, why? I mean, it's a London game. Just feels weird. It's a weird line. It's kind of why we were both liking the Browns, because the line was weird. I don't even like the Browns. I just like that.
Yeah.
The line seems fishy. Now I feel like this line's fishy. I feel like I'm on the wrong side of this now.
Let me give you a little stat that I think you'll enjoy. Favorites do very, very well overseas.
That's not a stat. Give me the numbers.
34-10.
Yeah, let's go.
34-10.
I'm not going to be in that 11. I mean 10.
Yep. So I'm with you. I would go with the Vikings.
Yeah.
I think the Vikings. I think they got a lot more going for them than the Jets. The Jets just seem a little. I mean, they just lost to Denver at home. Now
they're disjointed.
I do hate taking teams that look like, or going against teams that look like crap the following week, which would be going with the Jets, going with the Cardinals, and there's a couple other teams out there. But I can't go just based on that.
Got to take the Pats.
Yeah, I can't do it. So I'm with you. I might be on the Vikings. So if you lose, I might lose as well.
All right.
Because
Would you lay the 2.5?
Yeah.
Yeah, I think I might jump on that also.
I would. They're just a better team.
And you won't even have to get up to watch it. I know you won't.
Not a chance I'm getting up to it. And I won't tape it either.
I'll be up.
Not a chance. You will definitely be up. You'll be up getting ready for your
halfway to Levi's, dude.
You'll be up getting ready for your pregame.
I'll probably be on pregame by the
for
time
your
this game kicks
12-hour
off.
day.
6:30 listen to pregame.
You'll still be living off the euphoria of your Vatek Stanford pregame.
Ooh. That one starts tomorrow, 9:30 a.m. tomorrow. Me and Tim. You ready, Timmy?
It's going to be a little warm down there.
Yeah, it's gonna be warm. Dude, at least we get out of there fairly early. It's not going to be like the Niners. Dude, that's going to be brutal. By the way, Tips and Picks sponsored by Twin Pine Casino and Hotel. Celebrate Twin Pine Casino and Hotel's 30th anniversary all year long in Lake County, California, where every visit is a winning experience. Dennis Shanahan, Quackside Sports, PicksFootball.com. His game of the week is Baltimore and Cincinnati. That is a 10 a.m. game on CBS on Sunday morning. Right now, Baltimore is laying the 2. What does Dennis Shanahan think?
Well, this is interesting. I know that one of my clients who I'm close to, he said, when you and Kevin agree, you always win, right? I said, not so much. The truth of the matter is we are better on the games that only one of us see and the other one disagrees with, because the way we do things, Kevin has such incredible information on talent, and so he's matching up this matchup, that matchup, and he's got his even flow chart that gives him when a team's ready to fire. So he knows how to win. And so on my situation, as you know me, I'll take the mouse in the horse race if it's motivated. And so I'm just looking for motivation. And sometimes we get to a game like Cincinnati-Baltimore where Kevin just can't turn his back on his numbers. Baltimore is too good to bet against. And I'm saying, no, that's the best play of the week. You don't know where top picks come from, Kev. This is top pick of the week stuff. If you look and say, oh, yeah, the best game the Bengals played was against the Chiefs. Why? It's the only game they were challenged in. The other 3 games were against New England and Carolina and another patsy. I mean, the only game they played well in was when they were challenged, and they were on the road against Kansas City. Now they're at home. Last week, Baltimore was still looking down the gun barrel of not going 1-3 and falling into a minuscule chance of going to the postseason. Whereas the win, 2-2, now they're back in the thick of the race. That's what Cincinnati is facing this week. And so the fact that they were able to beat Carolina with this game next on the schedule was just the beginning of a look at their talent. But this week, this is the best spot of the week. We just love Cincinnati in this spot.
Do you agree with Dennis there, Tom?
I do. I've already taken Cincinnati. I wish I would have gotten the 3, but I took the 2.5. I agree with him. I just think it's a really good spot, and I said I like going with teams that lay a crap bomb the week before. I like going against teams that look incredible, especially in standalone games. And Baltimore could not have looked any better against Buffalo. Could not. I dominated that game. I dominated from post to post, wire to wire, however you want to say it. Just don't say David. They dominated that game. So, yeah, I think Cincinnati's coming around. I know it was Carolina last week, but they look like Cincinnati. Burrow was flinging the ball around. Chase was really good last week. So, yeah, I do. I like that. I would love 3, obviously. I mean, who wouldn't? But 2.5, I feel good. I feel good with it.
I think it's dropping, too. I've got it at 2 right here on my book. So
do you?
It may be coming down. Which would be people are taking
Cincinnati.
Taking Cincinnati.
Yep, exactly.
Tolbert and Copes with you on a Friday afternoon. Our 49ers tailgate, all football, all day long here continues. We will check in, though, with Marcus Thompson from Hawaii at 4:50. He's out there for training camp. We can get a Niner thought from him as well. Larry Krueger at 3:50. Kyle Shanahan from when we spoke to him yesterday at 5:15. Harmony at 5:30. We are giving away, by the way, if you're coming out to Almanac to have a beer and say what's up to us, listen to the show, have a burger. You can win yourself a Christian McCaffrey Road jersey. We are doing a drawing. You can come in, sign up, throw your name in the hat, and you do not have to be present to win. When we come on back, let's get into some of the college football slate from this weekend. You mentioned Stanford opening their ACC schedule down at Stanford Stadium, and Cal hosts game day. By the way, those 2 teams that just played on Friday night, Miami, Va-Tech, both come to the Bay Area this weekend. We'll talk about it next on the Sports Leader.
Now back to our 49ers tailgate, where Tolbert and Copes feed the faithful. This is your proud home of 49ers football for the last 20 seasons. KNBR, the sports leader.
It's a Ska Friday, it's a 49er Tailgate Friday, and it's a Friday where we're out at Almanac Brewing in Alameda. Come on by, say what's up. Good crowd out here, people hanging out. They're setting up more food over here. I don't know if they're getting a grill going or something back here. They got a pizza oven here. They got a Scolari's burger truck here. We got an opportunity to win a Christian McCaffrey jersey. And we got a college football slate tomorrow as college football returns to the Bay Area in an area and a region where college football is not beloved like it is in other parts of the country.
Yeah.
We just have so many other things here, and it's just not... It's not the staple of what is a Bay Area sports, the Bay Area sports landscape. How cool is it that College Game Day is coming?
It's pretty cool.
And for the first time, I mean, that would tell you what the landscape means, and it's the first time they've ever come.
The signs that they're going to get tomorrow are probably unlike any of the signs they've gotten down south or in the Midwest. It's going to be, I don't know what it's going to be, but it's going to be, I would like to say I'm going to watch, but I'm not getting up that early for game day.
I don't usually watch.
It's just not going to happen.
It's not.
I might record it though, just to see what Berkeley has up their sleeve. I'm sure they'll have something. It'll be interesting to see what kind of crowd they get there, because the game's not. When's game day? Like at 9?
Dude, the game's at 7 p.m. or something.
So you got like 10 hours until game time. So I don't know. I mean, maybe because it's the first time, possibly the only time they will be here. Maybe the students will show out and they will be over there. Maybe Silver will be jumping up and down in the background with a sign. I have no idea. Silver ain't going.
No, he and Murph were getting into it on Twitter earlier because Silver was like, I don't care. I care about the actual game itself. Go Bears and go Berkeley all the time.
Go Bears.
He's like, I care, Murph. You're used to that guy. I know you think it's cool, the algorithm, but I'm just going to go watch the game itself. Go Bears.
But we'll see. We'll see what kind of signs they have. They'll see what kind of attendance they have. But
I think it's going to be wild.
It's definitely going to be a fun game to watch. I mean, in one weekend, games you can go to, we have 2 ACC games in the Bay Area. We got Fontac and Miami.
Is anybody God. 808 KNBR, is anybody out there is anybody going to hit Stanford tomorrow at 12:30 at Stanford Stadium and make the trek up to see Cal Miami? I got to know if anybody's doing that.
Somebody's got to be doing that, don't they? College football fan? There's going to be 8 of them here in the Bay Area, I would think.
I've done that with baseball.
Someone's going to do that.
It's got to be like 8 of you guys. One of you guys got to be doing that.
I mean, there's many more baseball fans than there are college football fans.
It's different,
here.
too. Bart jumping over from Oracle Park to the Coliseum was a piece of cake.
Yeah.
Now if you want to do, you got to jump on 80, right, Derek? You got to get your way up to Sac. Sorry, bro. Come on, I gave it a week. Huh?
Oh, man.
Too soon. For a week.
Too soon.
Yeah, it's going to be cool. I think Derek was the one who mentioned yesterday how wild will it be to see Marshawn hammered at 8 a.m. on a bottle of Hennessy.
It's going to be incredible.
Live on TV.
That dude's going to be ripping Henny. There's no doubt about it. He might bring it with him. They got to let him roll up there in a golf cart, don't they? Okay.
Yeah.
I figured they would. I mean, that just makes too much sense.
They did the golf cart bobblehead giveaway.
And they got to sit him next to Saban, don't they? They got to sit him now next to Saban.
Between Corso and Saban would be all time.
I can't wait until Marshawn sits next to Saban and he goes, "What up, boss man?"
Hey, what did Draymond call Scott Ostler? Was he a player?
Player.
Yeah, what's up, player?
Player. First time he's ever been called player.
I feel like Saban maybe has been called player before.
Oh my God, he might have.
Maybe more often than Ostler.
Might have.
That'd be my guess. Other games on the college football slate. You mentioned Michigan and Washington as your game to watch.
Yep.
What else do you like on the slate this weekend for college?
Well, the games I have recorded. I usually record my games on a Thursday evening. So I kind of go down the list and say, okay, what do I want to watch this weekend? It doesn't mean I'm going to watch the entire games. It's just what I want to watch this weekend. So I want to check out a little bit of Mizzou and Texas A&M. I may not stick with that one. That could be brutal. So I may be there, may not. Iowa, Ohio State. I mean, we all know Iowa can play D, so I want to see how for real this Ohio State defense is. I'm pretty sure it is. You want to talk about a quarterback that's just delivering the mail. That's Will Howard. I mean, he did it at Kansas State. Now that's all he has to do. I mean, Henderson and Judkins are definitely the top 2 tandem in college football as far as running backs go. Those guys are insane. And then it's Ohio State. So you know they have wide receivers. Iowa's played better offensively this year. They're moving the ball. They're scoring a little bit this year. Can they keep up? Can they make it interesting?
I don't believe them.
Yeah, I mean, maybe
they were
not.
so boring for like 3 years.
Oh, they're
didn't do
brutal.
anything for the last
They're
3
absolutely brutal. So I got that one recorded. I'm gonna check out that one. Maybe a little of West Vaugh, Oklahoma State, and the only reason I'm doing that is because I bet West Vaugh.
I was going to say, there's no reason to watch that game.
There's no reason except for
action. Except for
I
my
wagered
money.
on it.
Except
So
for you.
that's the only reason. Clemson, Florida State, not a chance. Although DJU benched, he's no longer the starting quarterback for the Seminoles. They'd had enough. It's like, bro, okay, look, we tried.
Now you've had enough.
We really did give you maybe more than, but now it's over. I mean, Cal lost to him last week, 14-9. In an epic offensive
explosive
struggle.
Yeah.
They got outgained by 130 yards by Cal. It was like 410 to 280. He was bad. They were bad. Bro, should have just stayed at Oregon State. ACC is not treating you well. USC, Minnesota, I might dip into a little bit. But really, I like the night games. I like Michigan, Washington. I'll probably watch Tennessee, Arkansas a little bit. And then Miami, Cal, and Texas Tech, Arizona. And that's not a big game, but it is for me because I like the Cats. But it's not a huge weekend. Next weekend, we get the double Rose Bowl banger. Ohio State, Oregon.
Harmony's all over it.
Ohio State, Oregon. Penn State, USC.
That's going to be a blast. That'll be a fun weekend.
That's an incredible weekend. I don't know that it has much else. There may be one other game, but those two alone. Oh, that's right.
The Red River
That's
Shootout
right.
next week, too?
That's right. The Red River Shootout.
Do you guys still call it that? Or
No,
did
but
they
we
get
do.
that?
No.
Did they
Well,
get the Red River? It's a Red
yeah.
River Showdown now, right? That's
Well, you
what they
can't call it the Civil War. I do. Exactly.
I don't know why you can't call it the Civil. That one gets me so much. I'm like, we're not implying anything.
Yeah.
That's what the definition of the word would be.
Woke gone wrong.
Oh man.
You can't even call it the Crapple Bowl, the Crapple Cup anymore. The Washington State.
The Apple Cup?
You got to call it the Apple Cup now. You can't even call it the Crapple
okay,
Cup.
nice. Nicely done.
Anyway, let's move on. Okay, I deserved it. I absolutely deserved it. I'm willing to own that.
I'll tell you
horrible.
this. I'll tell you this. In diving into Stanford and having seen Virginia Tech play last week,
Yep.
which, by the way, they were like 17.5, 18-point dogs in that game and
Yes.
lost by 4.
Yep.
Was that right? 39 or 38, 34?
Yep.
First of all, they run for like over 200 yards a game on the season. Does Virginia Tech? You know, Stanford is 35th in the nation in yards per attempt against. Like, they lock down the run. They're second best in the ACC. Cal's the best in the ACC. It's like 3.2 yards against. They go 3.5 yards per attempt against. Stanford's kind of becoming, and they have one senior on offense. Got a young quarterback, a couple of young receivers. Minor's been good, but their problem right now is their passing game. They run the ball well, and they stop the run. I actually like the under in this game, 49.5. I think it's going to go lower than that. Vontae can score, but I think Stanford's going to stop the run. It's going to be the best run defense they've seen this year.
Yeah, I'll go the other game. Cal getting 10.5. I liked it at 13. I thought about taking it, and then I said, well, let's see if it goes to 14.
And it went down.
And then it went down. I was like, oh, it's at 12. Let me see if it goes back up. Then at 11, I was like, oh, that sucks. Then it was 10.5. I was like, all right, screw it. I'm just watching this game. Here's the reasons I wanted to take Cal. They can throw the ball. Their defense is solid. Now, the problem with the throwing game is they've given up 13 sacks over the last 2 games. That was worrisome, giving up 13 sacks. Ott was back last week. He's very good. I think he averaged over 4.5 yards a carry last week.
Dude.
So
That guy's so fast.
he's really fast, really good. So the offense, I think, will be able to move the ball a little bit on Miami. And they're not great against the run. They can get to the quarterback. They're decent. They are pretty good against the run. Decent in the secondary. And Wilcox is fantastic as a dog. I don't know. I think he's like. I think Dr. Bob talked about this. 22-10 as a dog over 4 points at Cal. Like, he's good. Like, they're not great favorites, but they're really good as a dog. Here's what I wonder: did Miami get their bad game out of the week last week, or bad game of the year out of the way last week? Like, is Cam Ward going to be better this week? Are they going to get to the quarterback? So I'm not there. If I take it, I'll take Cal. And that's a long, long, long road trip all the way across the country after a game that, boy, came right down. Couldn't come more down to the wire than the Vautech win. So I'd still like to jump Cal. I don't know if I will. Maybe I'll trust in Wilcox. Take the points and just hold on.
So what are they now? Are they down to 10.5?
10.5, I think. I haven't seen a couple 10s out there. 13s, unfortunately, long gone.
Long gone is
long
the 13.
gone. I should have taken it. I should have just said, "Oh, let's get 13." Nah, let's see if it goes up. No, it didn't. Nah, that sucks.
I'm seeing 10.5 most places. Just to elaborate on that stat again, here it is from earlier today. Justin Wilcox took over at Cal in 2017 against the spread as an underdog outright, 28-18-1. Okay? At home, 12-5-1 as an underdog against the spread.
Same.
See,
yeah, they're good. Well, how many times did they play a really good Oregon team? Beat them or play them really close?
Yeah.
I mean, it depends on how the day goes. Maybe one of those that I shouldn't do this. I should just put my bets in Saturday morning and leave them be. But if I'm having a good day, I might just roll
it over.
Roll a little bit over. Roll another unit over on Cal. So we'll see how it goes.
Tolbert and Copes with you from Almanac Brewing here in Alameda. Come on by, say what's up, have a beer. Starting to fill up. People getting off work, cooling down a little bit, but still pretty hot.
Is it?
No, I think it's just the fan. I think you moved and I felt the fan.
Feels good.
I was like, yeah, it's cooling off.
Yeah.
No, it's not. Tolbert and Copes with you. We're out here at Almanac. Come by and say what's up. We are going to catch up with Larry Krueger here in just a few minutes. We'll get his thoughts on this Niner game this weekend. I saw Duty put out a tweet this morning. Larry's just been wall-to-wall Niner coverage since he got up this morning. It was like a tweet like anything. He's like, a Friday afternoon? He's got tons of stuff lined up.
No room for Birdsong?
No, I don't think now's not his Birdsong time. He needs to. It's like a breakup. He's got to actually
like a bye week, Niner bye week.
Absence makes the heart grow fonder. He's just waiting to get away from Birdsong for a bit, so that he can clamor for him a little bit more when we get into the thralls of December or whatever it is.
Just a stream of milk.
Larry Krueger, he hosts Niners Nightly every night on KNBR and on the YouTube and Twitch channels. You can check him out 6 to 7. We'll catch up with him next. Plus, still to come a sound soiree, a preview of the Niners and the Cardinals, Marcus Thompson, and Harmony's double banger. Krueger next on the Sports Leader.
Blair.
Both George Kittle and Fred Warner worked out prior to practice today and are listed as questionable for Sunday's game against Arizona. For all your 49er news, keep it locked on your home of 49er football for the last 20 seasons. KNBR, the sports leader.
Now back to Tom Tolbert and Adam Copeland. Tolbert and Copes. Download the KNBR app and listen anywhere, anytime. We are KNBR 104.5 and 680, the sports leader.
On a Friday afternoon. Always feels good when the sun's out and the Horns are playing for a Ska Friday. Niner tailgate rolls on here from Almanac Brewing in Alameda. Beautiful weather. Late time summer here in San Francisco. It's going to be a hot, hot day down at Levi Stadium on Sunday for going out. Prepare. It's going to be like 98, they say, or right around that at kickoff. We spoke to Kyle Shanahan yesterday. We'll get that to you at 5:15 this evening, as well as a catch-up with Marcus Thompson from Hawaii on the Warriors training camp, and Larry Krueger will join us momentarily here. But the news today on the health of the 49ers, George Kittle still dealing with the rib. He's questionable for Sunday, as is Fred Warner. Both were, I guess you'd say, limited practice participants today. They were out there kind of working out, getting some physical stuff in, but we're not a part, I don't believe, of team drills. So, in general, I feel pretty good about this game. Obviously, don't feel as good. We've talked about it all week if Fred Warner isn't out there. But the way the D-line played last week, I mean, again, that's why I've been asking everybody, is it repeatable what Jordan Elliott did? It wasn't a different scheme thing, and obviously New England is a really bad team. I mean, they really struggle at throwing the ball. Kyler's a completely different beast, but if you don't create that pressure that they did last week, you have a much more difficult time of trying to stop that offense, especially with that run game. James Connors is a beast.
Are him and Hufanga going to exchange pleasantries again? Remember last year at the end of the game?
No, who was that?
Don't you remember?
And Kyler?
Connor. James Conner, at the end of the game. Connor, I don't know what happened, but Connor was not pleased. Not pleased at all. So I'd like to find out. I'd like to find out, John.
Well, I just looked up Hufanga, James Conner, and the top thing is a YouTube video from last year from David Lombardi titled Talanoa Hufanga James Conner beef with a question mark, and it's an interview with Kittle, and it says Kittle says yes.
I have no idea what happened. It really wasn't explored, but I'm sure if Hufanga's out there, look, he'll be in the box, and they'll be able to reacquaint themselves with one another. Yeah, I don't know. I was going to say I don't know how much it take defensively from a game against the Patriots. And the Patriots are brutal offensively. I mean, maybe the worst offensive team in the league now that Andy Dalton, the Red Rifle, has taken over for the Panthers. So I don't know what to take from that.
Is their run game better than the Cowboys? I was thinking about that too.
The Patriots? It might be.
There's some really bad
Patriots run
games.
It's terrible.
The Patriots is bad. The Cowboys is awful. I mean, I can't believe they went into a season believing they were contenders with that backfield. They can't run the ball. Rico Dowdle and the ghost of Zeke Elliott, the corpse of Zeke Elliott. And then, Antonio Gibson, I think they say, is going to be the starter now, or at least they're going to give him a nod. He's just got burner speed. They'll mix it up. He and Ramondre. Last week, he was the more effective runner and has been the last couple of weeks. The other one that's bad is Derek's Raiders. That one's atrocious.
Got better last week.
Got better last week, says Derek. Zamir White and Alex Madison.
Well, he's out.
Zamir White's out this week now, so he got better last week. They take an injury.
Did you see Devante Adams tweet today?
What did Devante tweeted just a photo.
Oh, not the Edgar Allan Poe thing.
Yeah, it was just a photo of Edgar Allan Poe. What was that?
The Ravens? I don't know.
Both are Raven.
Who knows what it means?
Never
who knows what he means? It's so wild now. Guys, let me just tweet this out there. Let me say this on social media. Let me do this.
Is he trying to go to the Ravens? Was that his
Who knows what he's trying to do?
I hope so. That's so funny.
Who knows what he's trying to do? Here's my guess.
Such a dumb thing.
Here's my guess. What may be happening? He wants to get to the Jets. He wants to play with Aaron. But there may not be other teams out there that are thinking, I want to get involved in the Devante Adams sweepstakes and be used as a stooge, just so they can get more from the Jets. So other teams are like, well, we don't want to go in on this. We may not want him, but the ones that do are probably thinking, well, for our price, we want to get him. The Raiders got to be thinking, well, the Jets want him. He wants to go to the Jets. That's where we want to make the trade. But we need to drum up some more business so we can get a better offer from the Jets. Because I can't imagine they're going to get anything more than a third or a fourth. I was thinking fourth. Maybe they get a third. Last year of his contract, they were talking about the Raiders maybe having to pitch in some money to get a better draft, get better draft compensation. But I have no idea what's going on there. The only thing I feel strongly about is if Devante Adams is traded next Tuesday. He'll play next Sunday.
Absolutely, without
He will
question.
play next Sunday. I think the hamstring is just like, bro, we don't want to see you around here anymore. You're not helping the cause. You don't want to be here. Now we don't want you to be here. We'll just give you the hammy and just go away, and we'll try to figure this whole thing out.
Well, he dropped that ball like right in front of J.C. Horn when they were playing the Panthers, and then that's when Antonio Pierce says afterwards players are making business decisions, and he's talking about his hamstring being hurt, and they kept asking him if he was in the building. He's supposed to be rehabbing. Have you talked to him since then? I'm going to keep that between me and Devante. We have made the connection with our guy Larry Krueger. You see him and hear him on Niners Nightly every night, Monday to Friday, 6 to 7, right here on KNBR. And you'll hear him and see him tomorrow on our pregame coverage on Sunday. Niners and the Cardinals 105 pregame at 9 a.m. right here on the Sports Leader. And, of course, the Krug Show, which has been going on all day by the looks of your Twitter account, Larry. What's going on, bro? How are you?
Hey, what's going on, fellas? How you guys doing?
Pretty good. Tell us about what the status of Kittle and Fred Warner are based on what you saw today at practice.
Well, they both practiced today. They didn't practice yesterday. They did practice today. They're both listed as questionable. And then it's just a matter of, the Niners play in 4 more days. So do they hold one of them out or both of them out? Do they play them? It's going to be very interesting to see how Shanahan kind of plays his hand of cards here because he very easily could hold them out again, and save them for Seattle.
Copes and I have been throwing this back and forth. We both think that if you're going to have one of them, Warner's the one to have because of Kyler Murray, his speed. You got to have somebody in the middle of the field to match up with him. And he's had a hell of a season. You got other weapons. You love Kittle, but you have Debo, you have Ayuk, you have Mason, Purdy. Is Warner the guy? Like, if one of them plays, you'd like to see Warner out there?
Yeah, definitely, Tom. I would say it's really more because it's early in the year, and Fred's replacement's probably Tatum Bethune, a 7th-round rookie, where Kittle's replacement is Eric Saubert, who's a veteran tight end who, knows the system and probably could fill in a little bit more capably. So I do agree.
I'm going to go with that from now on. Like, who would you rather see if somebody were to play out of the two? And if I don't know a backup, I'll just go, I want that guy to play because I don't know the backup.
Yeah, if you don't know the backup,
I have no idea who that guy is. I really need him to play. What's the key to this game for you?
Well, I mean, the Cardinals are an interesting team because they just got destroyed by Washington, and they gave up a ton of rush yards, and they gave up like 5-8 a carry. So, I mean, I think this is a big Jordan Mason game. I think this is a shorten the game. I think this is a quick game. I think if Shanahan had his druthers, I think he would run it a ton and have Arizona run it a ton and have the game be over very quick.
What makes you say that?
So stopping the run. Stopping the run is the key.
Okay, well, I asked you earlier in the week that Jordan Elliott, how key you see in stopping the run, and I've asked almost everybody this week, how repeatable is that performance? I'm not talking so much about the numbers they put up, but being able to stuff a team that's primary focus is to run the football like New England's was last week.
Well, and this team runs it better. They got a better runner. They got a better line. Connor's a big back, and there's no question he's super physical, and you better stop the run. I mean, it's this team ran all over the 49ers last year in one of the games, and that just can't happen. So, I mean, Mason, I do expect Mason to have a big performance. The interesting thing about Mason, though, guys, is that there's no backup there. I mean, it's not like they have a suitable RB2. They've been using Garendo, but Garendo's so raw and it's really obvious. And then they've been using they haven't used Patrick Taylor yet, even for a single carry. And then probably the guy who they would go to if Mason was hurt is Keyshawn Vaughn. And he's on the practice squad, so he's kind of, they're not going to call him up in the middle of the game. So I think Keyshawn Vaughn is getting closer to seeing the field, but that's a major concern for me. And I agree with some of the people this week that are like, hey, you know what? If you get a lead in this game, you got to get Mason off the field. If you can finish this game in the fourth quarter with a back that's not Mason, I would suggest they do that. He's on pace for 75 more carries than the franchise record.
Let's go. Let's see if he can do it, Krug.
Yeah, something to root for.
How does a Arizona offense change when they have McBride on the field? Who will
He's
be
awesome.
playing, by the way?
Yeah, I mean, he's an awesome talent. I mean, this guy was so good at Colorado State. He's just like, one of these guys that if he played on the Niners, he'd probably be a household name. On Arizona, he's not really that well known. He's just a tremendous receiver, and he's really coming into his own. So, yeah, I mean, he gives them a safety valve, a security blanket, if you want to call it that, for Kyler. I mean, they're quite a bit better when the tight end's healthy. If they don't have him healthy, they do have Elijah Higgins, who played at Stanford as a receiver. He's really athletic in his own right, but they got to have that tight end if they're going to win this game on Arizona's side.
Talking to Larry Kruger on the UMA guest line. What has Marvin Harrison Jr. done for their offense?
I think he's given them a totally polished player. Now he's not getting the kind of separation that you would think, a fourth receiver overall would get. But he's just a very, very polished player for a young player. And I think that's going to be really interesting, too, to see, does Mooney follow him around the field? And there are times where he's been unstoppable. He had 130 yards in the first quarter of the Ram game. So when he gets it rolling, I mean, he's really tough to stop. He's not a run away from you guy, but he's just so big. His ball skills are amazing, and you can be standing right next to him, and he'll just rip the ball right out of your hands. So, I mean, he's a guy that gotta make sure they knock him at the line of scrimmage, and that they really contest all those throws in the red zone.
So I looked at this. I was looking up some stats today, Krug, and this one kind of jumped out at me. The Niners defense is allowing 7 yards per pass attempt, which I think put them at 22nd in the league. They're actually better against the rush than I thought. I think they were 9th against the rush, but against the pass, no bueno. What have you seen when you're watching this? I know you watch the games over and over again. What are you seeing from this secondary that's maybe not quite there? Or is it even the secondary? Is it the front not getting pressure on quarterback, so it's making it harder on the secondary?
It's a little bit of everything. I would say, this last game was really probably the best game for the front. They're a little slow on the backside. I mean, they may have 3 strong safety guys in Mustafa and Afonga and Jair Brown. I'm hoping, Tom, that Mustafa can kind of emerge as a coverage player, and he played 52 snaps last week. And I can't really get a straight answer from anybody down there about, what kind of how they evaluate him as a coverage player. I mean, they're not going to tell you if he struggles, but he looks like a box safety. But I talked to him in the locker room after the game last week. He told me that he's comfortable in coverage. So I think they're a little slow at safety, to be honest. I think Campbell's being picked on a little bit in that intermediate range. He's given up a lot of receptions. And I think the pass rush has been a little inconsistent until this last game.
Let me ask you this. Is there any chance whatsoever they do what they do in basketball sometimes, which is screw position, let's just put the 5 best players on the field? If Campbell's repeatedly getting picked on, any chance at all that Mustafa could play linebacker and just just have a whole bunch of DBs out on the field? I mean, could he stand up in the box as a linebacker? Could he get in there and physically do it, or no?
No, he definitely could. He definitely could. I think if they do go to a 3 safety alignment when Hufanga gets right, it will be Hufanga that would be that extra linebacker.
Okay.
Because he's so good up on the line of scrimmage. He reads it he's just Huff watches film like a coach, right? So he has great anticipation, and you guys have seen it in the past. He'll time up some of those handoffs and just attack that mesh point with conviction. There's no hesitation in his game, so I think he's the guy that they would feel comfortable putting in the box and using as an extra run defender. And I think it's a good point, Tom. I think you started to hear that around the facility this week, that as the injuries mount, you may see some creative lineups. You may see a 3 safety look. you may see smaller players being asked to play linebacker, for a series here and there if they like the matchup. So I think Sorensen is open-minded, and I think he's going to need to be because they're pretty banged up.
Yeah.
We were talking about Brock earlier and his passing numbers, and Tom's already posed the question today about whether or not this is the best Brock has ever played. We were looking, though, because they're last in the league in yak yards. Is that the number?
Yes.
Tom? Last in yak yards. Brock is number 1 in air yards by a mile. When it comes to air yards on the season, 833 for Brock. Geno Smith is next with 672. He's averaging 2.5 more yards per attempt through the air than anybody else in football. Just your thoughts on his ability to throw the long ball relative to last year when he was recovering from the injury.
Well, I mean, there's plenty of juice on the as far as the arm strength. He's shown a little bit more arm strength. I think his just body strength looks a little better this year. But it's funny. This is who the guy is. It's like people said, "Oh, this is a check down king," and it's like, no, that's the typical judge the book by the cover. In reality, his average depth of target, guys, has gone from 7 yards his rookie year to 8.6 last year to 11 this year, which is third best in the NFL. And his average depth of target against New England was 15 yards. It was the highest of his career. So, there's the Niner receivers are not getting tremendous separation, so it does put an onus on him to be accurate. But he is very accurate down the field, and man, he attacked downfield. I thought the biggest play of the game in the Patriot game was the ball that he hit Debo on that bomb, because they had just, Garendo had the fumble. They had just scored the touchdown to Hooper. The momentum felt like it had changed. And then Brock, first play, up top to Debo and hit him in stride. And that's the other thing. You guys caught the live mic. I mean, he goes to Debo as they're back in the huddle. Hey, man, if I lead you, that's a touchdown. So a lot of quarterbacks would be patting themselves on the back. Look at me. I just completed a 50-yard bomb. This guy's always thinking, what didn't I do? What more can I do?
Is this game going to come down to just making Kyler make mistakes? I know you've got to contain him. Is he the guy you want to make beat you?
Yeah, I think the big question here, Copes, is how much is Sorensen going to blitz him? Because, the Niners have gone from 9% to 12% to 20% to 33% blitz without Hargrave last week against New England. And if you look at the Murray numbers, he's been blitzed on a third of his dropbacks. His completion percentage is higher when he's not blitzed than when he is. His yards per attempt when he's not blitzed is higher than when he is. So I expect the Niners are going to send 5- and 6-man pressures. But this guy also has the ability to run and beat you with a big run. So they're going to have to be disciplined in their lanes. But I expect about a 40% blitz rate this week.
Krug, always appreciate the time, man. What are you off to now? What's coming up next? You getting home so you can do Niners Nightly, or do you have a show between now and then?
No show between. I've got 3 live streams between now and then. No, at 6 o'clock, I'll be doing Niners Nightly, and we'll check in with Darren Urban, who is an Arizona beat writer, and Howard Balzer is going to stop by. It should be great. And then tomorrow, 49er forecast, bright and early at 10 a.m., and Dave Lombardi's going to stop by, and we'll chop it up with the great Lombardi tomorrow morning.
Good deal. We'll have a great show tonight. Niners Nightly coming up at 6 o'clock. You've got your Niners show tomorrow at 10 a.m., and then we'll see you on Sunday for Niners and Cardinals pregame. Thanks, Larry.
Have a good one, guys.
See you, Krug.
Catch you later. Tolbert and Copes with you live from, how about this, dude? We're at Almanac Brewing. This is nice for a Friday afternoon. Derek, turn that frown upside down, man. It's not all bad for your Raider backfield and Devante and Antonio Pierce and all that. Things are going to be okay. We got plenty more to come here. Come on out. If you're off work, you're in the area, come say what's up. We are going to hit several other locations around the Bay Area for our Friday tailgate shows. But if you're in the East Bay or near Alameda, come on by, hang out, have some food and some beer. Marcus Thompson joins us from Hawaii coming up at 4:50. Kyle Shanahan, we spoke to him yesterday. He did give the update today after Larry Krueger just told us you had both George Kittle and Fred Warner out there at practice in a limited capacity, nonetheless, both questionable for Sunday's game. We'll play you Shanahan at 5:15 and Harmony with her double banger at 5:30. When we come on back, some of the best sports sounds from across the sports world that you might have missed. The great Howie Rose call of the Pete Alonso home run last night that won the game for the Mets. Bob Uecker, how about his reaction to the Brewers' loss yesterday? And we've got more from Aaron Rodgers on Pat McAfee on when he used to play in Berkeley. He's got some love for game day coming to Berkeley. He was on Pat McAfee talking about it. We'll play all that for you next, only here on the Sports Leader. John Lynch joined Murph and Marcus this morning and discussed the comparisons to Buster Posey and said never say never on Devante Adams. You can listen to that podcast on KNBR.com or the KNBR app.
This is Tolbert and Cope's Sound Soiree.
No, I've whipped up this nasty little soiree.
The best sounds of the weekend you might have missed.
Soiree what?
Soiree, honey. I think that means party.
On the sports leader.
Tolbert and Cope with you from Almanac Brewing in Alameda. We're hitting a bunch of locations around the Bay Area of Almanac and Fieldwork, but Almanac for a handful of locations. We'll be at. Are we coming back here? We're coming back here October 25th. We'll be back, right back out here. So if you couldn't make it out to Alameda today.
Yeah, turn your mic on.
Yeah, turn your mic on. Yeah.
A couple more times, I believe.
Nice.
Yeah.
I'm glad we're coming here again. This is a great location, good setup, good food. And, dude, that Scolari's burger, I was looking at that thing. They got somebody hit me on Twitter and said, Coach, you got to get the blueberry.
The blueberry
it's
one.
It's got blue cheese on it.
It's incredible.
I got to get on that.
It's incredible.
Hey, could you take these empty glasses for us, too? This one, too. I'm done with this. You can take that. Thank you. There's some more over here.
I didn't know we had a waiter here.
I didn't know. I was just haven't seen a menu. Some of the best sounds from across the sports world you might have missed. Why don't we get right into it here on a Friday, and we'll start with a little baseball sound. So how we rose yesterday, Brewers, we were watching the game throughout the entire show. Started in the afternoon.
Yep.
0-0, great tilt late into the game, Mets and the Brewers. And then they go back-to-back. Churrio hits an opposite field home run, just an absolute tank. And then Sal Frelick, is that who hit the second one?
I think so, yes.
Frelick, he hits the second one to go back-to-back. Mets come up in the ninth inning. 2 runners on. Pete Alonso comes to the plate. And I got to tell you, as far as like modern-day baseball calls, I used to have this book which got me really into sports from before I was born, and the history of it. It was called And the Crowd Goes Wild. I think they made a second one called And the Crowd Roars. And the fans roared. And what it was like a book that came with a CD. You put it in your CD player, and each chapter had its own sort of like, what was it? Track 1, track 2 on the disc, and it would be a walkthrough of a great moment in sports history. And then you'd get to hear all the calls. So like Bobby Thompson's shot heard around the world, but there was like Olympic calls. There was great football calls. There was the Holy Roll. There's all these great moments that I didn't know about until I read about them in this book and got to hear the audio. This for me is a modern day baseball call. It gave me chills when I heard it. I was like, this is one of the coolest calls I have heard. Here's how he rose. Sit back, enjoy. Mets go up 3-2 and then ultimately win the series against the Brewers.
Swing on a fly ball to right field. Pretty well hit. Frelick back at the wall. He jumps. It's gone. He did it. He did it. Pete Alonso with the most memorable home run of his career. Pumps his fist as he rounds second. It's a 3-run homer. He's given the Mets a 3-2 lead. They all pour out of the dugout. Alonso on his way to home plate. They're waiting for him. He hits the plate. He is first congratulated by Nimmo. Hugged by Lindor. There are a dozen Mets waiting for him outside the dugout. Pete Alonso keeps this fairy tale season going with the fairy tale swing of his career. 3-2 New York.
What a call, dude. What a call. It gives you the entire vibe of the entire thing. You know what that did for me? I've been so entrenched in football, and we've been so soured on the Giants. I got pangs about the playoffs, dude. I was like, God, the playoffs are so much fun. Baseball playoffs are unlike anything else. The tension and the out-of-nowhere stuff that can happen. I mean, football's different because there's a clock. You're going back and forth with each other.
Mm-hmm.
You know how many opportunities you might have. You start weighing your options as the game winds down. And if you're losing, then you're rooting for a comeback, sure, but you need things to happen. Baseball can come out of nowhere. Wild pitch, hit by pitch, 2 guys get on, and then all of a sudden the game's – I mean, the Brewers were up. They were 0-0, and they had the momentum. I mean, we were talking about Mears leaving the mound yesterday and going nuts. That was pretty cool. I love that.
Yeah, it complicates my Saturdays.
Yeah.
Because I love my college football. Now I got 4 playoff games to try to wedge in there somewhere. But I will. I will wedge them in. By the way, those were the first earned runs Devin Williams, the Brewers closer, has given up since August 21st. August 21st. That's how good this guy is. Dominant. Absolutely dominant. 96 and a wicked changeup.
He throws that airbender is what he calls it, yeah.
Well, we got that airbender up.
It got bent.
And then bended right over the
bent right over the fence.
Bent it right over the wall because he caught all of it. And Alonso wasn't having a great year this year. Just kind of an okay year. His walk year. He's going to be a free agent at the end of the year.
Take him as a DH? I would. The Giants?
It depends on what the cost is. Yeah, I would. But am I paying $25, $30 million for him? No, not really.
What if it's like 22?
21.8 as far as I'll go.
Come on, Buster. Open it up. Open up the wallet, Buster.
I mean, he said before he wants to go back to New York. And it's funny because people are going, oh, well, now I'm like, what do you? If you're a front office and you let one swing sway you, it's like, well, then you're not a very good front office.
What are you, the 10 to 12 Giants?
Yeah, exactly. Oh,
oh, come on.
Too soon.
It was a good run.
Too soon.
Just saying, we didn't need to give DeRosa and like Aubrey Huff and like Pat. They didn't all have to come back. Started feeling it yesterday, though.
I think there was a little before that. I can't wait though. Tomorrow again, I'll watch him. I may be flipping back and forth a little bit, but again, you know how I roll. I like to watch games wire to wire, so I'll figure the National League. Guarantee the National League I'll watch wire to wire. Those ones I will put the college football on hold and dig into some.
The other series they're
going
to be timed weird, and they're going to have to earn your interest.
They've already those two games have already earned my interest.
No, I mean the American League side.
Yeah, the American League side's going to have to, because there are some. The problem is, I think the National League, especially the Dodgers Padres, is later in the evening.
It's an evening game,
and that's where some of the better college football games are. So it's a little. I'm going to have to dodge and move. And now the reason I like watching baseball first is because with baseball, you don't get college football scores.
They're not rolling that
college
way,
football, depending on what channel you're watching, they may bottom line you.
They're going to hit you. Yeah.
They may bottom line you and get you a baseball score that you don't want to hear. So, but yeah, tomorrow will be a nice day. It's going to be hot as hell. Fan on blast. Grab a couple beers. Sit back and watch some sports.
I should remind you, Tolbert & Copes is sponsored by Redwood Credit Union. Redwood Credit Union offers auto loans with competitive rates and personalized service because your journey matters. Redwood Credit Union, for all that you love. Moving on here in the Sound Soiree. So that's the Mets side of the coin. Brewers lost. And our guy Bob
that's
Uecker,
a rough side. Oh, I haven't heard this.
By the way, this is, again, I get this is just the way it goes down now. I hate that a team plays 162, wins a division, and then has to play a 3-game series. And I know you say go win a game.
Yep.
Go win a game. That's fine. But also, what was the reward for winning? Well, you get those at home. I'm like, so does a wild card team.
Well, where are you going to go?
Just to play a home series at home or in the first round. Here's Bob Uecker, longtime voice of the Milwaukee Brewers, on the loss yesterday to the Mets.
Well, New York down. They did it. And the crew will have it end here tonight.
Really a crushing end to what was a fabulous season for the Milwaukee Brewers.
I'm telling you, that one had some sting on it.
You could tell, man. He was just emotional.
He's not happy.
Yeah. He didn't go into major league mode. He did not go into the funny mode. That was like...
I was like, he's not very goofy
that
here,
one hurt.
is he? He's not riffing on this one.
That one hurt. You could tell that one hurt. And look...
Dude, you're right there.
That's exactly how the Brewer fans felt. Absolutely how they felt. I mean, they're going crazy. You're a couple outs away. No one's going to hit Williams, right? You're good. Uh-oh, single. Uh-oh, single. And then crack. Oh, man, that's just... I mean, as much euphoria is on the other side, that's how much despair is on the other side.
Well, they didn't just lose. It's not like they were down 4-2 the whole game. I mean, to have it... Again, if you gave the Brewers an opportunity to have a situation, and they say it's a save situation, you're up at home, you want Devin Williams in the game, they take that every day.
Probably 97%.
Hadn't given up an earned run, you said, since what? August what?
August 21st.
It's tough.
Yeah.
By the way, the I don't know what's cooking you more, the sun right now or the text line about how you look on the YouTube chat, dude. You see the way you look right here, where the sun's hitting you on the light. Somebody said people need to take care of Tommy here. Wow, dude, East Bay ice cream. How about that? Look like
I'm okay. I mean, I may be soot in a half an hour. You may just see like some soot in the seat.
Everyone's worst nightmare says, dude, bro's getting cooked by the sun. Yeah, he is.
Well, why do you think I have this on my hand? I might need another one on this hand after getting cooked.
Have to,
I'll
have to switch sides.
I'm suing KNBR.
I didn't go.
Yep. Like if I have something going on with my right hand, I'm gonna say, look, you guys owe me. You owe me another arm, is what you owe me.
They'll be like, sit on the left next time.
Or Almanac gift cards. One or the other. I'll take either. I'll take either or.
I just want what I'm owed.
One or the other.
I just want what I'm owed. That's all I'm saying. That's all. I just want what was handed to me.
Yeah, exactly.
You can have a hat, but I just want,
They were here, then they were gone.
I want what was owed to me.
I don't know what happened.
Moving on.
Apparently Larry wants them. And I told the guy,
Fruit?
I go, tell Larry Suckett.
Told
Give
the
me damn
guy.
card.
Nobody knows the hell we're talking about at all. Dude. This is so inside. Nobody has any idea.
No one has no Larry what
What
I'm
are you
talking about.
discussing?
There's like 3 or 4 Larrys at the studio.
He's listening.
He knows, though.
Moving on here in the Sound Soiree. Here's L. Duncan of ESPN. Here's
I'm
L.
sorry.
Duncan of ESPN and SportsCenter. She says, well, just listen to what she has to say about Ryan Clark.
All 3 phases with Dan Orlovsky, Ryan Clark, and Nita Marks. Dan Orlovsky gives us the offensive perspective. Ryan Clark's going to bring that defense, and Anita Marks will give us a special bet. So we're going to start with the Bills and Texans. Dan, you're both trying to hold back last. Give me a storyline that you're keeping your eye on this one.
How Buffalo's defense defends 2 different versions of.
You know what you should have had there? I mean, that's a great job. That was funny. But you could have doubled down on that with Clay. When remember Rosalind Golden Woody. What about the D? And Clay goes.
Yeah, he just laughed.
He just like laughs at it. It's like, oh god, way to hide it, Clay. He couldn't do it.
It's very
going to bring that defense.
Gonna bring that defense.
It's so stupid. Why did you say it like that?
Oh, it's so good.
It's going to bring that defense.
Ryan Clark's probably like, okay. Oh my God, that's hilarious.
They're run by Disney, that company. Aaron Rodgers, Cal. I was gonna say Cal grad, but I don't know. I don't think he did.
Who knows?
He played football there.
Cal alum.
Yeah, Cal alum.
That's how I describe myself. Arizona alum.
Aaron Rodgers.
When people say graduate, I just feel bad. I got to correct them. I got no, I didn't. I didn't graduate from there. Like I don't want credit for something I didn't do.
You don't want all the rocket scientists to be disappointed.
No.
All from Arizona.
Not a lot of rocket scientists there, Copes.
Doctors?
Not sure if you know that. A lot of astrologists went to Arizona.
Astrologists or astronomers?
Yeah, both. Oh yeah.
Well, I know that at University of Arizona, you guys have the pit for the Mars rover. I've seen that where it's like that's where they tested it.
They were the number 1 school to go to for astronomy.
Because and they have in Tucson, they've got all those rules about how lights can't be built to certain buildings can't have certain lighting.
Yep.
You can see tons of stars there.
So if you want to go, if you want to major in astronomy, do some really cool stuff that's going to show up on the Discovery Channel. Maybe they'll talk to you occasionally and get paid probably like $40,000. I would go there. That's where I would go. I mean, I love astronomy. I love black holes. I do. I love black holes. Are incredible, man. No, I'm serious.
No, I got you.
Have you ever dug into a black hole?
Yes.
I bet you have. But you watch the shows, like it's pretty amazing. That's what I say. My band name's always going to be Event Horizon. Because once you go beyond it, it's over. You're head first into a black hole.
You guys debut album soon, self-titled debut album coming soon. I bet you have. All right. This all started with me saying I think Aaron Rodgers graduated from Berkeley.
Oh yeah,
Actually,
he sure did. That's where it came from. Yeah.
Aaron Rodgers, Cal quarterback, New York Jets quarterback. He was on with Pat McAfee. He's going to be out there at Cal tomorrow for a game day. Again, it's like 8 a.m. game day starts. Yep. 7 p.m. kick from Berkeley. Aaron Rodgers tells Pat McAfee what he should do when he's out in Berkeley.
I don't know if they got you where they got you. After your appearance, you're gonna get a chance to go lay down. But hopefully, they got you at the DoubleTree. If they do, make sure you have a couple of those cookies and take a walk around that little marina there, where there was a famous, infamous case that there was Scott Peterson allegedly dumped the body of his pregnant wife there in the Berkeley Marina.
Okay, I'll check that out. I'll make sure I put it on the schedule.
Oh my God, dude! What?
He went to the marina.
Aaron Rodgers said, "When you go to Berkeley, check out the marina where Scott Peterson's accused of dumping Lacey." Are you kidding me?
Wow. Didn't see that one coming. Did not see that one coming.
Oh, boy.
Like I would never tell somebody I'm going to Berkeley. What should I do?
Dude, didn't even cross my mind. He's like, "There's a marina there," and I was like, "What's he going to say about the Berkeley Marina?" Holy crap, Aaron Rodgers.
Oh,
he's like, I remember
goodness.
I was at Cal there. I went 22 of 23 to start the game against USC that Saturday. We were number 1 for about a half hour.
If you don't know what happened, watch the Netflix special.
Oh, well.
That'll get you up to speed on that one.
I don't,
Wow.
I watched it, but I'm just baffled that that's where he went. I just can't believe that was the direction. Doesn't spend a lot of time here anymore, I don't think.
It's like if you go to
reference.
Well, it's like if you go to SC. What should I do down in L.A.? Well, there's a great spot here. You should go to there's a club here, club there, and if you go down La Cienega, take a left. You might see like Rich Ramirez whacked somebody.
Come on.
In one of the houses there. You might want to stop by there and take a look at that. Like, what are you talking about? Like, what, that's not on a map, okay? That's not on a map. No, nobody. He's the only guy that would ever say that. Nobody would say, "Oh yeah, the marina, yeah." You know, Scott Peterson, right?
What do? You
Yeah.
just go out and hang at the like? No, what is it? What do you think you're going to see out there?
I don't know. It's just like, that one caught me off guard.
Hey, you know what you should do? Get some of those cookies at the DoubleTree, and also
Yeah, the cookies.
Once you fill up on the
combo.
cookies at the DoubleTree, hit the Berkeley Marina. There's a plaque there about Scott Peterson. Like, there's nothing to go down.
There's nothing there. There shouldn't be. I think. Wow. Okay.
Well,
Yeah.
it's not quite Tom going to the to Gettysburg.
No, it's not.
It's not quite.
No, it's
Bring
not.
that D.
A little bit of a different college football trip for Pat McAfee than for Tom going to Gettysburg. Tolbert and Coach, we're live at Almanac Brewing in Alameda. We'll be out here a few more times throughout the season. Our 49ers tailgate continues. We'll get into a little Cardinals and 49er preview. Reports say it could be 98 degrees on Sunday, making it the hottest game at Levi Stadium history. We'll talk more about that. Kyler Murray having a pretty good season, but the Cardinals are just 1-3. Niners come in at 2-2. We'll talk about that next only here on the Sports Leader.
Here for Xfinity. Do you have any idea how many devices you have connected to Wi-Fi at any given time at your abode? I don't know. Could be 5, 10. I have between 15 and 20, probably over 20. There may be people that have more than that. I mean, you think about it. Everybody's streaming, gaming, downloading. Maybe somebody's working. Maybe somebody going to school. Doesn't really matter. It doesn't matter how many people are connected or how many devices are connected. Everyone wants the same Wi-Fi. They want the same blazing fast Wi-Fi. The same, I don't know if crystal clear works, but I'll throw that in there anyway. But bottom line is, if you're getting great Wi-Fi, Player 2 wants great Wi-Fi. Player 5 wants great Wi-Fi. Their phone needs great Wi-Fi. Their TV needs great Wi-Fi. Their laptop, great Wi-Fi. No worries. If you have Xfinity, hundreds of devices can be connected, and everyone gets the same Wi-Fi. The same blazing fast Wi-Fi. How? They engineer their gateways to handle hundreds of connected devices. Hundreds. Now through October 10th, get Xfinity Gig Internet for $20 a month for 2 years with no annual contract when you add Xfinity Mobile with unlimited data. And ask how to get an eligible free 5G phone. Visit Xfinity.com, call 1-800-XFINITY, or visit an Xfinity store today. Xfinity, bring on the good stuff. Restrictions apply. Requires paperless billing and auto pay with stored bank account. Taxes, fees extra. Gig Wi-Fi requires Xfinity Gateway. Xfinity Mobile requires Xfinity Internet. After promo, regular internet rates apply. Actual speeds vary. You love sports. You love high def. You love everyone having the same premium Wi-Fi. You will love Xfinity.
Faithful, crack one open, fire up the grill, cause the Tolbert and Cope's 49ers tailgate is cooking on KNBR, the sports leader.
Tolbert and Copes with you on a Friday afternoon. The 49er Tailgate Show continues here from Almanac Brewing in Alameda, and we've got a handful more shows we're going to be doing on Fridays throughout football season. No guarantee that any of those days as beautiful as today is. It's a nice day out here at Almanac. We'll be not next week, as Niners play on Thursday night next week in Seattle, so we won't be out anywhere next week. But the following week, October 18th, we'll be at Fieldwork in San Mateo. October 25th, we'll be right back here at Almanac in Alameda. November 15th, we'll be at Fieldwork in San Leandro, and then December 6th at Fieldwork Brewing in San Ramon. So 3 Fieldwork locations, and we'll be back here on the 25th in Alameda at Almanac Brewing. Come on by. If you can't today, put it on your calendar, and come on by in a couple of weeks when we're back out here on the 25th. Niners and Cardinals on Sunday, 105. We'll have pregame for you at 9. Myself, Dennis Brown, and John Lund right here on the Sports Leader and streaming video on Twitch, YouTube, all that good stuff. Reports, as I was saying to you, say it's going to be 98 degrees at kickoff, which would make it the hottest game in Levi Stadium history. We've talked about Kyler all week long. Kyler in his career, though, 2-4 against the Niners. Just matter. How much do the Niners need this game before this showdown with the Seahawks? That's sort of the dirty little secret here is after this game, which feels like a game the Niners should win, I feel handily, you turn right back around 4 days later, you got to go to Seattle, and while they've seen their toughest opponent, and they saw their toughest opponent last week, I thought they played the Lions fairly tough for a while. Thought Geno looked pretty good and threw the ball pretty well. I think that's going to be a really tough game in Seattle on Thursday. Yeah,
they're looking good. I think McDonald, it's seemingly when I watch him and listen to him, like he seems to have a level head, like not too high, not too low. And now it's Geno's best game of the year. He looked really good in that game. I don't know how much they need it, how much they don't. I mean, I think you need every game. And if I say, they really need this one, then if they lose it, okay, where are they? I mean, they're still very viable moving forward because we're only 5 games into the season. I think it would be hugely beneficial to get the next 2. Not only does that put you 2 games above 500, it puts you in first place in your division and get you to 2-1 in your division. So, I mean, these always seem like 2 games. You win a division game. That's why the Rams game hurt so much. Not only losing that game hurt, but the way they lost it and the fact that it looked like they had it for about 90% of the game, and then it was just poof, gone. So I mean, these are big games. It's really hard saying what games are bigger in the NFL because when you only have 17 games, they're all big. It's like when we get to the NBA playoffs or baseball playoffs when it's 7-game series, people go, Game 3 is the biggest game, Game 5 is the biggest game. And I always say, no, every game's the biggest game. You only got to win 4. When you only have to win 4, they're all big games. No one game is bigger than the other. It may seem that way to us watching, but I just have always felt every game's the biggest game of the series because it's the next game. You don't have many to win. Football's similar. There's a lot more games, obviously, and you need to win more than 4, but they're just – if you can get through the games where you're dinged and you look at their roster right now, I mean, could be no Kittle, could be no Warner. We'll see where they end up. Certainly no McCaffrey and no Greenlaw and no Hargrave. So it just, but everybody seems to be dealing with that. Man, I look around the NFL nowadays.
Some of the biggest players, everybody's
hurt
right now.
Everyone's hurt. So everyone's dealing with this, and everyone's figuring out a way to try to get wins and try to put themselves in good position at the end of the year. I think the one thing they have going for them is, and this is going way, way, way down the line, is when you look at the teams they'll probably be competing with at the end of the year for home field. Home field's always important. I think they're the one team that's proven they can go on the road and win. And if they get home field, then it's going to be tough. Even though Green Bay played them tough and Detroit played them tough, they lost those games. Detroit probably the toughest place to go play, I would think, depending on the weather, if Green Bay's there. But I think they have a little more margin for error. Because I think some of the teams I look at right now, if they have to go on the road and play, it'll probably be a little more daunting for them than it will be the 49ers.
Yeah, have the Niners proven to you that they can win on the road this year?
No, I'm just basing off past. Like, this is a team that can go on the road.
It's the same core. Yeah, we know
they can go on the road
of,
and win. And I just don't. I don't feel like the road's going to pay. Now, would you like to have home? Of course, because you get one less game too, right? You only have to play 2 games, and they're both at home. But right now, I mean, that's way, way, way down the line. It's just about trying to, hopefully, at some point, get McCaffrey back. And I've said for the past couple weeks, they're fine with Mason. That's fine. But you get McCaffrey back, you got maybe the best back in the NFL back, and then you have Mason backing him up.
Yeah.
Like, you have an incredible tandem.
And you remember how they used Elijah Mitchell to grind out the end of games a couple of years ago?
Yes.
Yeah.
And I think they would have used Mason even more so.
Yeah.
I think he'd even get more carries. Like, once McCaffrey comes back, I don't think he's going to have to carry a heavy load at all, because they've seen what they have in Mason. I'm not going to say they're going to split, but it wouldn't surprise me at all if they went 70-30. I think everybody would be fine with that because of what Mason's been able to, what he's been able to do. So, is this important? Important that it is important because there's 17 games. As important as it is to most of the teams, I could probably pick a few out there that it's more important to. A team like Cincinnati, who's 1-3, right?
Yep.
Like, they got to try to get to 2-3. 1-4 is just a killer.
And they're playing Baltimore, huge
yes,
game.
And it's a division game. So that there are games that I think when you are 1-3 at this point, obviously Jacksonville. I mean, that's massive for them just to get a win and get going in the right direction. They're 0-4. It might be done. They might be done anyway at 0-4, but at 0-5, obviously it's over, and Peterson may lose his job. So there are teams out there that I would say it's more pressing to try to get that win now. But for most teams that, aren't in that situation, I would say it's just as important as every game is in a 17-game schedule. But there are going to be games throughout the course of the season for some of these teams that are going to be bigger than normal just because of their record and trying to stay within touch of either in the middle of in the thick of things, in the middle of your conference, or maybe at the top to try to solidify home field.
I've also thought more and more about, because you were just talking about teams that are contenders that you'd have to potentially go on the road to face. Yep. The Lions, we talked about them a bunch in the preseason because of all the indoor games they're going to play.
Yep.
And they, what are they, 3-1 now?
Yes.
And they've just hit their bye. So they're going to hit a long, long stretch of games. They get the first bye week here in week 5. Eagles also have a bye, which is probably beneficial for them right now considering how banged up their receiving core is. But you're right. You look around the league, just about every team you point to. I mean, the Chiefs play Monday night against the Saints. They're missing their starting running back and their second leading receiver from last year and the number 1 leading position receiver in Rashee Rice. I guess their next guy's a rookie in Xavier Worthy, right?
Yep.
You've got Samaje Perine out of the backfield. They signed Kareem Hunt. The Packers were missing Jordan Love for the first part of the year. Now they're missing Jaden Reed's going to be out this week, I believe, as well, right? The receiver. Romeo Doubs out also. I think, Reed is going to play this week? I think Reed is questionable as well for this week. You've got Malik Neighbors who's out for the Giants. Anthony Richardson is questionable. Joe Mixon is looking like he's going to miss another game for the Texans. Like all over the place. There's major injuries to big-time players. And the Niners, that's why I don't feel like the Niners are as far behind as we had initially thought at the start of the year. It's just that one of the best players and the offensive player of the year last year was not playing, and the offense has not missed a beat at all. To your point, Brock Purdy's playing better than he ever has.
Yeah. No, they're fine. I mean, I think they're in fine position right now. You don't want to get to a point where someone in the division is like 3 games up on you, or it's going to be really tough to catch them. And not only 3 games up on you, but 3 games up on you with like a victory against you. That makes it even tougher.
These next 2 are division games.
Yeah, I know. That's why getting these 2 would be huge. I mean, if they split, they're fine. If they go 1-2, then, that's a different story. But you split, you'd like to do better than that, but I think they'd be in fine shape. You go 2-0, then you're in great shape. Again, you just bagged 2 divisional wins, 1 of them on the road, and you're 2 games above 500. And I know I don't really keep track of the schedule as much as a lot of people do going down the road, but I know there's going to be some tougher games coming up. Like, I know they got all the number 1 teams coming up. They got Buffalo at Buffalo, Green Bay at Green Bay, Kansas City here,
Kansas City comes right after
Detroit
the Seahawks
here.
game,
Yeah, so it gets harder. It definitely gets harder. So We'll see. I mean, I like their spot this week. I think they're in good shape. Again, do I love them by 7.5? Not really. I don't.
But it wouldn't shock me.
No, it wouldn't at all.
34-10 doesn't surprise me at all.
No, they wouldn't. Of course, 24-20 is not going to surprise me either.
No.
So I'll probably just sit there and watch.
Yeah, I'll probably just watch that.
Yeah, I'll probably be too hot to hit a
Sweating
send.
my A off.
Yeah, I'll be too hot to hit a send button. I'll be
Your
like,
thumb will
"Oh,
hover and then it'll.
It's so hot. I can't put in a wager.
7.5 was a bad choice.
That probably never happened. That probably never happened.
Make sure you get it in.
Yeah.
Just text me. I'll get it in.
It'd have to be 140 before
Voice
I could get a
texted it,
wager
right?
in. Yeah.
By the way, you know who checked in on the Niners road woes?
Who?
JT Snow.
JT Snow did?
He just texted me and he said Niners can't win in L.A. I was like, bro, they won there last year. Easy. I watched it. I was there.
Go back out there and golf,
One of
okay?
their last
Go take
two.
your 6-mile stroll while he's crapping on my 4.5-mile stroll.
Oh, dude, biggest Niner villain ever. Who knew it was JT Snow?
Yeah,
I
who
love
knew?
it. I love it.
I mean, I envision him out there taking a 6-mile walk, as he called it. But it's more a 6-mile stroll, right? When you golf, you just kind of walk along, and I can see JT just kind of walking leisurely pace. Caddy, of course, has the clubs. And then you walk up to your ball, and it's in a divot, and you kick it just so you get a better lie.
Wow.
And then you, walk over to where your ball ends up, and then, you shoot your 78, and with a straight face, tell everybody you shot a 78 or a 74, whatever. I mean, when I'm walking, I'm actually walking. I'm stepping, pal. I'm stepping.
You got to get over those anthills, though.
I am working out. Those are a little difficult.
I would
for me.
imagine that his walk had more
undulation,
incline and
undulation. Yeah, but I mean, again, when you're walking at golf, it's at a leisurely pace. You don't need to push yourself. I'm out there you kidding me?
Man's an athlete.
Yeah. I mean, my BPMs are probably 120. I'm really getting after it.
Nobody cares. What are you talking about?
Of course they don't care.
What, you damn know what you're talking about? Told me to come see they were at Almanac Brewing.
I was checking my poll, oh boy.
What am I doing? Am I 120?
Yeah,
it's
I'm good.
120.
I'm good.
That's a good 4.
I'm good to go.
I'm good with my 4. We come on back. We're going to check in with Marcus Thompson. He's out in Hawaii. Can't wait to hear Marcus in Hawaii. We've talked to him from Paris at the Olympics, and we'll catch up with him in Hawaii at Warrior Training Camp. By the way, this just cropped up today.
Yeah.
It's being reported that the Warriors had LeBron James Jr., Bronny James on their draft board.
Yep. And?
That's why I'm like, why are we talking about this now? Why is this cropping up?
Who cares? Is he here?
Tom's got Arizona, Texas Tech to worry about.
I do.
We got bigger fish to fry.
cares?
Marcus Thompson joins us from Hawaii next. We are live at Almanac in Alameda on the Sports Leader. KNBR is going back to Hawaii, and you have a chance to win 2 round-trip tickets and 5 nights at the Westin Hapuna Beach on the Big Island. The contest runs for 2 weeks starting this Monday. Once the contest starts, we'll qualify people 3 times a day. There will be 10 grand prize trips awarded and announced on October 21st. Tune in all next week for the details right here on KNBR, the Sports Leader.
before kickoff this weekend. Kick it with Tolbert and Copes at our 49er tailgate on KNBR, the sports leader.
Tolbert and Copes with you on a Friday. It's our Ska Friday. It's our 49er tailgate, and we're going to be doing this into December, hanging out on Fridays at Almanac and at Fieldwork Brewing, multiple locations across the Bay Area. But we'll be back here at Almanac on October 25th, just a couple of weeks. Next Friday, no remote show on a Friday because the Niners play Thursday night. Those of you who have noticed on the YouTube chat or the Twitch stream that it's not Tolbert and Copes, it's Powder and Copes today.
Yeah, powder. Yes, there was an extra in Beetlejuice.
Tom is like washed out because of the sun, dude. He's wearing the white shirt. Somebody say it looks like a hat and glasses.
A hat and glasses.
Looks pretty funny.
That is beautiful. I'm here. I'm gone. Where am I? What the hell is going on?
Pretty good.
I'm going to try something. I'm going to do it right here in the middle. Can you see right here in the middle?
No, not really.
Send me a hand.
Nobody can touch it. Nobody can
Nobody?
see. No.
Nobody can see it, so if I go like this, nobody can see me?
No, I think you can do that anyway.
Okay, cool.
No, nobody can see anything.
I wanted to see if anybody could see me.
If you stare directly at Tom, you'll burn your retinas.
Oh, there's no doubt.
Don't look directly into the Tom.
I didn't know I looked that bad. I mean, I look bad anyway, but wow, I'm gone. I'm persona non grata.
It's Powder and Copes on these.
I'm not even here. Powder. Who was that? Kevin Bacon?
Is that who that was?
Who was in Powder?
I just watched that movie in high school.
John Travolta? No, not. I think it was Kevin Bacon.
Hell of a movie.
In Powder.
Powder.
You never saw Powder?
You never saw Powder, Darren?
Oh yeah.
Powder.
Yeah.
Powder's the official movie at Tolbert and Copes.
It is now.
It is now. He's bending the spoon and all that, right?
I don't know. I didn't pay attention.
Hell of a deal.
Yeah. It was kind of on in the background, but I remember Powder.
I don't know.
No,
it's got a religious tone to it.
It's either Travolta or Bacon. I'm going Bacon.
Darren just looked at everyone. Oh,
yeah.
I know this movie.
Yep.
Yeah. Barrels of laughs.
Wasn't like yeah. Oh, that
Goldblum's in it.
See, that was my third choice.
Yeah, right. So who were your first two again? Bacon
and Travolta.
Yeah, that's kind of the class I was in. Bacon, Travolta, and Goldblum.
I guess I really wasn't paying attention, was I? Like not an ounce of attention.
You see the sequel, Powder 2?
I didn't see Powder 2. I thought he died at the end of Powder 1.
I think he does. Yeah,
I thought he died. Did he?
I think he falls on hard times.
Yeah, I think he was in the sun too long and just evaporated.
Powder 2.
Powder 2. Oh, Electric Boogaloo. I love that one.
Attack of the Clones.
That's one of my favorites.
Powder 2 Full Throttle.
Exactly.
Right.
Oh my God.
Marcus Thompson going to join us momentarily from Hawaii for his weekly conversation. What are the other games that are standing out to you this week? Anything else in terms of interest? Packers are at the Rams this week. That's what I'll be paying attention to. You mentioned Steelers and the Cowboys.
Yep.
Texans and Bills is what I'm kind of intrigued by. Just because the Texans are, again, they're having a tough time running the ball. They've got Owungbale back there. They've got Cam Akers, who's been whatever. Damian Pierce, I guess, is their other back. But without Joe Mixon, it's been all passing for the Texans. Nico Collins, the best receiver right now, or one of the leading receivers in football, but it's the Stephon Diggs-Josh Allen head-to-head matchup, which is funny. They're not on the field at the same time, but there's all that drama about why he left there. I was sort of thinking about sprinkling on Stephon Diggs, maybe like a touchdown prop or something this week. Just have some fun in that. Try to.
I would like to take Houston, but I don't know if I will.
I don't think I will
because Buffalo's coming off a loss.
Yep.
And look,
and a bad loss too.
Houston hasn't looked good, but they're 3-1. So that's what I'm going to sit back and watch.
Their loss was awful too to Minnesota. They got blown out.
Yeah, I am intrigued to watch that one because I think those are two of the best teams in the AFC, two teams that will be in the playoffs at the end of the season. So yeah, and then Josh Allen's worth the price of admission to watch. So I do enjoy watching the Bills and him, and that's a game that I want to watch. Yes, but. Again, I'm not sure if we're going to get... We may get 4 more baseball games Sunday. So I'm going to have to wedge that in there, too.
By the way, just a couple
people don't understand me.
Good.
I'm going to tell you. My head's going to tell you that I like playoff time to me supersedes everything else. So playoff baseball supersedes
regular season
NFL football when it's the playoffs. And that's how you can tell. Are you a sports fan or are you a football fan? If you're a football fan, you don't give a crap about Major League Baseball playoffs, and that's most of America. Ratings will tell you. You can have a World Series game on a Thursday, and people will watch Jags and Titans over the World Series game because most people are football fans. I get it, but that's not me. I want to watch the playoffs. I want to watch the season at its end when things mean the most. That's why I love the Stanley Cup playoffs so much, NBA playoffs so much, NFL playoffs so much. I just love watching the playoffs. So I will definitely, like I said, I'll definitely figure out a way to wedge in the NL games. Those are in. I'm watching those. I'm going to watch those live. AL games, we'll see how the first ones go and how competitive they were. But I'll still watch them. I'll still have them recorded on Sunday. I don't know if they're going to go 4x4, 4 Saturday, 4 Sunday, or kind of start splitting them up a little bit. It's hard to do with baseball. You got to get these things in. So it could be a 4x4.
I don't think it's not
style.
like NBA. They don't skip days in the same series in the same town.
Yeah, I think you're right.
They don't do that. The
I think
NBA
you're right.
does that for TV stuff, and because there's so many teams
And
in
I
it.
hate it.
I hate it because it's just added day. Again, the first round of the NBA playoffs takes longer than the entire Summer Olympics.
Yep.
It's just all you need to know. It takes like 2.5 weeks to get through the first round, especially if you've got long series. And they don't speed up the start of the next series because they just wait for the TV day.
Yep.
So if you sweep through, if every round sweep, you just have a bunch of days off.
Who do we
before
have
the
Sunday
series
night?
started.
Who's
So
our Sunday night game?
Saturday for Steelers-Cowboys.
Yeah, I've already talked about that. That's a helmet game for me.
Real quick,
that's a growing up, coming of age.
You were talking
game.
about baseball earlier and yesterday, coming of age game. You were talking about Dylan Cease and whether he'd throw for the Padres.
That's a Kleenex game for me.
Needs Tommy John done for the year.
What's that?
Hold on, we can't.
What? No, keep going. No, go ahead. Just continue on.
I registered it late too.
Look, no, seriously,
coming of age Kleenex game, dude. Yeah. No, Derek, he deserves credit for that riff. It's
Look,
a good
I just
riff.
want my gift cards.
I want you.
Okay?
I just want my gift cards, and we'll go. We just want what's owed to us.
I'm kind of rebelling right now.
Yeah, it's good.
Yeah, go ahead.
It's a good way to rebel. We're like drinking beer and like hanging out. Rebelling. Where's my money? Where's my gift card, huh? Here's, by the way, the Padres, you were talking about Joe Musgrove. Whether or not he'd be able to throw.
Yep.
Needs Tommy John done for the year. Which also means he's going to be done for like next year, too.
Ouch.
It's the worst time to have Tommy John. You lose him for the playoffs and you don't have him
that bites
for next year. Also, the other news is Zach Wheeler starting game 1 for the Phillies.
Yep.
Kodai Senga.
Is he back?
Named the game 1 starter
Is
for the
he
Mets.
really?
How about that?
Well, here's the thing.
Kind of a surprise.
There's no way he's going over 5.
No.
I would say 4.
I was going to say 4 at max.
I was going to say 4. Maybe 5 if everything goes perfectly for him. Hey, you haven't pitched in a while. Why don't you come back and face the Phillies? Yeah, go ahead. In Philly. That's not going to be easy, but, get him in there game 1, see how it goes. Wow, I was waiting for that news, even though I kind of figured that he's not going to go very long. I don't know how long it would take him to go 6 is the max he would go, I would imagine, in any playoff game, no matter how far they go. But this one in particular, I would think 4. But, yeah, I mean, no, it adds some more intrigue to that series. So, yeah, I'm looking forward to it.
By the way, I stand corrected. They are taking the American League Series off on Sunday.
They are.
Mets and Phillies play on Sunday at 1, and 5 o'clock is Padres at Dodgers.
And
then Monday, the other 2 return. So,
Okay.
Being that it's a 5-game series, this must set itself up so that they can get to the end of this series by the end of next week.
Okay.
And then they'll be able to start the NLCS, I guess, on
every other day.
Is it a Tuesday? Is that the way they do it?
Yeah, they'll go every other day for ALCS,
for each game.
NLCS.
Yeah, but each team will play.
Huh.
Yeah.
Well, that makes it easier for me.
You'll
we
have
got
2
2
to worry
games. We
about.
get the NL on Sunday.
You get the NL on
Nice.
Sunday, and then Monday you'll get the AL.
That's nice.
And the NL will travel. I just don't understand you're giving a day off in the same town is weird.
That doesn't help my World Series pick. That Musgrove's out with the ACL. Not ACL. The, was it MCL or what CL or Tommy
The
John?
UCL is Tommy John.
UCL. Yeah, I did. How did I pick how did I get the wrong vowel? Like, literally, how did I get the wrong vowel?
Sometimes Y or W.
Yeah, just get the Y. Just get the right vowel.
WCL.
UCL, ACL. Not that M is a vowel, but
well, this was weird.
Look, I only have a head. Give me a break, okay? I don't even have a torso right now.
Yeah, just floating around. You don't even have that. You have a hat and glasses. The weird thing about the American League is they're going to play every other day. They're going to go Saturday, Monday, Wednesday. Is that weird? Because they'll play 2 games in the same city with an off day in between for the American League teams.
Huh. Well, it should help, I would think, would help the Yankees, right? Because they get you Cole in there another time for sure.
Yeah.
I don't know who their number 2 is. I don't know. Is it Cortez? Heel? I think that's how you pronounce it. I don't know. I'm guessing Heel. will be their number 2 starter.
Yeah.
I'm not positive.
I haven't seen what they've lined up yet. The Yankees are going to go with Cole game 1 against Waka.
Okay.
And then I'll check their Monday.
Yeah, Waka,
starter.
and then you got...
they're going with Carlos Rodon in game 2.
Oh, I forget about him. That's right, Rodon.
Yankees are going to be tough.
Yeah, no, there's no doubt.
I really do think
there's no doubt.
I mean, they may go back to the World Series this year. It's been a long time.
If they go back, they might as well go back against the Dodgers. Because that would just be...
No.
Yeah, but that would be fun.
They might as well go play the Marlins again.
New York, L.A.?
I don't care. What do I give a damn about New York, L.A.? Why does everybody do that?
Well, you don't.
Why does anybody give a damn about New York, L.A.?
I do.
No, you don't.
Well, I grew up in L.A.
You don't like New York.
No, I hate New York. But there's a part of me that still kind of likes the Dodgers. Did everybody hear that? Not really.
Everybody here does, but nobody's listening to us. Tolbert and Copes with you from Almanac Brewing. Marcus Thompson joins us, courtesy of the guest line. He's out in Hawaii at Warriors training camp. What's up, Marcus? How are you, man?
Man, I love New York. Why y'all hating?
I don't hate New York.
New York teams. Knicks. Garbage. Mets.
He's going like Yankees.
Garbage.
Yeah,
Yankees.
we're talking teams.
Beat it. Islanders. Beat it. Rangers. Beat it. Cosmos. Beat it.
Cosmos.
Liberty. Beat it. We can all beat
Liberty
it.
Up 2-0.
Get out of here.
Did you get the Red Bulls? Did you say Red Bulls?
Go. Red Bulls. Beat it. I don't care who they are, Marcus. If you're from New York, I'm not rooting for you.
Sabres, you're out.
Beat it. Cuts Buffalo.
You know what? I actually, more times than not, I agree with you on that. Absolutely. No question. Beat it. Yeah, I hate New York.
But
I hate New York. Let's go.
Okay, you're good. We're riding together. That's fantastic.
Is Marcus in a stage of relaxation, by the way?
He should be.
You sound like you're just like...
He's in Hawaii.
Yeah,
you been in the pool?
Yeah, what's up?
Man, listen, first off, the beach is a sport, man. Like, swimming in the Pacific Ocean, like, you wake up the next day and you feel it, buddy. But yes, I have become one with the coral. I swam with the fishes, baby. I am a different person until I get on this Southwest flight home, and I'm going to be back to irritated and...
C-26 or whatever, right? You so relaxed you forget to check in.
Yeah. No, Marcus swimming with the fishes. Not in a mafia sense, but in a Hawaii sense. So that's good. So what do we know about the Warriors? What do we know about starting lineups? What, if anything, is going on that is newsworthy? Or is there anything? I mean, we could talk about beach all day. That's good by me. And fish tacos. Great fish tacos in Hawaii. By the way, go ahead. Floor is yours.
What do you want?
Oh, man. Listen,
dealer's choice, Marcus. Go ahead.
I don't know. It's tough not to talk about the garlic shrimp on the side of the road, but we could definitely talk. Like, there's some interesting things brewing with this team. We got to watch scrimmage today along with like 500 other students from BYU, Hawaii, and some military people, and it was interesting. Buddy Hield was with the starters. No center. Draymond was at center. Kevon Looney was second string, and Trace Jackson Davis was third string. So it was really interesting how that shook out. Yeah. Now, what was probably most glaring was Andrew Wiggins was not there, and that at first it was jarring to see Buddy Hield, but you could definitely tell they want some shooting because the spacing with Steph and Buddy Hield was pretty good. But Wiggins is not there, and that made it a little interesting. So if he's there, he's probably starting. But there were some interesting, groupings and developments. DeAnthony Melton was running point with the second unit, not Pods, who was with the starters. So, I think Buddy Hield's going to end up playing a lot. I have a feeling Buddy Hield's going to get big minutes, and that might not be good for, Podziemski's desire to start. But also, I think DeAnthony Melton's going to play a lot too. Steve Kerr called him a connector, and if you've been listening to Steve Kerr at all over these last 10 years, that's basically him saying, "I love this guy." Right? Like that's his way of communicating. This guy's going to play because when I put him on the court, he fits with the other players. And everybody he calls a connector, he's basically proposing to. And I feel like DeAnthony Melton is going to play, and Buddy Hield is going to play because he can shoot, which is going to make some interesting conversations for some other guys who may not get the minutes they thought, at least to start anyway.
Yeah, the Hield one, I'm not sure. We'll just wait and see how it works out because he was the one out of the three signings. Love Anderson, love Melton. Hield is like a guy that I look at and say, you know what? bring him off the bench. If he's on fire, leave him in.
Yep.
If he's not on fire, then take him back out, because that is literally, at least what I've seen, unless he's they say, can a leopard change his spots? That's all he can do. He is a shooter. He's not a distributor. He's not defensive-minded. He's not a rebounder. He just shoots. Now, if he's shooting, then he can be valuable to the team. But if he's not shooting, I don't see, he is not a connector. He's not a two-way player, which Steve talks about. That one has befuddled me a little bit. I just don't know exactly how he fits in if he's not shooting.
I think this is the unique situation that makes all of that viable for a starter, because the Warriors have such a dearth of shooting. I mean, no matter how you shake it out, whether you start Draymond at the 4 or 5, that's at minimum 2 positions that don't have shooting.
Yeah.
And then you throw Kuminga at the 3, and now you got 3 guys who the defense is like, yeah, go ahead, take that, buddy. Go have at it, right? And how much does that hamper Steph? He almost provides the most important thing just by virtue of forcing somebody to guard him and space the floor. They just don't have it otherwise. That's the part. And then you bring him off the bench, right? Now you now he's got to shoot. He's got to make shots because he's on when Steph is off. So it's going to be a delicate thing. To me, if DeAnthony Melton is making shots, if Brandon Podziemski is making shots, then now what you say actually factors in, because that's basically Buddy Hield, right?
Yep.
And, Steve was saying, oh, he's a better defender than what I thought. I've heard that before, Steve.
Yeah, right.
Come on.
That's what I would say, too.
Oh, no. His reputation was this, but, he's actually a better defender.
He's better with us now that I see him, right?
Yeah.
I think I heard this about Omri Caspi and everybody else on down the line.
Exactly.
But you're right in that sense, but they are so dearth of shooting, especially in that starting lineup, that it might just make sense just for that. Because one thing we do know is that he doesn't want to start Draymond at center. And it sounds like Draymond doesn't want to start at center anyway. So whether you put Looney or TJD, that's just 2 non-shooters. And then if Kuminga has to play, and I think he does, you got to play Kuminga. Kuminga's a starter. He should be a starter. And that's 3. It's just you're just asking Steph to be tortured. So it feels like in that situation, Buddy Hield is perfect for them. And the one team in the universe where it's I don't have to play no defense or pass the ball or do anything else. They need my shooting that bad. This is what Buddy Hield's been waiting for his whole life, it seems like.
Talking to Marcus Thompson out in Hawaii for a Warrior training camp. I don't know if you know the number, but is Kevon Looney going to shoot more 3-pointers this year than he has in any season in his career to this point?
No. I'm going to say no. Book it. No, he's not.
That was where my next question was, can I book whatever the answer is? No, he won't. I'm going to try to get the total number, but he doesn't have any attempts. I don't think he's attempted one in the last 3 years.
I think he's going to do the mid-range thing more.
Okay.
And, the number one of the top talking points, right? Top 3 talking points of Warriors training camp is how thin and spry Kevon Looney is. And look, Looney can shoot. That's the thing about it. He can shoot. He's always been able to shoot. If you watch him in practice, Looney can shoot. He just doesn't do it. But we've seen him pull out the mid-range a little bit more. I think that's what you see more. Him being more of a threat offensively. It won't be from 3 per se, I don't think, but it will be hey, we got somebody who's a scorer. Even today, he's working on diving to the rim, working on finishing at the rim. So I think he's going to shoot. I don't know if it's 0, then he'll go above that just by virtue of it being 0. But I wouldn't expect him to become this corner 3 shooter. I think he should, but I just don't think he's going to do it. Plus, he called me TV Thompson, so I'm I ain't.
Wait, okay, why though? Because that's I like that. Yeah, I'm an alliteration guy.
Because Looney says I only come around when it's a TV game. So he's like, man, I was looking for you at that Indiana game last night. You wasn't around, but now we on TV. You around. I'm come on, man. Don't be telling those truths like that.
TV Thompson.
So I'm going to take a guess here because I haven't looked this number up. I'm going to say there's going to be 30 games between now and New Year's Day. If not, let's go the first 30 games, wherever that may fall. How many starting lineups does Steve trot out there in the first 30 games this season?
I actually don't think it'll be that many. I mean, obviously injury changes things, but I feel like some of these are already locked in. Like 3 are locked in with Steph, Draymond, and Kuminga. And if you throw Wiggins as a locked in, then that's 4 right there. And then the question becomes, who's the 5th? It feels like that part is set. So I would go with, I think they'll try Looney. I think they'll try TJD. I think they'll try Draymond at center, which opens the door for Pods to start or Buddy Hield to start. I just named 4 right there.
It's everybody.
If you Anthony Melton to start, that's 5. Yeah, maybe let's call it 20. How about that? Like, I'm just writing, it won't be that many, then I just named like 100 of them.
Yeah, right. Book it. Book it.
Well, I think what he forgot was, real quick, I know we got to run, but what he forgot was Wiggins may miss a couple games. And then you have Draymond.
The suspension.
Probably do a rear naked chokehold on Larry Marketing.
Yeah. Also, Steph should not be playing the first 30 games. Like they should have a calculated plan to get Steph off the court. Like, you don't run him into the ground again.
First 30. We don't see Steph till February. Till Freddie Combs we're at
no,
all.
I mean, like, out of the first 30, he shouldn't play 30. I mean, like, yeah.
No, agreed.
Agreed. Give him 5. 25 out of every 30.
When you come back, Marcus?
You know, I think I've decided I'm not.
Good.
Nice.
I think I'm just going to see if I can, become a janitor here and live here or something. What do you think?
Well, good. Best
Let
of
me know.
Best of luck.
Let me know how it works out.
I'll
for
be out
you.
there next month. I'll call you.
Yeah.
I'll swing by your elementary school or wherever you're working.
We'll swing by your
Sunday at Levi.
Yeah, right. I'll see Sunday at Levi's in the press box, dude. 98 degrees. It'll be just like Hawaii, dude. Enjoy. Have a safe trip back. Eating that rice or whatever they serve us. Yeah, I don't know what the hell that is. Marcus, I'll see you Sunday, man. Have a good
Safe
one.
travels, Marcus.
Right. Peace out.
Yep.
All right, we got to take a quick break. We were at Almanac Brewing in Alameda because we spoke to Kyle Shanahan, head coach of the Niners, yesterday. We'll play that for you next. And then Harmony and her double banger in front of a live audience. That's coming up. Kyle Shanahan next on the Sports Leader. Both George Kittle and Fred Warner worked out prior to practice today and are listed as questionable for Sunday's game against Arizona. For all your 49er news, keep it locked on your home of 49er football for the last 20 seasons. KNBR, the sports leader.
Happy Friday, faithful. Our 49ers tailgate with Tolbert and Copes keeps rolling on your proud home of 49ers football for the last 20 seasons. KNBR, the sports leader.
Tolbert and Copes with you live from the beer garden here out at Almanac Brewing in Alameda. We'll be out here in a couple of weeks again, October 25th. You didn't make it out today. Come by, hang out. Great food, great beer, and a lot of people having a good time, great weather. We caught up with Kyle Shanahan, head coach of the 49ers, as we do every week. He joined us yesterday, and Tom opened the conversation by asking Kyle about that win over the Patriots.
So I described last week's game as just kind of comprehensive. That was a professional effort. I thought you guys played really well offensively, really well defensively. I mean, obviously every game is going to have some miscues that you're going to have to look at and try to, whether you win or you lose, you're going to have to try to fix those. But how did you feel about the game? Because it just seemed like a good, solid effort to kind of get back going in the right direction.
Yeah, I mean, I was happy with our effort. I was happy with, obviously the end result. I was really happy with our defense. I thought, they kind of answered the bell, challenged them a little bit the night before with some things, and I thought they came out and really stood up to the challenge and played a hell of a game. I was a little disappointed with offense and special teams. I mean, there were still some good things, but I thought we had a chance to really run away with that the way everything was going, and I thought we got a little sloppy there in the second half, and could have put up 50 and made some mistakes that didn't allow us to, which will cost you in some other type of games. If the defense wasn't playing quite as good, or if we didn't get those turnovers and stuff, that stuff can always cost you. So just putting the pressure on everybody to keep trying to strive to get better and try to do it in all three phases and try to have that complete game.
I'm talking to 49ers head coach Kyle Shanahan with us on the UMA guest line for his weekly conversation. We were talking the other day about what looks different about Brock this year, just what he's added to his game this year that we hadn't seen in the past. And I wouldn't say this isn't there, but we're seeing more and more of his ability to run and extend plays where he's tough to bring down in the backfield. I guess a two-part question is, would you agree that we're seeing more of that from him this year? And then the other part is, what does it tell you about how his game has developed?
I think you are seeing more of it. I think some of that's a coincidence. I think when you're going against Minnesota, going against the Rams, going against New England, you're going against some of the biggest three-man rush, softer zone teams in the NFL. And we've had three of those in our 4 games. So I think that's had a little bit to do with it. But you go back to the playoffs last year, we're not going to the Super Bowl if Brock can't move the chains with his legs on a few of those third downs. That's what kind of got us over the hump in both of those 2 playoff games. And it's something that he did in college a lot also. So I think it's, he gets more uncomfortable with it. He usually does it at the right time. There's a couple that, he got out of there a little too quick when he could have had a couple guys. But in that first drive, there was 2 third downs that he moved the chains with his legs where they weren't there. And when you start doing that stuff, they don't believe it at first. But when you keep doing it, and he's done it here a number of weeks, it starts to adjust teams' coverages. And they realize they can't just sit back and guard everybody. They got to come up there and stop him also if he's going to make him pay. And usually it kind of ends up going full circle with all that stuff. The more he rushes, eventually they'll stop him. And that opens up other people. And then you just keep hitting other people for a while. And then they got to drop back and cover all them. And then he goes to his other option of running. So you got to have every tool as a quarterback to win over a long time. And Brock does have that stuff.
I would be way out of my depth if I even tried to grade an offensive line. All I know is when the running back runs for a lot of yards, most of that is due to the offensive line, or if the quarterback throws for a lot of yards, that's the offensive line giving him really good protection in a lot of cases. So I wouldn't know how to grade him. How have you graded him out the first few games here? How have they looked to you?
I think our O-line's playing well. There's nobody there's no unit on our team that I don't think can do better.
Mm-hmm.
But I do think that they're doing a good job. They open up really good lanes for us, in the run game. When we are passing, I think they're keeping guys off of Brock. They're, especially with the 3-man rushes. You can't block. Everyone thinks you should be able to block a 3-man rush forever, but to be able to sit there and hold those guys to allow Brock to look down the field for so long, and then to allow him to escape, they're doing a really good job with it. And a lot of guys only have like a 2-second clock, and they're starting to need like a 5-second clock with it. And I think they've gotten better each week. I think Trent had his best game last Sunday, just getting back into football shape and everything. And I thought a couple guys struggled there versus the Rams, but they bounced back big time versus the Patriots, and I think all in all it's been a pretty good year so far.
You know that's what you'd say if you're an announcer. Oh, how can you let him sack him? A 3-man rush. What are you doing? That's just a given.
I used to think some people I've had 3-man rushes were where the most sacks came.
Really?
Because nobody was open. And especially if you're sitting there. And the hardest thing about 3-man rush is when they have everyone up in there and it looks like you got to keep extra guys in protection. So you keep 2 guys in there, and then you got 3 guys out going against 8 people in coverage.
Yeah.
Good luck designing many plays where it's 3 on 8. And when that happens, the quarterback looks for so long, and he gets to the last guy, and he's covered, and then he gets hit. So that's what's been really good about Brock and our O-line. They've been able to block for a while, and Brock doesn't just sit there like a statue. When no one is there, he doesn't hesitate, and he's so competitive that he is breaking to move the chains with his legs, but he's also the whole time keeping his eyes downfield, hoping someone will come up and try to stop him so he can throw it over the top of him.
2 guys who had been out of practice yesterday, and then I saw they were back today, Fred Warner and George Kittle. How are they trending for this weekend?
Both, neither practiced today. They were out there for walkthrough and stuff. So, I mean, still not sure yet. They haven't been good enough to go today, which is never fun. So hopefully they'll get better here over the next couple days. But there are 2 guys that, if they don't practice, there's still 2 guys who can definitely play on Sunday. So hopefully they'll get there.
Seems to me number one goal defensively this week is just to build defense around Kyler. Just don't open up any holes. Don't go, it seems like guys always want to get sacks, right? But the defensive end can't cut inside, or he can't run past the quarterback. If you keep a fence around him, it's not that he can't beat you. It's just once he squirts through, then there's all kinds of other issues that you gotta deal with. How big a key will that be to winning the game? Just building that fence and kind of keeping him in the pocket.
It's huge. I mean, if you're up the field too far versus Kyler, I mean, he can eat up grass faster than anyone in this league. If you give him an open B gap and he just jets through there, he's going to get 8 yards so fast. And right when someone gets there, he's going to slide at the last second.
Mm-hmm.
He's really good at that. With his baseball skills, he can run full speed like he's stealing second and get down right away. But if you're not out of control trying to eat up that grass so fast, he's going to go for 30 more. So you can never stop. And when he slides, you got to be ready to go over the top of them so you don't get that penalty. But also, if you just sit there and don't rush, Kyler can sit in that pocket and make a lot of big-time throws. I mean, he's a good quarterback. He can throw the ball very well. He can make any throw. So what you really need to do is collapse the pocket. You got to really get everyone. You can't rush with just one guy. You need 4 guys, 5 guys, even sometimes 6 guys. And you got to really give him no open gaps and just condense the pocket, and so he can't see, and he's got to back out of there, and that's hopefully when he gets in trouble.
On the other side of the ball, what are the biggest challenges their defense presents to you guys?
Well, I mean, Budda Baker is one of the best players in this league, whether it's the run game or the pass game. So him out there, he's just all over the place, no matter what scheme that he plays in. The scheme that he's playing in now just really suits to him, too. There's pretty much always 3 safeties on the field. They're all interchangeable, whether they can play safety, whether they can play nickel, whether they can play linebacker. So they're all over the place with it. They do. It's really conservative in the way, it's hard to get by them. They have so many people deep. They probably lead the league in 3-man rushes, just like a lot of these schemes we've been going against. But this one even more than the others. Their top coverage in both their personnel groupings is a 3-man rush. And so when you do that, they make you have to run a lot of plays. And when you have to run a lot of plays, even if you're moving the chains and getting some yards, but the more plays you got to run, the more opportunities you give someone like Budda to wreck something. The more they can confuse somebody, and you can just get a tip or some type of turnover that ends up not leading to points. And when you do that, no matter how much you move it, if you don't get a lot of points and the talent they have on offense, that makes them a tough team to beat. There's only been one game this year that they really weren't in. Wasn't as bad as it seemed. Washington just kind of got out of hand there with the run game there in the second half. But they've been in every game and they should have gone up to Buffalo and won. Everyone saw what they did to the Rams. They've been a tough team to beat this year. We thought they were pretty tough last year, and they're getting better each year. And they got a bunch of players on their team too that's going to make them tougher as this year goes.
I'll ask you this, knowing I may get a biased answer. Is Texas back?
Oh, I think they're back. I wish you're definitely getting a bias because I really don't see anything. But I know Sark well. I know how good he is, and just people don't get how many players are in Texas, just for recruiting and everything, and just how cool of a place Austin is and the town. And when you got a guy like Sark there and stuff, I don't get, right when he got there, I didn't get how it was in a matter of time before they started loading up on talent, and it kind of seems like they're there without me really watching it. Just obviously they're ranked number 1 and everything, so that's what I'm assuming, and I definitely think they're back.
Now, I'm assuming you're a football fan. Like, you grew up watching football, going to football. Football's been around your entire life. Is it kind of a bummer? I mean, not that you'd give up coaching to be able to watch games, of course, but do you miss that sometimes? You have so much stuff to take care of as a head coach, and you just don't have time to watch other games. Do you ever miss, like, a Saturday where you're just kicking back, having a couple of beers, and watching football wall to wall?
Oh, you have no idea. I talk about that all the time. Like, I mean, all I did growing up was my whole Saturday was watching college football, and my whole Sunday was sitting next to my mom watching all the NFL.
Yep.
Or I'd be going to my dad's games if it was a home game. So that's all I've done my whole life, and I can't tell you how jealous I am sometimes when I'm driving into the stadium, usually like about 5 to 6 hours before the game, and I'm just looking at everyone just sitting there tailgating, playing cornhole, drinking, cooking, everyone just relaxed, having the time of their life as long as we do good. And I'm just like, man, that looks fun. But but I guarantee after one weekend of doing it, I would miss this more. But
I'm sure you would.
Yeah, no, I love football, and I enjoy when I get a chance to go to a high school game on a Friday night. So I love the atmosphere of football games.
Well, I'll make sure I have enough fun for both of us on Saturday. Have a couple beers, too. Best of luck this weekend, and we'll look forward to talking to you next week, Coach.
All right, guys. Thanks.
Kyle.
Hey, what's going on, everybody? Adam Copeland here for Underdog Fantasy. That's right, a new week of football is here. We started that stretch on, what was it, Wednesday? Or was it yesterday? 55 straight days of football. It's going to go all the way until the day before Thanksgiving, which means you have ample opportunities to get in on the action. With Underdog Fantasy and their Pick'em game, over 1 million fans across 33 states got in on the action last year by making picks on Underdog. You can win up to 1,000 times your money just by choosing higher or lower on some of your favorite player stats, like touchdowns, passing yards, maybe it's fantasy points. Sometimes you pair those together, and you can make up to 1,000 times your money just by making picks and watching some ball. Making picks on Underdog is straightforward. Signing up is even easier. Just head on over to Underdog's simple-to-use mobile app or to UnderdogFantasy.com and sign up using promo code KNBR. And Underdog is going to give you a free pick to use on your first cash pick'em entry, plus up to $1,000 in bonus cash when you deposit. Again, Underdog Fantasy, promo code KNBR to claim your new customer special of a free pick and your deposit offer. You must be 18 or older and present in a state where Underdog Fantasy operates. Terms apply. Concerned with your play, call 1-800-GAMBLER or visit www.ncpgambling.org.
Before kickoff this weekend, kick it with Tolbert and Copes at our 49er tailgate on KNBR, the sports leader.
Tolbert and Copes with you on a Friday afternoon. Niners and the Cardinals on Sunday afternoon, 1:05 from Levi Stadium in what is anticipated. We're anticipating it being the hottest game ever at Levi Stadium history. Could be 98 degrees at kickoff. We'll get a pick for you on that game. Also, you've got game day going to Cal tomorrow. You got Virginia Tech coming to Stanford tomorrow as they open up their ACC schedule at home. We'll have Cal over on 810, The Bread. We'll have Stanford pregame tomorrow at 9:30 a.m. with myself and Tim Webb. That's right, Tim Webb will be there at 9:30 over on KNBR 1050. All right. Tom and I are going to do something we've never done in public before as I look out at a variety of different people sitting.
Unsuspecting.
It's a variety of unsuspecting people. Normally I do this from the comfort of the studio where I'm just looking at Derek and Tim, and Tom's usually at home on a Friday. But I'll just put this out there and then Tom will give you a disclaimer. First time we've ever done this live. Every Friday throughout football season, Tom and I and the show and the station have hired a sophisticated sex robot who gives gambling advice. Her name is Harmony. She's sent here each and every week to help you bang the book. We don't know her record, but we can tell you she always finishes on top. And that's where I'll leave it. And Tom, you can take it from here.
Yeah, I'll just give the disclaimer that for those of you that haven't heard this segment, you are in for a treat.
That's not a disclaimer. That's greasing the skids. I saw her toweling off while we were playing Kyle Shanahan. She made her way out to Alameda. It's our sophisticated sex robot.
Can I do my thing?
Go ahead. I thought that was it.
No. I want to say they're in for a treat. If you haven't listened to the whole show, make sure you listen to this segment. This segment is incredible. We love Harmony. Harmony loves us. It may be a little jarring. It may not be what you expected, but enjoy.
A sophisticated sex robot sent here every week to help you bang the book. This is Harmony's Double Banger.
I'm talking rainforest sweating. It's time for Harmony's sexy double banger.
Wants to love you sexy.
With Tolbert and Copes on the Sports Leader.
Harmony back for week 5 of the NFL season. Harmony's Double Banger. She gives us betting advice every week. Some with innuendo, all with innuendo. Harmony is here to talk about 2 college games and 2 NFL games. Dude, it's like a woman walks by with a baby. This is unbelievable. Not what I anticipated we'd be doing when we created Harmony or when we started paying for Harmony. She's here on a Friday in Alameda. Harmony, it's so good to see you. How are you?
Hello, boys, and hello to all the fans here at Almanac Brewery. Judging by the crowd, I've probably met all of you before. The fans showed up to drink great beer at Almanac, but really to get a glimpse of all my rack. Damn, is it me or is it really hot out here? I think Tom is sweating worse than John Gruden.
That's it. I just sit here watching Jaden Daniels, and I start sweating.
That guy must be the only person who gets more horny for football than me.
Okay, Harmony's Double Banger. She gives you bets on what you should take this weekend. 2 college games and 2 programs. That's so stupid. We'll start with the college game. Derek's shaking his head, wiping his brow. This may be Derek's last day at KNBR. UCLA at Penn State. Penn State laying 28.5. I have no idea why this would be on the docket for Harmony.
We're going to find out.
I have no clue.
We're going to find out.
28.5. Do you like Penn State at UCLA?
Too many points.
Yeah, I don't know.
UCLA stinks. They're awful. I don't think their head coach, Sean Foster, is very good. They have no offense. Their defense is marginal at best. Penn State's going to kill them, but they're going to probably squeeze in a touchdown or 2 at the end, I hope. Not that I care, but give me the Bruins. Give me the Bruins. Plus the 28.5.
There's like 2 7-year-olds standing here staring at him.
They love the robot boy.
Oh, you like this, boys? Wait till you hear what's coming up next. Harmony, who do you like? UCLA is hosting Penn State. They're laying 28. I don't know what's next. Here you go.
Poor UCLA. A 28-point spread. They can't be that bad. Who's their coach?
We're in LA. It's us and USC. We
Okay, never mind. I can see why they're bad. Sorry, Murph. I don't think we're getting free Buffalo Wild Wings, because this team isn't winning another game.
Life sucks.
Lay me in the points for Penn State.
Lay me in the points. She's going to lay the 28 for Penn State, taking shots at Murphy. I forgot about that soundbite from who's that coach?
Deshaun Foster, former running back, really good running back.
Not a good talker.
Well, not a good talker.
Not a good intro.
It didn't get off to a great start, and it's not getting off to a great start after the presser.
So Tom's on UCLA. Well, not on them, but given the option there against Harmony.
Yes.
Let's jump into a couple of pro games here. Cardinals at the Niners. We talked about this briefly earlier.
Yep.
Niners laying the 7.5. You said it felt like too much. I could see it going either way. I'm probably staying away from this one, but if you had to take a side, where are you?
I'm staying away too, but give me the Cardinals plus the 7 and a hooker.
And the half. Hooker, just met her. Here's Harmony on Cardinals and Niners. Who do you like, Harmony?
I hope Christian McCaffrey figured out whatever he needed in Germany. I've taken my fair share of freaky trips to Germany as well that didn't involve schnitzel, well maybe schnitzel of a different kind. I know my guy Big Brock has been using that corn seed strength to move around more. But Kyler Murray has always been spry and quick to move faster than when his Xbox just finished downloading Call of Duty. I like the 49ers to win, but look for a little backdoor action from the Cardinals.
Okay, she likes the Cardinals to cover too. October 25th, by the way, new Call of Duty comes out.
Really?
Yeah, 2 weeks from today.
I had no idea.
We'll be here, and the Cardinal season will take a dip.
No, fantastic.
Yeah,
I had no idea.
Moving on, you talked
kind
about
of out of the Call of Duty loop, by the way.
Right, yeah.
In case anybody wonders. My head doesn't like to play Call of Duty games. I have no body, right?
No, you're back. No, we're back.
Oh, I'm back?
Yeah, we're all good now.
Oh, hey. Hey, everybody. How you doing?
You've been back for a while. We'll
good
get
to see you.
The sun dipped down behind
that. Fantastic. That's good news.
There. We got 2 more games to get to as part of Harmony's double banger. Cowboys at the Steelers. Steelers laying 2.5. You had a side on this one earlier.
I will be taking this game. I will be taking the Steelers in the best uniform/helmet game of the weekend, taking me back to my youth. I just think they're better. I don't like the Cowboys. I didn't like them last week when they won. I didn't like the way they played. I didn't like the fact they couldn't stop the Giants. You can't stop the Giants. So Pittsburgh last week lost by 3 to Indy, but they did fight back in that game. Fields has been playing pretty good ball. I'm going. They can't run the ball either. Cowboys can't run at all. TJ Watt going to be unleashed. Give me the Steelers minus the points.
All right, Harmony. Cowboys at the Steelers. A 1978 coming-of-age tissue game is what Tom called it earlier. See if Harmony can top that. Harmony. Cowboys at the Steelers. Who do you like?
The spread's only 2.5. I thought I heard Jerry Jones say it was 8.5.
8.5.
Oh, never mind. He was talking about something else. This game is a classic matchup of the 70s that always had physicality. This gets me more aroused than Murph at the Buster Posey presser.
That body's going to take a banging.
Sorry, Niner fans, but I have to go back to my Debbie Does Dallas days. Give me the Cowboys.
Back to her Debbie Does Dallas days.
Double banger on Murph.
Yeah, like
wow.
Murph, dude, Harmony just clapping Murph hard today, dude, for no reason. Murph catching strays on UCLA in the Buster Posey presser. Body's gonna get banged hard. One more here to wrap up Harmony's double banger. She's gonna take the Cowboys. Miami is laying 10. College game day. I think it's at 10.5 right now. Out at Cal. 7 o'clock kick tomorrow out at Memorial Stadium. What do you like here, Tom?
Well, when it comes to woke versus Coke, I hate both. I hate woke. I hate Coke.
Yeah.
But if I had to choose, I think what's better for society is probably Coke,
okay.
I guess.
Okay, attaboy.
But that being said,
the cocaine train.
I can't go with the Canes here. I've been trying to talk myself into betting the Bears all weekend.
I'm trying to too. I'm trying to get into
I may get there. It's 10.5 right now. It was at 13. I'm an idiot for not taking it then, but if I'm taking anything, I'm taking the Bears. Let's go, Oski. Throw a word out there occasionally. Okay, you mute bear.
you got Ott back there for this week. Throw a word out there occasionally, you mute bear. Harmony, game day at Cal tomorrow for the first time ever. Miami, 10.5. Which side are you on?
I can't wait to go to college game day early tomorrow morning. I was told I should ride Bart to get to the game. I don't know who Bart is, but if he gets me better seats than what DP has, I'll gladly ride him. Sorry, DP, but you're used to people wanting to leave for a better situation. Just ask Devante Adams or the Oakland A's. I can't wait to meet Lee Corso. I hear he has a really big head. I'm also hoping to convince Nick Saban to trip out on some psychedelics with me.
I never knew any of this. I never experienced any of this. This is so much fun.
I've never been more torn between two teams. I enjoy going to Berkeley protests on drugs while also enjoying a Miami rave on drugs. I love you, Cal, but I have to go with Miami. After all, the 7th Floor song is about me.
What's your name? G-Ray. What you do? Get how you drop my drawers and let it see my third leg.
G-Reg, what you do? Get. Drop my drawers and see my third leg.
Wow. Finish strong.
Dude, and kid kicks a soccer ball by the booth.
Yeah.
Right, it's blaring out on Harmony. Unbelievable, dude. Unbelievable. Harmony's going to go with she's gonna go with Penn State. She's going to go with the 49ers. She's taking the Cowboys.
Yep.
And she's taking Miami.
Yep.
We'll see what her record is next week. We have a tough time tallying it. Harmony, it was great to see you. Thanks for making it out. Have a great time at game day tomorrow. We'll see you next week.
Have a good weekend, fellas. Thanks to all the people of Almanac Brewing for having us out here today. Now excuse me while I run out of here to avoid all these creeps who are staring at me.
Harmony, she's a sophisticated sex robot sent here each and every week to help you bang the book. We don't know her record, but she always finishes on top, and if you didn't like it, it just probably wasn't for you. Tolbert and Copes wrapping things up here from Almanac Brewing in Alameda. More to come on the Sports Leader.
Now, from the O'Donnell Financial Group Sports Desk. Learn more at odfigroup.com. O'Donnell Financial Group, because planning is a process, not a product.
John Lynch joined Murph and Marcus this morning and discussed the comparisons to Buster Posey and said never say never on Devante Adams. You can listen to that podcast on KNBR.com or the KNBR app.
Excuse me, Flo? It's that time of day.
What is the soup du jour?
It's the soup of the day.
Tolbert and Cope's Soup du Jour.
That sounds good. I'll have that.
Did you notice there was like no kids out here, Tom, until Harmony started? Now there's like 50 kids here.
Of course there was.
Yeah.
And of course there is. Let me see what, I haven't really looked. Let me see what Tim has for us. And, oh, this was a pretty good one. Did you see what happened between Adames and Winkler?
Winkler?
Nearly.
No, I did not see it. Christian Adames?
Yep.
Willie Adames?
Yep.
Willie Adames.
Apparently they had something going on. I didn't really notice this. Like, Winkler's a hothead anyway. He's one of those guys that it says in the article, baseball guys, when they talk about guys like him, they'll say,
roll your eyes.
Tired act. Act's tired.
Remember he ripped
Like,
his
good to
jersey
know.
open? Like they ripped the jersey off him when he hit a walk-off home run earlier this year.
Yep.
Like bare chested him. He had the one where was it yesterday? He threw his helmet down?
Yeah.
Super hard on the play?
Yeah, he seems like a tool. I remember the Angels hit him when he was playing for the Mariners, and I forget what happened in that situation. I don't think it was warranted, but it was Winkler, so I was like, who cares?
It's Winker.
Hit him anyway. Is it Winker?
It's Winker.
Okay, it's not Henry Winkler?
No.
Hey. Okay, Winker.
He brings the comb to the hair, and he's like, come on.
Something happened. Not sure exactly what it was, but Adames said he waited for him in the parking lot.
Oh, yeah, he was yelling at him on the field. He was like, I'm waiting.
Yeah.
I'll meet you in the parking lot. We have audio system?
Oh, we do have audio? Oh,
That's two. That's far shooter.
Oh, you can count. Good for you.
And you can count on me waiting for you in the parking lot.
Tim got me with that, dude. He got me with that. I thought he really had audio of the game, and that's bad, dude.
And you can count.
I should have known he had that way too quick. There's no way Tim actually had the audio.
Always be suspicious of audio that we have.
He's like, we have it.
Because you never know what audio that we're going to have. It's usually going to be, well, that, which is funny. We don't want the real audio anyway.
That's two. That's far shooter. That's great for Happy Gum. Oh, my God.
All right, let me read the headline here. I have no idea what's coming here on this headline. Palm Coast man who threatened officers involved in possibly the slowest chase in police history. Now, I haven't seen the video, but apparently he's going like 20 miles an hour during a no. I'm sorry. Let me take the 0 off. 2 to 3 miles an hour.
People are walking by him?
Chase. Oh yeah, 2 to 3. You'd roll right by that dude if you're walking. Absolutely. I mean, I pick him up and put him down about 4.2, 4.3. At least that's what my device says. Not really. I don't care what my device says. I really don't. All I care about is how far I'm going. Although I think my device is messed up because it always gets. I always get a different. Well, it's the app I use. I just use some janky app that is free. I don't feel like paying for like knowing how far I walk. I'm like, I know ballpark how far I'm walking, but it always messes up. Like I know that 2,000 steps is about a mile.
Okay.
4, 8, 10, 5. That's generally what I'm at. But I can go on the same walk 2 days in a row. It'll be like 8,000 steps, 4.8 miles, 8,000 steps, 3.7 miles. So I don't know what the hell's going on.
It's a mile difference?
Yeah, it really is. Like, I don't know what's happening. Unless I'm blacking out during the walk and I'm not walking that far. I don't know. But it says right there, steps. Steps aren't correlating to the miles. So I don't know. All I know is I'm sweating. I get home, get my shower in, straight cold shower, as cold as I can get it, and then lay on the couch, which is what I'm about to do when I go home tonight.
After you get one of these burgers.
Cold shower, burger, couch, Michigan State, Oregon, maybe a little UNLV Q's. Watch that one. Since I do have a play in that game. I do have UNLV.
I was going to say,
I'm on the Rebs. I'm on the Rebs. Rebs have been playing some pretty good ball. I wanted to get myself to take the Spartans. I did. Because Oregon has not been special this year. They just haven't. They played really good against Oregon State and blew them out. Last week they beat UCLA by 21, and UCLA is awful. I don't care if it was in Southern California or not.
That's a harmony.
And Michigan State turned the ball over twice inside the 20 going in against the Buckeyes. Like, they were kind of in that game. I was getting 25 in that game, lost that one. But they could have easily covered that game. So I'm thinking, I'd like to talk myself into, I got 5 minutes, probably not going to do it. But I'd like to talk myself into taking the Spartans. Although I will go home and watch it. What else is on tonight?
This is a tasty burger.
Thank you. Thank you, Jules. I appreciate it. So that's where I'm at. That's kind of where I'm at. And no walking this weekend, in case you're curious, which you're probably not.
I'll be walking a lot.
Too hot. You're going to be walking. Well, you're not doing it for exercise, though. You're doing it because, well, you have to.
Yeah. I don't have a choice.
So, yeah, I'm good. I'm absolutely good. What do we got coming up?
We got Larry Krueger at the top of the hour.
Again?
At 6 o'clock, Niners Nightly.
Huh. That was interesting. Wouldn't it have been better to schedule him at the end of the show and just lead him right into his show? I don't know. What do I know? You don't have to talk to him. No, I don't have to talk to him. Well, I'm not going to talk to him. Why would I?
He's going to take it.
Why would I talk to him?
We already did.
Yeah.
It'd be weird if we did it again.
Let's give a hand to Mike Holler, too. It's the best thing he'll do all year is getting us out here doing our brewery tour.
Yeah, it's nice.
Well done.
Wait till we're doing when it's raining.
Yeah,
we won't be clapping so hard when we do it in the rain in December, Mike.
No. No, it's great. He doesn't do much, but we tell him great job.
Yeah.
But this
is a lot of fun.
Absolutely.
We'll be back out here in Almanac October 25th.
Yep.
Actually, let me get you all the dates. Cause
I finally found somebody that, is my, superior, that likes beer as much as I do. So Mike likes beer, and he also likes the Sharks. So we're all good to go. We all love it. Everybody else is going, no, please don't. But, hey, guess what? I got the hammer now.
I said 2 weeks. We're here in 3 weeks, by the way. October 25th,
3 weeks?
We're back here. October 18th, we'll be at Fieldwork in San Mateo for our San Mateo listeners and Peninsula fans. And then we've got Fieldwork Brewing in San Leandro, November 15th, and December 6th at Fieldwork Brewing in San Ramon. But we will be back out here in 3 weeks at Almanac on October 25th.
No, it's going to be fun. It's a great day today.
Beautiful day. A lot of
Almanac's a great brewery. I'm going to go get myself some food at Scolari's. They got good beer here. No, it's going to be fun. I can't wait to meet everybody, see everybody. If you happen to be in the area, working in the area, just want to come on by and say hi, do it again. But we're giving you ample opportunities to come on by. Berkeley, San Leandro, San Ramon, San Mateo.
Yeah.
So there's going to be plenty of opportunities for you guys.
We're like Tom Shane, dude. We're hitting
pop
all
your
those
heads
cities.
in. Oh, yes, we are.
San Mateo, Novato, and Walnut Creek.
So I'm looking forward
2 to
to
6
it.
on Fridays.
Should be a lot of fun. We'll talk a lot of football. Get you caught up on what's going on with the college scene.
And bring your kids for
obviously.
Harmony. Everybody else did.
Yeah. In fact, you know what we should do? We should get little kid-size Harmony T-shirts. We should get little T-shirts for everybody.
The Harminians, dude.
Yeah, the Harminians.
Yeah,
oh,
dude,
perfect. That's a good call. This little guy right here.
I kid you not. We were here all day. There was not a single kid.
No.
And in the last hour, maybe since Harmony started, I'm talking.
Yeah.
There's 40 or 50 kids here just hanging out.
Dude, I think you're onto something. The Harminian
dude,
little baby overalls. That would be incredible. You kidding me? That'd be so good. You're right. There's nobody here, and all of a sudden there's 10 just rolling around. And they were the ones that were intrigued. They're like, oh.
Hello, boys.
That's
Hello, kids.
Here we go, right here, right in front of us.
Here we go.
Yep,
hello, boys.
They're all just
play that one again. We're good.
Who is that?
Play it again.
Is that my mom?
All right, should we get out of here?
Yeah, let's do it.
We got a lengthy list to thank. I'm trying to let me see before I look at the phone. It was thank you very much, Tim Ryan.
Yep.
Thank you very much, Marcus Thompson.
Yeah.
Thank you very much to Dennis Ranahan, Dr. Bob.
Yeah. Is there somebody else earlier?
And there's one more. I know there's one more. Thank you very much to.
Oh yeah. There's two more.
Two more? Is it really?
There's Krug.
And no, I think Marcus Thompson. No, I did.
We said Tim Ryan too. You guys suck.
No, I did say Tyson.
We got them all. We got them all.
No,
and thanks to Harmony.
Oh, as always.
And Kyle Shanahan again.
Thanks.
The replay leader.
The replay leader. All right, coming up, Krug's going to take you home. He'll take you for the next hour?
Yeah.
Or 2. Okay, hour. So you heard him earlier. You're going to hear him again.
And you'll hear him tomorrow.
Why? Because we like to replay stuff. We like to recycle here at KNBR. We're going green. Damn right we are. Larry Kruger's going to join you next right here on The Sports Leader. Thank you very much to Derek for being out here. Thank you very much to Tim. Thank you everybody who helped out here. We appreciate it. Awesome job setting everything up. And when I do that, it means I forgot your names.
Josh.
But thank you, though. I appreciate it.
I forgot your names, Josh. Josh and Austin, thanks, guys, for being out here.
Thank you.
Tim,
I appreciate it.
I'll see you tomorrow.
No, I wanted you to get involved, so thank you. I appreciate that.
I'll just let you, you paddle water.
Yeah, thank you. I appreciate it. Yeah, I'm drowning. we're my floaties.
See you next week.
Anyway, thanks. Thanks, Gopes. I appreciate it. Coming up next, Larry Kruger. Take it away, Derek.
Oh, my God. Oh! Shut it down. Let's go home.
It's time to bring the 49ers to the forefront.
It's go time. This is the best team that they can put on the field this year.
Welcome to Niners Nightly.
You guys are going to hear it. The latest from the locker room, the latest from the podium, the latest scuttle from the players.
On your proud home of 49ers football. Touchdown! KNBR, the sports leader. Your faithful fix with your host, Larry Kruger, begins.
We'll take phone calls. We'll talk Niners for a full hour. Fired up. Really excited.
Now.
And welcome to Niners Nightly. Larry Kruger back with you on a Friday night as we talk a little 49er football in advance of Sunday's Niner Cardinal tilt. And it's going to be alumni weekend. They were making all the plans. They were getting the stadium ready today. Patrick Willis is going to be honored at halftime with his Hall of Fame ring. P. Willis going to the Hall, absolutely deserving. And there'll be a lot of Niner alums. I think over 100 alums are going to be showing up on alumni weekend, and the Niners will take on the Cardinals on what promises to be possibly the hottest day in the history of Levi's Stadium. It's going to be so hot that they're saying maybe between 95 and 98 on Sunday. I know that just seems unbelievable. 98 degrees first week in October in Santa Clara. So, if you are, let's just say you're an older fan, maybe you've got seats on the sun side. I don't know what the plan is. Maybe sell them this week. Maybe don't go. Hate to see anybody, really suffer from the heat. And just be smart. Be smart, Pack as many liquids as you possibly can. Be smart this weekend. Wear white. By the way, the Niners, I don't know if you guys heard this, but the Niners wanted to, the Niners have the throwbacks. The road throwbacks would be perfect for Sunday, right? Because they're all white. You got the white pants, the white tops. It makes perfect sense. They're at home. What the heck? Bust out the whites. NFL, the No Fun League, says not so fast. You will not be wearing the whites. You did not give us enough advance notice. You will not be wearing. We don't care if it's 98 degrees. We don't care if it's over 100 or temperatures in the high 90s at 1 o'clock on Sunday. You will not wear the wrong uniform. This is the NFL. So, yeah, the Niners didn't give them enough advance notice. Shanahan told us today. He said we asked on Monday. We asked on Monday that we knew it was going to be hot. We said, hey, NFL, it's going to be super hot. It's going to be like 98 degrees out here. How about we wear our white jerseys, white pants? What do you think? No. We need more advance notice. So the Niners will be wearing their throwbacks, but they're going to be the home throwbacks. So the Niners will have white pants, but they'll have the red jerseys. So it should be all right. But, man, it's going to be hot. It's going to be hot. And it's easy for me to say it should be okay, because I probably shouldn't say that, because in reality, do I know it's going to be okay? No, not necessarily. But I'm hoping it'll be okay. And I'll be in the press box, and it will be very cold, almost icy in the press box. But we got a hell of an hour for you. We're going to talk Niners Cardinals. Bottom of the hour, Darren Urban's going to stop by he's been covering the Cardinals for 25 seasons. He's a good follow on X at Cards Chatter on X. I'm also next segment going to let you hear my conversation with a guy that I think may play a role in this thing if Fred Warner can't go, and that's Tatum Bethune, the rookie linebacker from Florida State. Had a nice little conversation with him in the locker room today, so we'll play you that next segment. But with us to get it rolling, a longtime friend of mine. I mean, this guy, we have gone back. I mean, I go back. I've been on the radio since 1995, and Howard Balzer has been a guest of mine probably since the late 90s. He covered the Rams for years in St. Louis. He's moved out to Arizona. He's covering the Cardinals. He's one of the great voices and great media members in National Football League history, and I really say that with total seriousness. And he's with us on the UMA guest line to preview the game on Sunday. Howard, how are you?
Larry, I'm doing great. Awesome to be with you. No question about that. And it's interesting. Jonathan Gannon was asked about if there's an advantage to the fact that it's going to be so hot in Santa Clara on Sunday. And he says, well, I've always believed you only have those who think they have an advantage just because they think they do. But I guess we'll see how it plays out. But I do have to tell you a quick funny story. Sure. Yesterday on one of the local radio stations, someone was saying, they said that, man, they're saying that this is going to be the hottest, the hottest game on record perhaps for the 49ers. And since they've, been at Levi's Stadium, of course. Right. So one of the hosts quickly Googles it, and he says, well, what are they talking about? It's only going to be 82 degrees in San Francisco. And I'm driving in my car, and I know, well, just because that's a little San Francisco on the bay is a bit different than Santa Clara. I didn't realize it was that much different. Maybe 15 or 16 degrees, but they ended up looking pretty bad for saying that. And then I think somebody texted them or whatever and said, no, you got to check the Santa Clara temperature, not San Francisco. And then eventually they corrected themselves. So it was pretty funny.
Yeah. Do you think the Cardinals have an advantage because they do live in, ridiculously hot temperatures there in the desert? I mean, do you think, I don't know. I mean, I've always was told that, like the Bears had an advantage on the Niners when the Niners would go to Chicago because they live in Chicago and they're living in that cold. Do you think that you get used to 98 when you live in a climate like you see there in Tempe and Glendale?
Well, there's no question you get used to it. And I've been here now 4 years. And I still do laugh at the locals, though, of when it gets crazy. And it's been crazy hot here over the last week or so. It finally, like about 2 weeks ago, it finally got down for the first time since May 26th for a high under 100. And then when it was in the 90s, people were going, man, this is really nice. And people were calling it cool. I'm still one that says, no, it's just less hot. It's not cool. But then it started turning back, and it's been like in the 110, 112 this week. But you definitely do feel it when it's less. Now, I will say the Cardinals practice in the morning, and so even on those real hot days, it really doesn't get ungodly hot until 3, 4 o'clock in the afternoon. And even though everyone jokes, well, it's a dry heat, there is a difference. There is a tremendous difference because you just don't have that disgusting feeling that you have in some parts of the country when it's hot and humid, and your skin crawls with that. And that I will say that does not happen here. It's just pure heat, no doubt about it. So you certainly get used to it. I don't think there's any doubt about it. And now, from what I understand, it might be a little bit humid on top of this. On top of the actual temperature Sunday. So who knows? But certainly the 49ers are there, and they're around there. And even though it's hotter than it normally is, certainly they've played in heat before. So I don't know how much of an impact that will truly have. But obviously both teams will be very cognizant of staying hydrated and making sure at certain positions, especially on the defensive line, that they keep that, keep a rotation of players, because where it can really start to have an impact, I think a lot of times is in the in the fourth quarter, where so many games in the league are decided. Now, will this game be up for grabs in the fourth quarter? Who knows? Judging by the way the Cardinals played last week, maybe not. Judging by the way the games went last year, maybe not. But as we know, it's a week-to-week league in the NFL, and what happens one week a lot of times has no bearing on what happens the next week.
We're talking to Howard Balzer from Cards Wire. He's a great follow on X, by the way, at HBalzer721 on X. Howard, it's like you can't tell the story of the NFL without you in the thing. I was watching an old draft thing on the NFL Network the other night. It was like whatever they're the top 10 this or that, and they were going back to a draft, and there you were sitting there next to Dr. Z on the draft coverage. I mean, Howard, what year did you start covering the National Football League?
I started covering the National Football League in 1976. And so when you add it up, this is my 49th year covering pro football. So obviously we know what that means for next year, God willing. So yeah, it was 76, and then really started, becoming a little bit known, I guess you could say, when I moved to St. Louis in 78 to work for the Sporting News, and started doing an NFL column there. And then when ESPN called to see if I was interested in coming on their first draft in 1980, it was pretty jarring. I mean, it was unexpected, but it was obviously humbling and very cool to be involved in that first one and do it for 9 years, the first 9 years of the telecast. And it's, now I'll get those calls, Larry, around the draft from around the country, people, saying, well, how has the draft changed? And are you surprised? And yeah, I mean, who could have expected it back then for the draft to get, to be what it was? And they asked me how it was with those early years. And it was, it was rudimentary, and, there weren't a lot of highlights because ESPN had just gotten on the air. And the one thing I always say is this. I mean, it was just the epitome of talking heads for that first draft with the people I was with in Bristol, and then another crew in New York. And that was it. I mean, there weren't cameras at different teams or any of those things.
This is pre-Mel, huh? This is pre-Mel Kiper.
Yeah, this is pre-Mel. Yeah, this is pre-Mel Kiper. And so we didn't know how we did. We just know we got through it all that first year. We had no idea. Well, the reviews were solid. And the thing I always say, Larry, is, well, everyone thought enough of it to do it again the next year. And
seriously, that was. I'm so glad that we had a chance to catch up with you, or we're having this chance to catch up with you, because you are so much a pro football historian. Let's talk about the matchup this week. Kyler against the Niners, and what do you make of the year that Kyler's had? It's like he's only running 4 times a game. When he does run, he's running for about 10 yards a carry. But he's not looking to run as much. They blew out the Rams, and they put 40 on the board, and then they really haven't looked great since. I mean, what do you make of Kyler this year? What do you make of the Cardinals this year?
Yeah, it's still, I guess, a work in progress. Now, after the loss last week, people here are just beside themselves, and all of a sudden they're saying, oh, the rebuild isn't working. I mean, before the Washington game, when at least, even though the offense didn't play that well against Detroit, they hung tough against them. The defense played pretty solid, lost by a touchdown, and everyone would say, well, this is looking pretty good. Defense is better than we thought. Then you have a bad game, and everybody's ready to jump off a bridge and thinks the sky is falling. And I often point out, hey, this team that the Cardinals are playing this week, the first 2 years of Kyle Shanahan, they were 6-10 and then 4-12, I believe. And so you just got to let it play out sometimes. But the last 2 weeks have been disappointing. There's no doubt about it. And the offense has struggled in that Rams game. After 2 weeks, Larry, the Cardinals were number 1 in the NFL in third down conversions, and they were 3rd or 4th in defense against third downs. Those two numbers have totally flipped in the last 2 games. In fact, in the Detroit game, and the crazy part is the offense have gone down the field and scored a touchdown on the first drive of each game. And then after that, except for the Rams game, it just hasn't followed suit. And in the Detroit game, they did that, had 1 third down conversion in that drive, and then missed their final 8 of the game and then missed their first 4 against Washington. So at one point they had 12 consecutive failures on third down. And obviously there's always a variety of reasons, whether it's this play doesn't work and you don't move the chains and then a different one. It's always different guys on different plays, but it's just been very inconsistent the last 2 weeks. And the run defense, which was pretty good the first 2 weeks, has really gotten gotten dominated in the last 2. And they lost their nose tackle, a guy that people say, oh, he only has 4 tackles, right? Justin Jones. And I'm saying, well, how many nose tackles get a lot of tackles? That's not their job, really. Well, he left the game early against Detroit, and since then the snaps for everybody else has gone out of whack, and they've given up huge rushing yards. So this looks like a matchup that's obviously going to be a very difficult one again. To your first question, Kyler Murray going against the 49ers in that defense, and then trying to figure out a way to stop that offense with Jordan Mason, who's second in the NFL in rushing. So it's hard to be honest, it's hard to come up with a formula, if you will, to say, well, here's what has to happen for the Cardinals to win this game. I mean, we know it has to happen. The question is whether they're good enough to make that happen on a consistent basis on Sunday.
Couple last ones for you, Kyler. What is there? You've been watching him for a while. What's the best way to defend him? I looked at the numbers. I saw that his numbers when he's blitzed are not quite as good as far as completion percentage and yards per attempt as opposed to when he's not blitzed. And the Niners have been dialing up blitzes, Howard. Week 1, it was 9%. Week 2 was 12%. Week 3, it was 20% against the Rams. Last week, they blitzed 33.3% of the time because they've lost Javon Hargrave. What do you think? I mean, is the game plan for the Niners to blitz Murray, and how much success are teams having when they do it?
Yeah, they've had some pretty good success, whether it's a blitz or not, and they've gotten some pressure. And I think defenses are doing some things to keep him from running. You mentioned that earlier, and he only ran 1 time for 3 yards in the game against Washington. And so they've been trying to go down the field a bit. They tried more against Detroit, and a lot of it didn't work. But again, I think a lot of it, when you're trying to establish that offensive continuity, and it sounds simplistic to say, but when you can't have much rhythm in your offense if you can't convert third downs. And a lot of they've had a few third and tough ones, long ones, but they've also had several that are third and short or third and manageable, and in these last 2 games, and they haven't been able to get them. When you start converting those third downs, well, then you're keeping the ball. You're keeping your defense off the field, obviously, and there's more opportunities to spread the ball around and do some things. Now, one key for them, they didn't have Trey McBride, their tight end, real good tight end last week, and he's going to be good to go. So we'll see how much that means. Marvin Harrison Jr. is doing a nice job. They're still learning each other, Kyler Murray and him. But they've got some pretty good talent on their offense. But bottom line is got to convert those third downs, and if you don't, then that's going to be a real problem, unless you're making a lot of first downs on first or second down.
Last one for you, and awesome catching up with you, Howard. Howard Balzer with us on the Yuma guest line. Give me a national perspective, or at least an out of town perspective on Brock Purdy. What do you think of Purdy? I mean, this guy's numbers are amazing. His first 25 games, he's got a 112.6 QB rating. It's the highest QB rating for any quarterback in their first 25 games in the history of this league. You know the history of this league well, so what do you think of Purdy from watching him from afar?
He's just a very good quarterback, and I hate using the words manage the game or system quarterbacks or anything like that. And I hear the debates on different shows. Well, is it really him, or is it the team around them? Well, name me a quarterback that can be consistent week in and week out that doesn't have good players around them. And certainly when you have what the 49ers have, and again, being able to run the ball, it almost seems whoever they put back there at running back is going to be successful. Very good offensive line, skilled players who can make plays, and Purdy is excellent at getting them the ball, very accurate. And when he gets into trouble sometimes is when he has those turnovers, when he'll throw an interception or two, and all of a sudden that turns the game sideways. But he doesn't do that very often. And so he just quote, plays within himself, and runs this team very well. The guy now, somebody, I was listening to a debate on a local show this week, and they were talking about both he and Kyler Murray, and I said to my wife, actually, as we're driving in the car, I said, how do we think Brock Purdy would be right now with this Cardinals team, and what Kyler Murray would be with this 49ers team? And no one can convince me otherwise that isn't a big part of a quarterback's success. But the narrative usually is it's all on the quarterback, make the team better and all those things. But this isn't high school. I mean, you have to have players in this league to beat other defenses. And I think that and the other part of the 49ers is as good as they are defensively, they're usually not pressured or feel that, man, we got to score almost every time we touch the ball because, our defense isn't very good. Well, they don't have to worry about that. There's no crime in punting in the NFL if things didn't go well in a certain possession. And so that's complementary team football. And that's what the 49ers obviously have been so good at over this stretch of time with the record that they've had in getting the NFC Championship games and the Super Bowl.
Howard, you're the man. Always awesome to catch up with you. Let me just, in advance, congratulate you. Half a century covering the NFL, and nobody does it as well. You're seriously amazing, and you sound great. I've been following you and your coverage of the Cardinals, doing an amazing job as always. Thanks for jumping on KNBR tonight and chopping it up with me, and we'll do it again maybe later this year when the rematch comes around in the division. Niners Cardinals. Let's do it again. But great to hear your voice, man. Great to see you're doing great things.
So appreciate it. Appreciate the kind words, and great being with you. And anytime, even if it's not a Cardinal week, you just want to talk about what's going on in the league or whatever, you just give me a shout. Love talking ball.
Yeah, we'll do it. Thanks, Howard. Have a great night.
You too. Take care.
There you go. I really appreciate Howard Balzer. He is fantastic. He was covering the NFL draft before Mel Kiper. There's great lineage there and great history there with Howard Balzer. And heck, I remember having him on KNBR in 1997 to talk about the NFL. And here we are. It's 2024, and the guy's still going strong. All right, we're going to take a timeout. We're going to come back. We're going to let you hear a conversation that I had in the locker room today with a guy who may be the guy coming up this Sunday, and that's Tatum Bethune, the rookie linebacker who can wear the green dot and play that middle backer spot. If Fred Warner, Niners play Sunday, they play again on Thursday. Fred Warner is questionable. Will Shanahan keep him out? And if he does, he'll be going with this kid, most likely, at middle backer, Tatum Bethune. We're going to talk to him next. We're going to let you hear some of that conversation. Bottom of the hour, Darren Urban's going to stop by. He's been covering the Cardinals for 25 years as well. And it's alumni weekend. If you want to jump in, 808 KNBR is the phone number. If I gave you a golf foursome and you could have any three Niners in history golfing with you, who do you want to play 18 with? Who do you want to walk around for 5 hours with and chop it up and tell old Niner stories? I've got mine. I'm putting Dwight Clark on that list, but I got two others that I'm going to go with as well. We can take some of your calls if you want to jump in at 808 KNBR. Up next, Tatum Bethune. We'll talk a little bit with the rookie next on Niners Nightly on the Sports Leader.
Now, from the O'Donnell Financial Group Sports Desk. Learn more at ODFIGroup.com. O'Donnell Financial Group, because planning is a process, not a product.
John Lynch joined Murph and Marcus this morning and discussed the comparisons to Buster Posey and said never say never on Devante Adams. You can listen to that podcast on KNBR.com or the KNBR app.
Faithful, time to make some Niners noise on Niners Nightly with Larry Krueger on your proud home of 49ers football. KNBR, the sports leader.
And we keep it rolling on Niners Nightly as we get you ready for Sunday's tilt at Levi's. Niners and Cardinals. Niners are 2-2. Cards are 1-3. You got to stop Kyler Murray. You got to stop him when he scrambles. You got to stop James Conner. He's the 12th leading rusher in the NFL. You got to stop Trey McBride. He's a great tight end. You got to stop Marvin Harrison Jr., outstanding rookie for sure. But the Niners have had the Cardinals' number as of late. They've won 4 in a row against Arizona. And they need this win. The Niners need this win. They're already 0-1 inside the NFC West with that loss to the Rams. And the Cardinals have not been good on the road. In fact, the Cardinals are 3-13 in their last 16 road games dating back to week 6 of the 2022 season. That's the second worst road record in the entire NFL over that span. So it's Alumni Weekend. It's going to be hot. And let's see if the 49ers can put the Cardinals away and maybe put them away early. I was listening to John Lynch today on with Murph and Marcus, driving down, listening to a little The Sports Leader, getting ready for a big 49er day in Santa Clara. And Lynch was great, as usual. And the topic came up. I think Marcus might have asked him about Bethune. And he said, he's been good. And he runs the huddle really, really well. And if you look at the injuries, like at least as they sit today, Fred Warner's questionable with an ankle. George Kittle is questionable with the ribs. He did both those guys practice today. Kalia Davis is questionable. D. Winters practiced today, but he's listed as questionable. Jacob Cowing practiced today. He's listed as questionable. Isaac Yadam's got a thigh injury. He's questionable. Chris Conley's doubtful, and then Yatir Gross-Matos is out, and Demetrius Flanagan-Fowles is out. So you combine the Flanagan-Fowles injury, the Winters injury, the Warner injury. Jalen Graham was just brought back. You may see if the Niners opt to sit Fred Warner. Now, it would be an interesting decision if they did, because Fred Warner, you would think, is going to be the number one guy to stop James Conner. But let's just say the Niners are thinking ahead to Thursday, and maybe Fred's in more pain than we think. They could go with Tatum Bethune. At middle backer. He could wear the green dot. Now, he's an interesting player. He's a 5'11", 230-pound linebacker who started at Central Florida, transferred to Florida State, third team All-ACC as a senior, led Florida State in tackles his senior year. And he went in the 7th round. And, you go in the 7th round for a reason, right? And the reason he went in the 7th round is that he's got average size, maybe even slightly below. And he's got average speed. He's not very fast. 5'11", 230, not the fastest guy. But when you put on the film and you watch this kid run around, whether it was in college or this summer with the Niners, he's really underrated. He's got what they call reaction quickness. He's very, very quick. He's a smart football player, very heady, very high IQ, great feel for pass coverage, great awareness, great production. So, this guy can play. And I'll tell you, I was there at every single practice this summer. From about the middle of camp on, this guy showed up at the ball so regularly that it was like, wow, look at this guy. And then I looked him up, and I'm like, he's not big, and he's not fast, and he maybe even be a liability at times in coverage. But man, this guy plays faster than he times. He plays bigger than he measures. He's got tons of heart, tons of smarts. Really impressive kid. Anyway, I caught up with him today in front of his locker, and we talked about a number of things. And I asked him. We started off the conversation. I just asked him. I said, "Hey, Tatum, man, how's your rookie season going so far?"
Everything going good. Living the dream.
Yeah. I watched a lot of your Seminole ball, and you guys had some fast linebackers last year. Deloach. What happened to Deloach? He was in camp with Tampa. Yeah. He flies, man. He really flies.
Yeah, Deloach is actually back in Tampa right now. Yeah, I talk to him like every day though.
How's he doing?
He's doing good. Yeah, he had a little nicks and bruises he had to deal with, but he's back over there now.
Did you compete with him when you guys were at Florida State?
Every time. We always used to make little wagers going on, like I get the tackle first or this and that. Rock, paper, scissors, shoot, who get the blitz and stuff like that. Most of the time he won though. He had like 7 sacks throughout the season, so yeah.
Dude flies.
Yeah.
I mean, he's like sub 4.5.
Yeah.
He's really flying.
Yeah.
You had a great summer, man. I thought as camp progressed, you just kept getting better and better and better. Why is that? Is it the knowledge of the defense, or because it seemed like there was a point this summer suddenly you just started showing up at the football?
Yeah, I'll just say it just come with confidence, just staying in the playbook and learning what I could do and then reading tendencies and keys. And once I got that down pat, which I still don't yet, I feel like, but I was able to move faster in practice. So, yeah.
You got a killer room, man. You got Johnny, who's just a phenomenal coach, A&M guy from way back, way before your time.
Yeah.
And then you got Fred and you got Dre. What's your room like? What's that room like for you? What's it been like this year for you as a rookie?
It's fun. Sometimes I just sit in there and just think where I'm at right now, who I'm around, and I just got to soak it all in and learn as much as I can from Fred and Dre and the rest of the linebackers in that room. So I'm just enjoying the moment right now.
Have they taken you under their wing a little bit and kind of point things out to you about the defense?
Yeah, Fred was the first guy to text me after I got drafted, so I just knew from that point on it was going to be a standard that I had to hold in that linebacker room. So that's exactly what I'm doing, and they're holding me to it. So,
tell me a little bit about yourself. Where are you from?
I'm from Miami, Florida. I played at Miami Central in high school. I started.
That's a hell of a school too.
Yeah,
right?
I played at UCF like my first 3 years. Then the coaching staff changed. I played with them for like 1 year, and then transferred over to Florida State. So now I'm here.
What was it like? What was it like playing at Florida State? I mean, incredible athletes on that program.
Florida State. Prestigious program, a lot of tradition. So I'm just, any chance I get, I try to go back.
All right, this has been our hottest week, man. You're starting to get a picture of the Bay Area weather. It's hot in October.
Yeah.
But you played in Tallahassee in the summertime, man.
Yeah.
So this ain't nothing, huh?
Yeah, they said it was hot, man. I'm like, wait, what day is supposed to be hot? And it was like the whole week.
Yeah.
And I really ain't feel it. So
yeah.
No knock on California, but it wasn't hot.
How you enjoy? Yeah, not compared to Tallahassee in July. How you enjoying the Bay? Have you had a chance to sightsee or do anything around the Bay Area?
Man, honestly, I haven't been around, but like my sightseeing is walking out to practice and seeing those mountains.
Yep.
I've never seen mountains before, so like that's still new to me.
Yeah.
I'm like surprised every time I see it. So.
How much did you watch this team before you were a Niner? Did you watch the Niners over the last 4 or 5 years? Did you watch Dre and Fred and some of these guys?
Yeah, actually, Dre was a guy that I always looked up to, the way he played. I always studied his film when I was in college. So
when he was at Arkansas or when he was here?
No, when he was here.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, so it's like we was almost the same size. We ran the same 40. So it's just like he played the way I played, the same mindset. I just loved everything about the way he carried things. So. Yeah, I'm mostly focused on Dre.
Oh, Dre's fun to watch, man. He's one of my favorite guys to watch. He just looks like he wants to hit.
Yeah.
Now, did you always play linebacker? What'd you play as a kid?
Nah, my first year playing linebacker was my freshman year in college. I played,
really?
Yeah, I played DN in high school. So,
okay.
Yeah.
Sack master.
Yeah.
What's the most sacks you ever had in a high school game?
In one game, probably 5.
Yeah.
Yeah,
that's pretty good. So, what do you think, linebacker? You just took to it, huh?
Yeah, I was always around the ball, so I wasn't worried about making that transition. It's just being able to learn the technique and fundamentals, and that was it.
Give me the difference, linebacker in college, linebacker in the pros. What's the difference? You're now doing both.
I'll just say knowledge. It's a lot of things I know now that I did not know in college. So, and just being around Fred, he knows literally everything. So just being there and getting to watch him every single rep, I'm like, it's a huge difference. And especially like knowing.
Oh, Fred's a genius.
Yeah.
Fred's also right this year punching that ball out. I mean, he's bringing the fist and he's just literally punching it out.
Yeah.
Is that a technique that you can copy?
Oh, yeah, I'm trying to copy it. Yeah. He does it every day in practice. I think that comes with the mindset, too. He does it every day. So when he goes out in the game, it's like, it's not a surprise to us. Like, we knew he was going to do it eventually, at least one time. So.
How about the Cardinals this week? What does Connor and that run game look like? I mean, they run the ball well, and he's a big back. When you watch them on film, what does it look like?
Yeah, they got 3 backs, 3 good running backs. One of them I actually played with. Yeah, I played with him. But James Conner, he established himself as a great back in the league right now. He's big, and I just feel like they all have different games, and we just got to get them to the ground and make plays.
Last one for you. On a Saturday, you watch your Seminoles? Like, you watch them at Florida State on Saturday?
I watch Florida State
I saw you had a big box of FSU stuff.
Yeah, it's still up here. It's still up here. But I watch Florida State every Saturday.
Do you?
Win or lose.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So how you feeling? It's not been they miss you. Let's just say that.
They're going through adversity right now, but eventually they'll overcome it. They're over there with a great coaching staff. I believe they're a great coaching staff, and the players just got to buy in.
Last one, man. Fred can't go. You might get a chance to go. You ready to roll?
Whatever happens, I'm always ready to roll, whether it's Fred or Camp or anybody. I'm just here to help the team as best as I can.
Hey, man. Good to talk to you.
Appreciate
Pleasure meeting you. Have a great year.
Appreciate it.
Tatum Bethune, there you go. Good dude, definitely a smart guy, and he could be the guy on the spot. That's like last week we interviewed. We said we want to interview somebody who's going to make an impact in the game. We interviewed Sam Aquinu, and Sam went out there and balled. This week, you know what? I think the guy who might get the call if the Niners get real conservative with how they want to use Fred Warner with the game coming up Thursday against Seattle, maybe you'll see Tatum Bethune at middle backer against James Conner. This might be a good spot to throw Bethune out there. Why? Because Conner's a big back, and this guy's a hitter. Bethune's a hitter, but you don't have to worry about the speed. Conner's a big back. He's 230 pounds. So, maybe a guy like Bethune who, doesn't have a great 40 time, but he'll thump, he'll hit you. Maybe it's a good decision to go with Bethune over Warner if Warner can't go. This is going to be a really interesting 5-day period, right? Because the Niners play Sunday and they got a quick turnaround, and they got Mike McDonald, the new head coach of the Seahawks, and the Seahawks on Thursday night. So that is going to be interesting. Couple things that I think we're going to see in this game. I expect J.P. Mason to go off. I mean, really go off. He's second in the NFL with 447 rushing yards. Arizona has already allowed 8 rushing touchdowns. That's the most in the NFL. The Cardinals have the lowest run stop win rate in the entire league, 26.5. And they're 27th overall in run defense success rate. So this is a big run the ball game, and Mason is the guy. I mean, the big concern I really have for the 49ers is without CMC, who is the running back that's going to back up J.P. Mason? Who's the running back that Shanahan's going to go to when he wants to give Mason a little bit of a blow? They have Garendo, but he's pretty raw. They got Taylor, but obviously they don't trust him. They haven't given him a single carry. And they've got Keyshawn Vaughn. But Keyshawn Vaughn's on the practice squad, so he's not up. So it's they're riding. The Niners are using Jordan Mason like they expect McCaffrey to come back in like 5 weeks and be McCaffrey the rest of the season. I mean, they are running Mason hard. They're running Mason like they're going to be using McCaffrey almost exclusively later in the year, and he's just getting his workload all in September and October. That's going to be interesting to see exactly how long he can continue to run the ball the way he's running it. Mason's on pace to shatter Frank Gore's 49ers rushing attempt record by like 75 rushes, which was set in 2006. So, how much abuse, how many hits can JP Mason take this year and stay upright? He was walking around this week. He didn't look any worse for wear, but you got to wonder. You really got to wonder how many hits can a running back like that take and just keep it rolling. So that's, Tatum Bethune will be a guy to watch for. It could be D. Winters, it could be Jalen Graham, it could be more Devondre Campbell, but I get the sense if Fred Warner doesn't go, Tatum Bethune may wind up being your middle linebacker, and he's a tackling machine. And I love the way this guy practices. I mean, he makes it look like every play he's meant to make the tackle. And for a guy who's, as I said, not big, not fast, he sure was productive at Florida State, and he sure was productive this summer for the 49ers in the preseason. All right, let's take a timeout. We're going to come back. We're going to talk a little bit with Darren Urban, who's been covering the Cardinals for 25 years. We'll get his perspective on the matchup, and then we'll give you who would be our 49er foursome if we could go play a round of golf with 3 Niners in history. We'll tell you what 3 we're going with. And we'd love to hear from you at 808 KNBR. But up next, we'll talk a little bit with a guy who's been covering the Cardinals for a long, long time. Darren Urban stops by on the Sports Leader on Niners Nightly.
Now, back to Niners Nightly with your host, Larry Krueger, on KNBR, the Sports Leader. Sports Leader.
Yeah, we keep it rolling on Niners Nightly, and Darren Urban joins us on the UMA guest line. He's his 25th season covering the Arizona Cardinals. He's a great follow on X at Cards Chatter, and he's with us, as I said, on the UMA guest line to talk a little bit about the matchup on Sunday. Darren, thanks for a few minutes.
No problem.
Well, let's talk a little bit about this regime. Jonathan Gannon, Monty Austinfort. I mean, how do Cardinals fans feel thus far about, I guess this is year 2 of the regime. Gannon had a lot of success in Philadelphia. How are these guys being viewed by Cardinal fans today?
Well, I think, obviously there's some disappointment with the 1-3 start, but when those two came in, it was clear that they were going to basically build the roster from the ground up, kind of take it apart with what they had and start fresh. So that obviously takes some time, and I think people understood that. They put a lot into both last year's draft and this year's draft, and it's definitely a work in progress, and I don't think they've ever said anything otherwise. So I think right now you're trying to see how the season is going to play out. I mean, it has the last week obviously left a sour taste in some people's mouths, including Jonathan Gannon's. But I think they feel like we're moving in the right direction, and we just need to take a couple more steps.
Does Gannon take criticism because he is a defensive guy whose defense is struggling? I mean, they don't have great talent on defense, that's for sure. But he is a defensive guy, and it seems like the offense is the strength of the team.
I mean, I would say that this team definitely, if it's going to have success, needs to ride its offense because the defense is a work in progress. You're right; the roster isn't where they need it to be defensively at this point. They've had a couple of crucial injuries that have definitely undercut that part of it. Whatever criticism Jonathan Gannon might get right now, I don't think anybody's sitting there. You're a defensive coach, this and that. When he came in, even though he does have a defensive background, he made it pretty clear that he was going to let defensive coordinator Nick Rallis handle the defense, Drew Petzing handle the offense. He's the epitome of a head coach. He doesn't call plays. Obviously he has a big hand in what the defense is doing, but I've never gotten the sense that there's been a direct line. I mean, obviously fans would like the defense to be playing better than it is, but I don't think anybody's sitting there going, yeah, this is ridiculous. He's a defensive coach. How come they're not better defensively?
Do you think that, I believe last year in the Niners-Cardinals matchup, I believe Gannon went with a fake punt to steal a possession. I could see him doing the same thing in this game if the Cardinals fell into a 10-point hole or an early 14-point hole. If they fall behind, the Niners have really struggled on special teams in a lot of different phases. Do you think we may see a fake punt coming from Gannon? Has he tried it yet this year?
No, there hasn't been one. I don't recall the play last year necessarily off the top of my head. I mean, I would never say never. I mean, I would certainly think that's something in the playbook. Whether that happens, I mean, to be honest, this is a team that went for it a lot on fourth downs last year. If it's somewhat manageable, or if the situation was close enough that they're willing to do it and it wouldn't put them in a terrible hole. So, I mean, to be honest, I would think it'd be more likely that they would go for it on a fourth down situation rather than necessarily a fake punt to try and keep a drive alive.
Yeah, no, that probably makes sense. How about Trey McBride? Do you expect McBride to go? I know he had a concussion, and those things are always kind of tricky. You never really know. How's he recovered this week?
Yeah, Trey McBride's fine. He came out of concussion protocol earlier in the week. He practiced for the last couple of days, and he didn't even end up with any kind of injury designation for the game. So he's ready to go, and that obviously is going to be a big deal for the Cardinals, who I think clearly missed him last week. He's developed a good relationship with Kyler on the field in terms of a guy that Kyler trusts, and I think it's a big deal to have him healthy.
It's a 34 defense, so, you got a couple outside linebackers. And I was just talking to some of the 49er tight ends this week in the locker room, and I was asking them about Dennis Gardeck. And a couple guys was like, is that the guy with the long hair? Where's the number in the 40s? Yeah, that guy's quick. He's 6 feet, and he's 230 pounds. And yet, he was incredible against the Rams. He had 3 sacks. He was good against the Niners last year. They had a hard time blocking him. He had a sack. He had another TFL. Well, how come a guy who's 6 feet, 230 can have the kind of success that Gardeck is enjoying at outside backer? It seems like he's beating the odds here.
It's funny because the outside linebackers coach here made mention a couple weeks ago that other than the fact he's got short arms and he's 6 feet tall, there aren't any other negatives to Dennis Gardeck. And I think that says a lot about him. I mean, this is a guy who was an undrafted rookie once upon a time. He made his bones on special teams, but he's very athletic. He's got great bend, which helps you as an outside pass rusher. And, he's somebody that's just, I mean, you hate to say it, but there's a lot of effort there that he's going to get something done. Now, that doesn't necessarily always make up for, physically not being one of the biggest guys. But he's somebody that the Cardinals have come to count on, and they're obviously hoping he can have a nice day this weekend against Purdy.
One of the, I thought, kind of the odd maneuvers of the offseason were the Cardinals trading Rondale Moore to get Desmond Ridder. And now Ritter's on the practice squad right now, and Moore I think's hurt in Atlanta. But Moore I thought was a difference maker. I mean, the guy ran in the 4.3s, maybe even sub 4.3. He was so fast, little guy, but just a guy that Kyle Shanahan was always worried about. What did you make of that deal? Because I mean, they acquired Ridder almost as if they thought Ridder was going to compete for some kind of a playing time, and it just never materialized.
Well, I mean, I think you had a situation there. I don't think Rondale Moore was going to make this team. They have another small receiver, Greg Dortch, who had made major inroads last year in terms of getting playing time. And this coaching staff, unlike the previous coaching staff, didn't have much interest in having a bunch of smaller receivers. They really only wanted to have one around, if that. So I think Dortch was a guy that was always in their minds as the guy that they wanted around. So if they weren't going to have Rondale around, they wanted to try and get something out of it. And at that point, it felt like, hey, if we can get Ridder, maybe he turns into the backup. Now, it didn't work out that way, and Payton II ended up outplaying him in the preseason, so they went ahead and released Ritter and then brought him back to the practice squad. But ultimately, that trade was about getting something for a guy that they knew wasn't going to be around anyways.
Darren Urban with us on the UMA guest line as we talk a little bit about the Niners and the Cardinals. James Conner is a tremendous back. He's powerful. He's an explosive guy. He's not a speed guy, but man, he is 230 pounds. And if you don't buckle your chin strap, this guy will knock you. And they also added Trey Benson. What is there any rhyme or reason to how they're utilizing Benson thus far, or is it just to spell Conner?
It's just to spell him at this point, and I don't think there's any question that Connor's their bell cow, and he will continue to be that guy. Amari DeMarcado plays a role on third downs. Benson's still trying to find his way, to be honest, in terms of, this game and this level. And the last couple weeks haven't been great for him in terms of getting a lot of playing time. He played more snaps later last week, but that was in large part because the game was over and they wanted to get Conner out of there. So, James Conner is the guy that makes this running game go, and he's been excellent at it. He's had 100 yards, I think 2 of the last 3 weeks. He struggled against the Lions, but he had a good game last week, and he was really good against the Rams. And he continues to have basically the best. I mean, he's definitely been better here than he was in Pittsburgh, and I think he was pretty good in Pittsburgh. But he's really found a rhythm since he came to Arizona, and he continues to be that guy.
Darren, last one for you. This defense for the Cardinals, we all know Budda Baker, right? He had 14 tackles or 15 tackles last week against Washington. And Gardeck has had some amazing individual performances. Outside of Gardeck up front and Budda on the back end, is there somebody on this defense that if the Niners are going to run the ball, you would suggest they got to block this guy?
That's an interesting one right now. I would say I think the nose tackle Roy Lopez has had a decent start this season. They've had the injuries up front have been a problem. They don't have Darius Robinson, the rookie, up front. Roy Lopez has been steady so far, and I think Zaven Collins, the other outside linebacker, he's not necessarily getting a bunch of pressures, but they don't always ask him to rush. He does a lot of different things, and I think he's another guy that has been playing okay. But those are the guys that that pop into my mind. Mac Wilson, the other inside linebacker. Obviously, they don't have a bunch of stars on defense, but the effort is there, and it'll be interesting to see if they can find a way to slow this San Francisco running game.
Darren, hey, good to catch up with you. A great follow on X at Cards Chatter. Congratulations, man, covering this team for 25 years. That's an accomplishment. Thanks for some time today on KNBR. We appreciate you stopping by for a segment and helping us break it all down.
All right, thanks for having me.
Darren Urban from Cards Chatter, and, of course, the Arizona Cardinals working for the franchise itself. All right, we'll take a quick timeout. We'll come back with one last thought before we hand the reins over for a little KNBR, Sports Phone KNBR coming up next on the Sports Leader.
Now, from the O'Donnell Financial Group Sports Desk. Learn more at odfigroup.com. O'Donnell Financial Group, because planning is a process, not a product.
KNBR is going back to Hawaii, and you have a chance to win 2 round-trip tickets and 5 nights at the Westin Hapuna Beach on the Big Island. The contest runs for 2 weeks starting this Monday. Once the contest starts, we'll qualify people 3 times a day. There will be 10 grand prize trips awarded and announced on October 21st. Tune in all next week for the details right here on KNBR, the Sports Leader.
faithful. Niners Nightly with Larry Krueger now continues on your proud home of 49ers football. KNBR, the sports leader.
All right, we're coming down the home stretch on Niners Nightly on this Friday. Join me tomorrow for 49er Forecast at 10 a.m. At 10:30, the great Dave Lombardi is going to be in the house. And we'll chop it up with Dave and get his thoughts on how the Niners are looking going into this game Sunday against the Arizona Cardinals. That's going to do it for us tonight. Thanks to Howard Balzer and Tatum Bethune of the Niners. Thanks to Darren Urban. Thanks to Raph, of course, who's running the show. And JD's up next. JD is going to come to you live from Hawaii as he's there with the Warriors in training camp. I asked the question at the beginning of the show with Alumni Weekend, if you could play a round of golf, you got to foursome, and you can take any three Niners, who are you going with? I'm going with the late Dwight Clark because I love Dwight Clark, and because I played golf with Dwight Clark a couple times, and I just love DC. He was my favorite. I got to put Steve Young on that one too because Steve is just always really interesting and does so many cool things, and I'd love to just talk to him about all the good things that he's done as far as shouting out all the different charities that are doing amazing things in the Bay. I love that Steve does that. And for my third guy, I'm going with bar none. I'm going with William Floyd, just because we gotta have a little fun on this foursome. And bar none was just an incredible personality. I loved watching him. He was like one of my most favorite 49ers of all time. So there you go. Steve Young, the late Dwight Clark, and William bar none Floyd would be in my foursome if I could golf with any three Niners in history. There you go. All right, that's going to do it for us. Check out JD for the next couple hours on Sports Phones, KNBR, from Hawaii as he talks little Warriors, little Niners. Who knows what JD's got in store, but it's all coming up next. We'll see you tomorrow on The Sports Leader.
It's time for you to sound off, for you to speak your mind. Aloha, Dub Nation. This is a special edition of Sports Phone KNBR. Hawaiian style. Aloha. Sponsored by Industrial Metal Supply. Now live from the shores of Oahu for Dub's training camp.
Bang! Steph Curry again!
Super excited to be back. Just the challenge of putting all the pieces together.
Here's your host, John Dickinson.
Aloha, John.
On The Sports Leader.
Yes, aloha, and welcome in Sports Phone KNBR here on a Friday night or a late Friday afternoon where I am in Laie, Hawaii, on Oahu, and having a wonderful time here over the last couple of days. And Warriors wrapping up the 4 days of training camp over at BYU Hawaii, just down the road from where I'm at, and they're on the road to Honolulu as we speak, around the island, getting ready to take on the Clippers tomorrow in what will be preseason game number 1 over in Honolulu. The Clippers, the home team for that one, but if you're going to play a NBA preseason exhibition, you need a partner, and so the Clippers had invited the Warriors. The Warriors, I think, had been looking to do this for some time and able to make it happen. They were here in 2024. So I'm going to be with you here for the next couple of hours on KNBR. 808 KNBR is the number, 415-808-5627 to give me a call or shoot me a text. Golden State Lumber and Building Materials text line is open as well. You can see behind me the wonderful scenery here poolside as I come to you on this Friday night back in the Bay and late afternoon in Hawaii here. And just going to let everybody know what's coming up as well over the course of the next couple of hours, because we do have some wonderful interviews planned. Been at Warriors camp and at practice for each of the 4 days. Now, training camp in the NBA is a little different from training camp in the NFL. Training camp in the NBA is basically the first week of camp. Everything's truncated. In the NFL, it's basically a month, but really a couple of weeks, or the hardcore training camp. But with the NBA, it's basically a week of those harder core practices with just 3 weeks total to get ready for an NBA season. And so the Warriors, after having their media day on Monday, flew over here to Oahu and to Hawaii and have practiced Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, and today. Now, there's about a 30-mile difference from where the team was holding practice and where the game is going to be played over in Honolulu tomorrow. And so they wrapped up that last practice and then headed on over to Honolulu this afternoon, where they will go at it against the Clippers tomorrow. So a couple of quick just headlines to get into and themes from the week of practices, and we'll also talk more about this coming up a little bit later in the hour, and we'll open up the phone lines as well at 808 KNBR. But we are going to have an interview-heavy and interview-centric show for the next couple of hours here. Brandon Podziemski is going to stop by in about 5 minutes, had an opportunity to catch up with Pods. Kyle Anderson, good conversation, fun conversation with Kyle Anderson, one of the newest members of the Warriors. That we will run for you at 7:30. Gary Payton II at 8:15, and then Jerry Stackhouse before we all flew over here to Hawaii. I had a chance to catch up with him at Media Day and just pick his brain and get his sense for where this team is at heading into this 2024-25. Kind of a new-look season for the Warriors with a blend of Steph Curry and Draymond Green being here still, along with Steve Kerr, no Klay Thompson, some younger players ready to ascend in Brandon Podziemski and Jonathan Kuminga, and then some veteran role players that the Warriors added into the mix. And so when you look at all of that, it very much has a different vibe and a different feel as compared to prior years where it felt like it was championship or bust. It doesn't quite feel like it's championship or bust. Even the Warriors believe they have a pretty deep roster, a complementary roster, but they very much, as Mike Dunleavy Jr. had said, going back to his pre-media day press conference, that he feels like they're an impatient team right now looking to maybe be able to make a big move. So keep that in the back of your mind as the Warriors get this season rolling. But I think they didn't want to make a move out of desperation, and they don't feel they did, and they like the team that they had and put together during the summer. So a couple of quick headlines here before we pause and we get to Brandon Podziemski. The new-look Warriors and the new energy and the balance of youth versus veterans is, I think, a part of the equation. Klay Thompson not being around is definitely a storyline, although one that I think quickly fades after media day and the first couple of practices. But Andrew Wiggins has been at the forefront because it is an all-too-familiar story. These first 4 days here in Hawaii, Andrew Wiggins has missed practice. All 4 practices in what was set up to be a pivotal potential bounce back, at least the Warriors were hoping, type of a season. So disappointing for Wiggins, so disappointing for the Warriors to not have Wiggins out there when so much was put on his ability to bounce back. So that right off the jump is not off to a good start by any stretch of the imagination. And so he will not play tomorrow. Everybody else, it sounds like, is going to play among the regulars for the Warriors over in Honolulu. But not having Wiggins with so much on the season that he could potentially have, I think, is a big-time disappointment. And it's been a major headline here through the first couple of days of things. We did get an opportunity to watch some of the scrimmaging today, and the Warriors were broken down basically into 4 or 5-man groups with the top 3 groups scrimmaging against each other predominantly. We'll let you know who was running with the 1s, who was running with the 2s, and who was running with the 3s, at least at practice today. Obviously, that can change from day to day, and we'll also let you know what Steve Kerr had to say as far as were the team that was out there that looked like they were the 1s, is they going to be the starters over in Honolulu tomorrow? Steve answered that question. We'll relay that to you toward the back end of the hour. But coming up next, Brandon Podziemski. Got to sit down with Brandon over at BYU Hawaii following practice yesterday, and we're going to go ahead and run that back for you here straight ahead as it is Sports Phone KNBR Hawaiian style, Dubs season preview style, with John Dickinson right here on 104.5 and 680, the sports leader.
Dub Nation, break out the Mai Tais, the lava flows, and the ukuleles. Cause Sports Phone KNBR with John Dickinson's live from Dub's training camp on the North Shore of Oahu on the Sports Leader.
Back here with Warriors guard Brandon Podziemski, John Dickinson on KNBR, the Sports Leader. Brandon, thanks for taking the time. And just what have the last few days been like here in Hawaii?
Super fun. Great location to have this. This is obviously only my second year, and last year was at Chase Center, so this has been a blast to kind of get the best of both worlds, vacation, but also work at the same time, being able to bring our families and our peers along with us. It's just been a great experience so far.
Who do you think's made the most at this point of just taking advantage of everything that the island has to offer while also putting in work?
Oh, I would definitely say, Gary. Gary's just outgoing guy, finds stuff to do that no one thinks we could ever find to do, and he's just kind of like that as a person, just outgoing, always interested in new things. But also has time to put in his work.
I talked to Gary yesterday. I asked Gary the biggest difference that he saw in you from last year to this year. He said confidence. Mm-hmm. And I was like, wow, confidence, because you're pretty confident coming in as a rookie in the things that you did. Where did you gain where does the confidence come from initially, and do you feel you gained confidence whether it was with the USA Select team or just all the offensive work or off-season work that you put in?
Yeah, I think the confidence comes from the work I put in, April until now, and understanding what our team outlook looks like in terms of a roster perspective, and what's going to be kind of needed in terms of what Steph needs around him, what Draymond needs around him, and just kind of understanding, hey, this could be a role, this also could be a role. So just putting in work and understanding what the team's going to need of me, and knowing what I put in and kind of standing on that and having confidence no matter who I'm out there against.
What's the key to playing next to Steph Curry in the backcourt?
Be yourself. I think a lot of people try to conform to him, and in turn it hurts us as a team, because if you're too if you're too worried about what he's doing all the time, it kind of hurts you as a player. And I talked to him about it, and he always kind of stresses that to me of, hey, when you're out there with me and Draymond and Clay last year, you don't have to conform to us. Be yourself. It opens the floor up for everybody. So I think that's just a big thing that he's told me and told a bunch of our young guys when we're out there, also be yourself, and you don't always have to look for me.
As far as, Steve Kerr said that starting positions are open. There's basically three spots open. It's going to be Steph and Draymond, and then you got to figure everything out there. You started alongside Steph a decent amount last year. Mm-hmm. Is that something that is important to you to be a starter? Do you feel like you are going to have a big role, though, really maybe both ways, even if you're a starter, maybe coming out, coming back in? You're going to get time either way.
Yeah, I think my biggest thing is just finishing games. That's when the game, matters most. When the game's on the line, making big passes, big shots, big defensive stops, that's when I want to be out there. It's cool to hear your name called and, be out there for the first whatever amount of minutes. But for me, I think I'm going to have a big role on this team kind of regardless. So if it's starting, if it's coming off the bench, whatever it is, I want to contribute to winning, and I want to be out there, the last 6-7 minutes of the game.
What was the experience like with the USA Select team? And, is it something where you're kind of in awe of it a little bit, but it's also such a great opportunity to learn and compete and, just be around legends, honestly?
Yeah, I think, honestly, I think you go into it with a mindset of kind of like if a high schooler was to play a pro, and that high schooler is going to have kind of the utmost confidence because they have nothing to lose, right? They're expected to lose. They're expected to not do as well. So that's kind of the mindset I had going in against them was, playing the best 12 players in the world. I don't have anything to lose. It's expected of me to not be successful. And so that's just kind of how my mindset was, but also looking at it in a bigger light of I want to play in the 28 Olympic team and being able to participate in the select team in 24. Tyrese Halliburton and Anthony Edwards did it in 2020 and now played on the Olympic team. So I use that kind of as a, stepping stone to, hopefully be on the 28 Olympic team.
Was there a wow moment in the whole process of the workouts and practices and things like that?
So UNLV, their gym is kind of separated from an upstairs and a downstairs, and we practiced in the downstairs gym, and then when it was time to scrimmage, we came upstairs, and just kind of that first day of walking upstairs and seeing kind of all, 12, 14 guys, whatever they had, you know, kind of right in front of you on the same team. It's like, wow, that's an incredible team. But then, you know, when you get to playing, you don't really think about it. You just hoop.
What did you think of, I mean, Steph in the last couple of games in Paris? I mean, you've seen him do things similar to that in individual games last year, but to see that on that stage, I mean, what was that like, just kind of knowing he's your teammate?
You want to say you've seen it before, but that was something different on that stage and that kind of circumstance. All the pressure's on, you know, him and Team USA to win because that's what's expected of us. And for him to come out and do that the last 2 games after playing, you know, pretty poorly the first kind of games and the first game in the quarterfinal, you know, for him to turn it around like that, it's just something that you know he's capable of, and you know he turned it on.
Year 1 to year 2, what's the biggest adjustment for you? And then I also want to ask you what's added to your game and what's taken out of your game. I know you've addressed it a little bit, but what worked for you last year that maybe you want to expand on? What maybe was something that didn't work that you needed to kind of cut out?
I think first off, you know, really being defensive minded, knowing that Clay was going to be gone and Chris is going to be gone. You know, if you're going to be out there with Steph, you're going to have to take the guard matchup out there because you're not going to give that to him. So understanding that, really locking into my body this offseason, I think was number 1 important. And then 2, offensively, just scoring the ball more. I think I had more to give than I gave last year, not in terms of effort or anything like that, but in terms of what was asked of me. I felt like I could have done more, but given, you know, our team's sake, I did what I was told. And I think this year going in with a more scorers mentality first, I looked at a bunch of my clips, and I mean almost the whole season. When I had an aggressive mindset, it made me a better passer. When I was kind of just passive to pass, then it made me a worse player. And so coming in with the mindset of, you know, scoring and making plays for my teammates kind of at the same time, I think it's going to help me. And what I've added this summer, some mid-range game, shooting threes off the ball screen, off DHOs, catch and shoot, trying to get as many of them up as I can. My rim finishing elevated a lot, took out the floaters, took out the hook shots. So really, any shot you see me shoot in the paint that's not in the restricted area is probably going to be a jump shot. And so everything else, you know, shooting threes, finishing at the rim, both hands, that kind of stuff.
It was you and Moses were the last 2, basically, getting shots up after practice today. Is there a number you try to get to, or with the 3-point shot? Is it greater than it was last year? What's that process like as far as making sure, or you just, hey, we've got the time, might as well take the time?
No, I think after practice it's more of a feel good type of thing. I just want to feel the ball good. Feel it come off your hands pretty smoothly. I think before practice, when the young guys get to work out before practice, there's much more like a stricter, hey, we want to make this or this. I think after, it's just like, I've had a long day, want to leave the gym, but feeling good coming out your hands.
What do you think of the expectations for this team this year? Obviously, Clay's gone. That's a part of it. Steph and Draymond are still here. Steve Kerr's still here. There are players like yourself and Jonathan and Moses who've been here, young players getting opportunities to grow. And then there's veterans that are brought in, you know, Buddy Hield, Kyle Anderson, DeAnthony Melton. What do you think of the mix and the depth as you've started to get to know this team?
Yeah, I love it because I don't think there is an expectation, and I think that allows everybody to play freely. And we got a bunch of people on this team that love kind of going against the grain, and, you know, if people say we can't do it, we have a lot of guys that like to prove people wrong. And I think it's been great for us. The energy this year kind of feels like a young vibe, even though we've added veterans, it feels younger. And, you know, each of the 4 guys that we've added, Lindy, DeAnthony, Buddy, and Kyle, and then our 2 new guys, and Jackson and Kevin, I feel like everybody's kind of played their part, and it brought energy each of the first 3 days. And I think, you know, bigger picture looking, you know, there is no expectation of us, and they think we're kind of filtering out, and that's kind of the best way to go about it because there is no expectation.
Has Buster Posey called you yet?
He has not. I would. I love the Giants. So, I mean, maybe later on down the line, being able to play for them would be something.
I think Brandon Podziemski was serious about that, by the way. He took BP over at Oracle Park a couple of weeks ago, hit one out up onto the arcade and over the right field wall. And impressive feat, nevertheless, but kind of kiddingly, like, he's got so much confidence, Brandon Podziemski, that I think he actually thinks, hey, I could maybe play for the Giants and be a major leaguer. Wouldn't surprise me. He is just full tilt in terms of the confidence, and apparently he's got even more confidence than he had as a rookie. Asked Gary Payton about that and referenced it in the interview with Podziemski, and Payton said he thought confidence from potentially playing with the USA Select team and all of that had grown for Brandon Podziemski from year one to year two. Hard to believe, and I kind of chuckled. Wow, confidence to gain? So look out. And a couple of quick takeaways. Looking to score more. Thought he had more to give last year, but stood back a little bit. But he said defense first and locking in on his body. Podziemski does look stronger, sturdier, more equipped, closer to an NBA body than he was before. And I think he did have an NBA body before. And then the expectations thing is something that I think is going to filter around as it relates to the Warriors. Not a lot of expectations, I feel like. Maybe in the Bay where they've won the 4 titles and Steph and Draymond and Steve Kerr are still around. But I would agree with Podziemski, and I think the Warriors are almost banking on the fact that they do have a bunch of people on the team that are going to go against the grain and are looking to prove people wrong. And I think even some of the guys they've acquired from other organizations, Kyle Anderson, DeAnthony Melton specifically, have the potential to have that attitude. You know, Steph and Draymond definitely, always, perpetually have that attitude as well. So one side of the Brewers-Mets game down there from last night, Brandon Podziemski, big Brewers fan, in addition to, as he said there, being a Giants fan. Well, Kyle Anderson's a huge Mets fan. And you're not going to want to miss what Kyle Anderson had to say about how he watched the Pete Alonso home run. Or did he watch the Pete Alonso home run? Had he given up on his team? We'll get into that coming up as Kyle Anderson joins me. Also, tremendous Warriors conversation as well, as he addressed not only himself coming over, but DeAnthony Melton coming over from after what seemed like it was 6 years ago, but it was only 2 years ago. And Anderson obviously had been in Minnesota, and Melton went on to Philadelphia. But that Memphis Warrior series in the 2022 playoffs, got into that, and just what a winning player is, and kind of the mutual respect between the Warriors and Anderson and the Warriors that made him a good fit for this team this season. We'll pause here. We'll come back. We'll get Trevor in Reno, 808 KNBR. First up on the other side, and then Kyle Anderson straight ahead right here. It's John Dickinson on a special Sports Phone KNBR edition from Hawaii on the Sports Leader.
Sports Phone KNBR, Hawaiian style, now continues with John Dickinson live from Dubs Training Camp on the North Shore of Oahu on the Sports Leader.
All right, back here on a Friday night, late afternoon, over here on the North Shore of Oahu. John Dickinson, Sports Phone KNBR, our special Dubs Training Camp edition. Been covering the Dubs all week through their first week of practices leading up to their game tomorrow over in Honolulu against the L.A. Clippers. Let's get to the phones before we hear from Kyle Anderson, one of the newest members of the Warriors, who I got the opportunity to sit down with a little bit earlier this afternoon over at practice. And first, though, let's get Trevor and Reno in at 808 KNBR. Hey, Trevor, you're on the Sports Leader.
Hey, thank you for taking my call.
You got it, my man. What's on your mind tonight?
First, I'm going to say great interview with Podziemski. My God, that was great.
Yeah,
so thank you for doing that.
No, absolutely, man. My pleasure. And yeah, he is full of confidence for a young guy, and really has, I think, in pretty great detail explained ways that he tried to make his game better from year one to year two. So no, he really seems to have it dialed in terms of not only the confidence, but what needs to be done to continue to ascend as an NBA player.
Yeah, exactly. And one thing that stood out for me in that interview was just talking about how he held back a little bit, and with the whole Klay Thompson thing, didn't want to step on his shoes. And this year I'm wondering, maybe he's going to take over that Klay Thompson role.
Yeah, we'll see. I don't know if he's necessarily going to be the shooter at the level of one of the great shooters of all time, but I do think at this point, at this point in Podziemski's career and at this point in Klay Thompson's career, Podziemski is a stat filler in terms of rebounding and assists and the ability to play make and taking charges. I mean, Podziemski's a better defender now than Klay Thompson is, especially against guards. So to hear him say first and foremost, and he got to the offense, but to hear him say first and foremost he focused on his defense and his body, I think that was impressive as well.
No, exactly, because there's so many people or so many players that focus only on offense and they just forget about the defense. But, Kerr has stated, the coach himself, defense is just as important. And the Warriors have won many championships because of their defense. Now, my final point, and I'll let you go because you've got the interview and probably several callers. Wiggins, I love the guy. I'm wondering your thoughts on the mental health, because it seems like he's just gone through a lot. And I'm wondering if it's dragging him down. I do respect the organization for letting him take the time to really go through what he's going through. I'm not going to criticize him because all the crap that he's gone through, mental health, it's a huge factor. And I think sometimes we forget that even professional players are sometimes human. So I'll take my answer off the air.
Yeah. No question, Trevor. And here's the deal. I mean, Wiggins has been through a lot. That's fair. And I've been reluctant to criticize going back the last 2 years for obvious reasons. This offseason, though, the one thing, and again, I know his father, Mitchell, just passed away a couple of weeks ago, and that's an incredibly difficult thing to have to deal with. The availability issue, he knows it, and the team knows it. They couldn't have it be a thing again. And look, at this point, he's under the weather. And, primed to be out there, as he was and said on Media Day Monday, but unable to be. And, Steve Kerr saying that the doctors or the trainers basically hadn't cleared him to be out there. He was getting some shots up yesterday. A couple of the days he was getting some shots up after practice, lightly. But I think from what I've heard, there is a big-time frustration level on Wiggins' part for the inability to get out there physically right now, because he understands completely what the narrative is, and fairly so, around his availability. Anybody that at this point wants to be critical of his lack of availability, it's fair game. And that is said 100% without any kind of malice toward the things that he's been through, which I think are all understandable as to why somebody might miss some time. This is the third year of it. He's acknowledged the fact that he's passed most of it, and he needs to be out there and can't have a year like he did last year in particular. So this is a major disappointment. Now, it can all be wiped away if he comes back next week, and there's still 2.5 weeks before the regular season starts. And if he's good to go come October 23rd, then we're all going to forget that he missed the first week of camp, especially if he plays closer to where he was 2 and 3 years ago now than the last essentially year and a half on the calendar. All right, 808 KNBR 415-808-5627. We'll have more time for some calls coming up toward the end here of the 7 o'clock hour. John Dickinson on hand here in Hawaii, but let's go ahead and hear from Kyle Anderson, one of the newest members of the Golden State Warriors. Sat down with him after practice today and got into a great conversation about what a winning player is, among other things, and training camp in Hawaii. And, you're not going to want to miss Anderson, a Mets fan. What happened yesterday in that wild card series, Game 3, as Pete Alonso hit that home run in the 9th inning to win it. It's all right here as we are joined now by Kyle Anderson. Our Warriors training camp special, and it's a pleasure to be joined by one of the newest members of the Golden State Warriors. It's Kyle Anderson. Kyle, thank you so much for coming on. Really appreciate it.
Thanks for having me.
Oh, first of all, what has this week been like in particular? Just coming over here, I mean, how does it rank as opposed to maybe some other training camps throughout the course of your career?
I think this is probably number one. I think this is probably the best training camp I ever had. We've worked hard this whole week. Practice going really well, but then just to, explore the great state of Hawaii, and stay at the beautiful resort we were at, and go to the beach and things like that. It was beautiful.
You think there's an added benefit to having a little bit of a laid-back atmosphere, but also knowing, hey, this is like a real week of a lot of hard work?
Definitely. I think it's a business approach in the morning, and after we're done with camp, we get to go lay on the beach or lay by the pool and do what we do. So there's no complaints coming from me.
Who do you think has enjoyed the week after practice the most in your mind? Like who's made the most of being over here?
I'll probably say Dre. Every time I go down there, Dre's down there enjoying the amenities of the hotel and, doing what he does.
What's it like? You mentioned Dre, and what's it like being on the team with Draymond Green and being on the team with Stephen Curry as somebody who's had playoff battles against those two and had success against them?
Yeah, it's pretty awesome just to see how they do things. Like I kind of made the correlation of them and Tim, Tony, and Manu. Just being around those guys and seeing how they do things, and it's very similar, very attention to detail, and it's no reason. There's no secret on why they have success. Like they just do what they do. They do it really well.
Do you believe in the winning player? Do you believe in the term winning player?
For sure, 100%.
Do you think what do you think it says both about your desire to come play for the Warriors, but their desire as somebody that has gone up against you in playoff series, that they say, hey, this guy fits what we do?
Yeah, I think it's just a mutual respect. I mean, like you said, we've had a lot of playoff battles, and we've come close to beating them. And I think in that 2022 series, just by a few plays, the series could have went a different way. But, I obviously admire what they've done from afar, and I think, the effort they've seen and, our wins and losses against the Warriors, they've recognized what I bring to the table as well. So it's pretty cool to come together.
Yeah, and you and DeAnthony Melton, I mean, just that series was that I've covered a bunch of the playoff series. I mean, that series was as wild and intense and rowdy, and especially the games in Memphis.
Right.
That felt like old school Oracle in that building. Like it brought a great vibe.
It did.
Have you gotten a chance? Do you talk to DeAnthony all like we're over on the other side now, or is it? Because that was only 2 years ago. Like I had to think it seems like it was a long time ago.
It does, but it was only 2 years ago. No, me and Mel haven't talked much about it, but everybody around here has let us know how happy they are to have us over here, and they've welcomed us with open arms. So, it's pretty cool to join the other side.
You've discussed your shot a lot, right? Maybe making a little bit of a tweak. You've had success at points. Maybe you're trying to rebound a little bit from an off year, from what your standard is. What went into thinking things needed to be tweaked, and what was the process as far as tweaking it? I don't think things needed to be tweaked or anything. I just needed to spend time in the gym and, work really hard and be healthy first and foremost. And, whenever I'm healthy, I'm going to have good summers in the gym. I'm going to work really hard. This is my job, so I take it very seriously. And this summer, I was able to spend a lot of time in the gym and work on my shot. Do you see already where you fit in terms of just the positionless basketball, but just the ability to pass a little bit and defend multiple positions and spots on the floor where you're going to get looks that make yourself comfortable? Has that been a seamless transition to this point, or are you still kind of figuring it out? A little bit of both. Still got to figure it out, but it's pretty cool to be on the court with other high IQ guys. And when you're on the court and you're out there and all five are on the same page, I mean, it's just makes my job and everybody else's job a lot easier. So I've really enjoyed that this past week. Have you studied the way, playing against them obviously, but the way Draymond and Steph specifically are just kind of interconnected? It's almost at times like they share a brain on the floor, and you've tried to defend it. But you also have made a point about the skill set that you have that can be similar to Draymond. Coach Kerr mentioned that. Yeah. From an offensive standpoint, do you kind of watch Draymond and see yourself in ways that he can get Steph open and Steph can get open around him, and that being something you can do? Definitely, and Loon as well. I mean, Loon has been here for, 9-10 years. He's still filling me in on things in ways I can get guys open or how we can get into our offense and things like that. So, everyone that's been here, I want to pick their brain and try to get a better understanding. What's stood out, or who has stood out? Has anybody through 4 practices stood out like, wow, this dude, this dude's better than I thought, or this dude's better than he was, maybe? I'm going to say Kevin Knox. He's been playing really well, even in, September, our open runs. He was playing really well then. And just here in this camp, he's making plays whenever he's out there. He's catching, shooting, he's getting to the rim. He looks really good. What do you think of the balance between veterans and youth? There's been a lot of youth on this team brought in the last couple of years. I think there are some veterans, yourself and Buddy and Melton, brought in to kind of bridge it's Steph and Draymond, and then you got the young guys who are on the come. And how do you feel the balance is in terms of skill sets, but also, Brandon Podziemski said, hey, we've got vets and signed some vets, right, but it still has a young vibe. Do you feel that? No, I feel that for sure. I think we all feel really good, and it is a good blend of, Steph and Dre, and then you got some younger guys who are ready to contribute, been working really hard, BP, Moses Moody, and then you got the tweeners like, me, Gary, Loon, who have been there before. We add a little bit of experience, and we can bring some youth here too. So you're a Mets fan? Correct. So I got to ask you, yes, what was yesterday like? Because that is about as crazy a swing in a game. I think it was the latest clutch home run in a winner-take-all game ever. But you're like a legit Mets fan. Like Steph Curry said, he showed up at a game one time, and you were just happy to be there. But you're true season ticket holder, hanging out, enjoying your summer? I'm not a season ticket holder yet, but I do plan on being one when I retire from the NBA. I've been going to games since Shea Stadium and Mike Piazza, and when they got to the Subway World Series in 2000, I became a big-time Mets fan at that moment. And as far as yesterday, I'm a little embarrassed to say this. In the 8th inning, I just went into the ocean. I watched the whole game on my phone at the beach, and then, it got hot. My wife was calling me, and I was kind of getting a little depressed. So I'm like, all right, look, I'm just going. You didn't want to see the end. I didn't want to see the ending. And even when I got back about 20 minutes later from coming from the water, I didn't even want to look at the MLB app.
And
because you knew what was coming, you're like, Mets lose 2-0 or whatever.
I've been a Mets fan for a long time, and so I looked and it said Mets advanced to NLCS and NLDS, and I was like, I just was so excited. I was so happy. I watched the 8th and 9th inning over again. It was beautiful. Everybody did such a great job. Like the energy, it was a big opposite field home run, and Pete didn't have the best game. He hasn't been playing as well as he could, but for him to go opposite field and for us to take that lead like that was huge.
So you didn't want to see it, and yeah, you go down to the ocean, so you probably don't have your phone.
No.
You're like, I'm just going to accept whatever's going to happen, and somewhere you're out in the waves, and Pete Alonso goes deep. That's incredible. Might be too new for this question, but did you know Brandon Podziemski's a huge Brewers fan?
I didn't know until about last week. I found out he was a big Brewers fan. I didn't know he was at all, though.
So no action, no trash talk today. Maybe no wager, but you found out quick enough to get the wager.
Not a whole lot of trash talk. He tipped his hat to us, and it was pretty cool. I don't think he was upset.
Incredibly, so a couple weeks ago, he went over to the ballpark. He went over to Oracle Park, and he was taking some BP. He hit a home run.
Yeah.
How stunning is that? For just as an athlete, to be able to do something like that.
That's super impressive. I have a lot of friends who've played Division I baseball and who've, had, big time MLB dreams, and I don't think they can hit it out the park like that. That's big time.
So when's your run? You next year, April, you're going to get out there or no?
I was always a good fielder. I was terrible at hitting.
All right. Kyle Anderson joining me here on KNBR. Kyle, really appreciate the time, my man. Thank you so much.
Thanks for having me.
All right, good stuff there from Kyle Anderson here in Hawaii. Back from poolside here, John Dickinson with you, and a good conversation. Fun at the end there. Yeah, both ends of that wild Game 3 of the NL Wildcard Series, won in come-from-behind fashion by the Mets over the Brewers. And, we recorded the interview with Podziemski right before the game. He was itching to get on the bus to go back to the hotel to be able to watch that Game 3, winner take all, and got Kyle Anderson after practice today. But on the Warriors front of things, man, just thinking back to that Grizzlies series against the Warriors in 2022, and Kyle Anderson and DeAnthony Melton both were players that at different points in time have really been a thorn in the side of the Warriors. They've shown an ability to compete against the Warriors when the Warriors were playing at a higher level than even they had been the last couple of years. And I always think it's a tell when, guys that you go through some stuff against wind up being guys that you look to go out and add. And look, I don't think anybody has an issue with the moves that the Warriors made on the periphery in terms of the role players. I think DeAnthony Melton was getting into people today at practice as we watched some of the scrimmage, running the backup point, getting into people, and just making his presence felt, hitting open three, D'ing up, full court. I think there's something to be said for that mutual respect that Kyle Anderson had alluded to with regard to the fact that, hey, you've gone against me, competed in the highest level. I've had some wins. Warriors got the ultimate win in that series, but you can be one of us. And so I think that bodes well. And let me tell you, Kyle Anderson is a Steve Kerr favorite already. I don't know if he's going to be a fan favorite. Got to perform. And the versatility of Kyle Anderson defensively, ability to handle the ball a little bit, ability to pass. He really does feel like a Warriors 16-game playoff kind of a player. The question is not, was it good or bad to go get Kyle Anderson or DeAnthony Melton? I think everybody would agree those are positive moves. The question is, are they going to be good enough in other areas on the front end of the roster to where those role players are, they're always going to help you win, but are they helping you win 46 games instead of 44?
Are they helping you win 53 games instead of 46? Or are they helping you win a playoff series as opposed to maybe losing a playoff series? All of that, to this point in time, remains to be seen. All right, we'll go ahead and pause here. Appreciate Kyle Anderson. We'll come back. We'll open up the phone lines. 808 KNBR, 415-808-5627. That is the number to give me a call or shoot me a text here as I am poolside in Hawaii, Laie, out on the north shore of Oahu. And we also let everybody know we've got Gary Payton II, who's going to join the conversation at 8:15, and then Warriors assistant coach Jerry Stackhouse, who was brought in the offseason along with Terry Stotts. He's going to join me coming up at 8:30 here on the Sports Leader. But we'll get to some phone calls, and I'm also going to lay out quick observations from what we saw when we had the opportunity to watch a little bit along with the 500 students from BYU Hawaii and other kids from the area as well, kind of peppered in there. We're able to watch the end of practice, media watching the end of practice as well, and some observations there, and we'll let you know who the three groups were. Who was running with the ones, who was running with the twos, who was running with the threes, and then Steve Kerr was asked just how much it matters, if at all, and I'll give you that answer coming back right here on KNBR 104.5 and 680, the Sports Leader.
Now back to John Dickinson and our special edition of Sports Phone KNBR Hawaiian Style, live from Oahu and Dubs Training Camp on the Sports Leader.
All right, back here in Hawaii, 808 KNBR, 415-808-5627 as we enter hour number 2 here, our special Sports Phone edition from poolside Laie here out on the north shore of Oahu. Warriors wrapping up training camp earlier today and headed for Honolulu. They're going to take on the Clippers tomorrow in Honolulu. 1 o'clock Hawaiian, 4 o'clock Pacific. Looking forward to taking that one in. We'll see who's going to be out there. What will Steve Kerr's first starting lineup look like with so many open spots in that starting lineup to be determined over the course of the next 2.5 to 3 weeks, really almost 3 weeks still, because the Warriors starting on Wednesday, October 23rd in Portland. Did we get a little bit of a sneak peek into what that starting lineup is going to look like for the Warriors tomorrow? I thought possibly we had. So we were, as I mentioned, allowed to watch the end of practice and the scrimmages, and the Warriors had the team divided up into 3 different teams. Now, there was a blue jersey team, there was a gray jersey team, there was a red jersey team as well. And you get out, and it was blue versus gray right off the top. And they were running in, 5-6 minute increments, and then one team would come off, the other team would come on, and they'd all kind of rotate through the 3 groups. The blue team, and you always look, well, where's Steph Curry? Steph Curry was on the blue team, and it was Steph Curry, Brandon Podziemski, Buddy Hield, Jonathan Kuminga, and Draymond Green. Now, obviously no Andrew Wiggins, who I would have anticipated likely to be on that blue team instead of Buddy Hield. Now, I've said over the last week and really in the offseason, once the Warriors got through the Paul George and Lauri Markkanen sweepstakes and all of that, I think their best starting 5 is still Stephen Curry, Brandon Podziemski, Wiggins at the 3, Kuminga at the 4, despite what Kuminga himself and even Draymond Green, who said yesterday or earlier in the week that he believes Jonathan Kuminga is more of a 3. He hasn't been on this team, has not been at any point really on this team, at least any point of consequence or for any length of time. And so Kuminga was out there at the 4 with Draymond at the 5. So that was our first little sneak peek at, could this be the ones right now? And Buddy Hield basically was playing a small ball 3. And Buddy is sturdier than he is quick. So I do think Buddy can, and Indiana did this at times, and Philly as well would play Buddy Hield at the 3. So I think you could see a little bit of that, even though he doesn't have the height. He is more sturdy, again, than he is quick on the defensive end, and I think it might be more of an opportunity to hide him if he's playing the 3 positionally offensively. But, yeah, and Podziemski, I think, offensively is more of a 3, even though he's not tall either, right? So you've got 2 6'3", 6'4" guys, and Podziemski plays more like a small forward, honestly, in terms of rebounding and defense and moving the ball around and all of those kinds of things. And Hield's out there just as a straight extra shooter. So if you're going to have Kuminga and Draymond out there, you might want some extra shooting. Podziemski's out there as the connector, and of course Stephen Curry's going to be with the ones. So that was the first. That was the. I'm not going to call it the first team, but it sure as hell looked like a first team, to my eye. Steph, Podziemski, Buddy Hield, Jonathan Kuminga, and Draymond Green. Obviously, Andrew Wiggins out of the equation because he's been under the weather and missed the first 4 days at camp. Then you had the gray team. Well, who was on the gray team? The gray team, who's running with the 2s, basically, if you look at it in the NFL training camp landscape. Well, was DeAnthony Melton running point with the 2s? Gary Payton II was out there. Moses Moody was out there. Kyle Anderson was out there. And Kevon Looney was out there as well. So basically Melton at the 1, Payton Moody 2-3, Kyle Anderson at the 4, and Kevon Looney at the 5. Now, Gary Payton II at one point subbed out because this squad had 6,
and Kevin Knox was the guy who came in for GP2 and got that run. But Melton was running point with the backups, and he was getting into guys defensively. He was getting into Steph, bringing the ball up the court as well. And Moses Moody was out there. So again, that logically speaking would sound like, all right, running with the twos, right? Melton, Payton, Moody, Anderson, that all makes sense. Maybe Moody or Payton are getting a little bit of run that Buddy Hield would be getting if Andrew Wiggins was here, right? So Wiggins would be blue team if he was healthy. That would knock Hield maybe down to the gray team. Does it knock Moody or Payton down to the third team? Well, the third team was the red team, and I think this was clearly the third team. Well, so I believed. Pat Spencer, Lindy Waters III, Guy Santos, along with Reese Beekman, Trace Jackson Davis, and Quentin Post. And the first run, it was Post and Trace Jackson Davis basically playing the 5 and the 4 together. It was Guy Santos at the 3, Pat Spencer, Lindy Waters. They were all out there together. And then Beekman was out there after that, and I mentioned Guy Santos. That, logically speaking, Trace Jackson Davis aside, and look, Steve Kerr he plays his centers differently. Like, he kind of goes in quarters with his centers in terms of, all right, first half of the first quarter, second half of the first quarter, first half of the second quarter. He's always kind of done it that way. So you could appear for scrimmage purposes like maybe you're on the third team, but that doesn't necessarily mean anything if you're a big. But it was, at least for today, and the groups that were divvied up, Kevon Looney over TJD. Now, that could be just looking to get a look at the combination of Looney and Anderson, and it could also be, hey, these are the guys who are available, and it could be a completely different way, and maybe it was a completely different way the last couple of days as they scrimmage. But for what it's worth, Draymond was at the 5, Kuminga was at the 4, Buddy Hield at the 3, Podziemski at the 2, Curry at the 1. Then Melton was running the point with the backups, the 2 squad. Moody, Payton, some Kevin Knox mixed in, Kyle Anderson, and of course Anderson, you heard in the interview from last hour, pretty high on Knox and the way he's come into camp. And then Kevon Looney. I think Looney and TJD, depending upon the night, are likely to be the backup centers. And then Post, Santos, Spencer, Waters, Beekman, those guys are rounding out basically the threes at this point. So then we fast forward to the end of practice, and Steve Kerr goes over and meets with the media. And, of course, first question is, hey, that blue team, is that – are those the ones? Is that going to be your starting lineup? And Anthony Slater, the Athletic, was the one who asked. But Slater and I were talking about it as we were watching it. Sneak peek, I even tweeted it out. And Steve Kerr, we'll find out tomorrow if he was telling the truth or not. But Steve Kerr said it was safe to assume that group I just mentioned, Steph, Podziemski, Buddy, Draymond, and Kuminga, that it was safe to assume they will not be the starters for tomorrow. And Steve said that with a big smile on his face. So stay tuned, as they say, for what will it be, around 2:30 Pacific tomorrow. The KNBR socials, as I'll be all over it. At JD John Dickinson on Twitter. At KNBR, we'll be all over. What is that first lineup going to be, and what does it all mean? But the rest of the regulars are all scheduled to play for the Warriors, other than Andrew Wiggins, who is under the weather. So Steve Kerr saying it doesn't mean anything. We'll see. We'll see when it all shakes out tomorrow and what ends up playing out with that lineup. Because it is, again, there's a hyper-focus on the lineups and the combinations and all of those things for the obvious reason that Steve Kerr has opened up the door for this competition at 3 of the different spots. So we'll see. It looked to me, though, as much as he didn't want to admit it,
like, for the time being, the first group of guys he wanted to get a look at in this opening week were that Steph Podziemski, who I still think is going to be the 2. And I still think the Kuminga-Draymond thing is the right way to go, even if Trace Jackson-Davis is going to be getting a lot of time as a backup big, and maybe Kevon Looney's getting some supplementary time as a big as well. So what do you think of all of that? And by the way, the game tomorrow is sold out in Honolulu. Sold out game. So, yeah, I know Steve Kerr had spoken to the fact, and Steph, just to kind of what an honor it is to be here on the island, on the islands, and Oahu specifically, and to bring the show that has been Steph Curry and the Warriors over here. And so I do think Steve Kerr is going to give the regular Steph in particular some run, because the fans are going to sell the joint out to see number 30, as they do basically everywhere he goes. All right, let's go ahead and pause here. We'll come back. 808 KNBR if you want to jump in the conversation here as we'll keep this thing rolling to 9 o'clock. But coming up next, a tremendous opportunity to sit down after practice yesterday with Gary Payton II, and we're going to run that for you coming back right here on KNBR 104.5 and 680, the sports leader.
Dub Nation, our special Hawaiian edition of Sports Phone KNBR now continues live from training camp on the shores of Oahu on the Sports Leader.
All right, here with Gary Payton II at Warriors training camp in Hawaii. GP, just right off the top, man, thanks for coming on. And just how great is this setup being out here in Hawaii these last couple of days?
Oh, it's great. We're usually in a dungeon with no light, so to be outside and to get the light and sunlight and, you know, just the vibes of the island is amazing.
You were walking around yesterday with the camera, kind of just taking it all in, showing off the experience to the people. Are you working on something special there, or just kind of having fun? Or
no, yeah, the team, just PR group, just asked me to blog a little bit, so
okay,
did
cool.
it for the game.
So does it feel like there's a new energy, I guess would be kind of the question, because I sense it just from being a media day and being here the last couple of days. It does seem like you guys are almost taking the opportunity to, you're out here. It's kind of a different phase of the group with some new faces and a lot of guys that have been here. Does it feel like there's a new energy, and do you think there can be a benefit to being here as opposed to maybe being back home for a regular camp?
Oh, yeah, it's always, you can get away from home. You know, you're there all year anyway, so just to get out, like I said, in the island, just have island vibes and energy. Of course, you're going to have a different type of camp, when you're away from home.
Who enjoys this week the most among the guys? I know it's work, but who enjoys, like, being out here?
The organization. I think everybody does, We're always in the city, loud, and everything's moving pretty fast, so you get somewhere where it's quiet and slows down a little bit. It's nice.
Things are different. Obviously, no Clay, but some new faces, right? Clay was a vibe unto himself, but there's some new faces. D'Anthony Melton, Kyle Anderson is here. I mean, you guys have done Buddy Hield. What have you noticed as far as just what those three in particular bring to the table that maybe this team was lacking last year?
No, it's just, they're vets. So, we lost a Hall of Famer vet, and, we picked up three young ones. So they're intelligent, they know how to play basketball the right way, and they've been on teams where, they helped teams in playoffs and playoff runs and whatnot. So, I think with replacing, we really can't replace Clay, but, we brought in another shooter, his Buddy Hield, to try to, make up for what Clay does. So I think it's great. And then you add on Kyle and Melt. Just intelligence-wise, they're great.
D'Anthony Melton's interesting player, winning player, in my, like, competitive, tenacious. Mm-hmm. He can shoot it. He just kind of a playoff player. You guys had some battles. You guys have had some battles with Kyle Anderson over the years. Like, what's it like, kind of bringing those guys into the fold with this team, knowing that they've been players that you've battled and had success against, but they've had some success against you too?
Yeah, exactly. Just high level players, and they played at high levels in big moment games. So just to bring them over here, we know they're going to be composed and ready to go and ready to handle whatever they get thrown.
You're healthy. I know you got that out of the way right off the jump at media day. You're like, don't even ask me, I'm good. What was the process like for you, if at all, just in the off season of just making sure your body was right, and a little longer off season than I'm sure everybody wanted, obviously. But what was the process for you as far as just getting back to 100?
Oh yeah, it was just like you said, the longer off season was not ideal, but took advantage of it, and just to get bigger, better, stronger every day. Didn't have the big loads every day, so we had time to, just break it down and get everything back right.
Was there a point where you thought, I mean, obviously you had the option, so it was going to be up to you whether you were going to
no question
take in.
I was coming back. Yeah.
You were always coming back.
Yeah.
once you made that decision, obviously, and I mean, you made the decision, and so you're going to be here with all of the chatter about big move and different things. Like, did you ever think, hey, maybe I'm not going to be here?
No. You know, if that happens, it happens. I've been through it a bunch of times in my career, so I didn't think that, you know, they traded for me to come back. I don't think they was going to ship me out pretty quick, so, you know, just come back and, you know, help that core group and also help that second unit, you know, get back to what we, you know, were doing a couple years ago.
Commitment to defense has been a big theme from Mike Dunleavy, from Steve Kerr. You're always a one-man commitment to defense, kind of a tone setter on that front with Draymond and Wiggs when he's locked in. What do you bring to the table as far as continuing to set that tone in your role, but also phasing in guys who have been pretty good defenders, Melton in particular, and Kyle in his own right? I guess what's the key to being that reestablishing being a dominant defensive unit?
No, we just got to have some more mindset of defensive guys, like you said, Melt, Kyle, you know, they're defensive guys first. So, you know, I think that just makes it easier, and they know what they're doing. And, you know, like I said, they're vets. So just to plug in another vet that knows what he's doing, and, you know, helps that much.
Have you gotten to the point where you feel like there's competition? I know Steve talked about competition and starting spots and open spots for guys. And, I mean, have you noticed that early? Is that something he's preached? How's that kind of playing out?
No, it's just, you know, I'm sure Steve, we all know Steve has, you know, different lineups. You never know what kind of lineup he's going to run or his rotation, so, you know, you better stay ready. You know, but just at camp, you know, we all like to compete, and everybody's competing at a high level, so, you know, minutes are up.
What have you seen from just Podziemski as far as when he left in April and you know, coming back through the offseason, and you kind of see him, he looks a little bigger?
Yeah, confidence. Probably the most I think is just confidence. You know, it goes every day, and especially being with the USA team this summer with all the greats. You know, it probably gave him confidence through the roof, and that's going to be good for us to coming in this year.
He had confidence to gain?
Yeah, you know, yeah. B's already high as it is, but, you know, once you play against the best and, you know, you play well, you know, it's just through the roof. So, you know, let him keep that high and, you know, carry that into the season.
JK is somebody that obviously has been a productive player. He's grown. He made a big leap from last year to this year. What do you see as far as JK's ability to maybe make another leap? It's obviously a big year for him personally in terms of what's coming up. But
yeah, he'll sign name the papers pretty soon, so not worried about that. Not worried about that. Not worried about that. No, I'm sure it'll get done for sure. But JK's just been amazing every year. He's a handful coming downhill. And I know he already made another jump this summer, so he's ready to go.
What's the difference in this? Because you played a lot of different positions. Like, you might be guarding a big or playing as a big on the offense, and you're guarding a point guard and all that. What is the difference between being a 4 and being a 3 in this system? Because JK plays a lot of 4 on offense, but then he says he's better at playing a 3. Like, what's the difference? Is there really a difference?
It's not a difference. I think it's just what we're playing and how the flow of the offense is moving. You know, JK knows if he's in a position, you know, he can break it off and go attack the rim.
Do you notice anything different about his game, JK?
No, it's just quicker, faster, stronger, more explosiveness. You know, his mid-range work is starting to get pretty damn good. So I know he works on that, and then everything else, you know, JK's just continuing to add to his bag.
What do you feel like the ceiling is for this team? Obviously, disappointment, playing game didn't work out. It's a deep West. Yeah. You guys are talented. I mean, I on paper, I think you guys are pretty deep, like a lot of good players.
Everybody in the West on paper looks pretty deep.
That's true.
So it's going to be a fun year.
You did last year too, and ended up 10th.
Exactly. So, you know, you never know in the West. You know, we just got to find a rhythm. I think that's why we're here, and it's to build chemistry and continue to, you know, just build off, you know, what we did last year.
What's the one thing you're doing this week that's like you would consider to be like Hawaiian, like something you wouldn't do back home? But
Well, we're on an island, so that's a little different from back home. But
like, are you doing like a snorkel thing? Are you going out in the water?
Oh yeah, absolutely. Beach snorkel, whatever I can do. You know, we got a lot of time here, so I'm definitely gonna get, you know, tomorrow wine vibes for sure.
Are there different? Is this camp obviously structured differently in terms of like team activities? Like, are there more like means to get everybody together as a group than maybe normal, or maybe like a normal road trip would be? Or does it feel kind of like a normal 6-day road trip?
No, yeah, it's a normal 6-day road trip. It's just we're on a pretty big small island, so we can't go nowhere. So we gotta run into each other and hang out.
Gary Payton II, appreciate you, my man. Thank you very much.
Thank you for having me.
All right, good stuff there from Gary Payton II. And opportunities for the team to eat together and be together and be around each other, a little bit different from a normal structure of training camp in the Bay, where everybody kind of comes in, puts in their work, and goes home, although a lot of free time to be sure for everybody once the working day is done, and the working day and week is done in a big way for the Golden State Warriors as they are headed for Honolulu. Big thanks to Gary Payton II there for joining me as well. And, GP, big takeaway is what he had to say about Jonathan Kuminga and his offseason growth. Quicker, faster, stronger, more explosiveness. Mid-range starting to get pretty damn good. That would be a huge step. Kuminga loves that mid-range, and I'll be honest, every time I see Jonathan Kuminga in individual work, a lot of the time after practice, he's working with one of the coaches on his mid-range game. He's working on that little drive, pull-up from about 15 to 18 feet. And if that can even be something, we all talk about the three-point shot, but if just that little pull-up mid-range game, which he seems comfortable in taking and making more, especially as the year went on, if he can get that down, that is a step, I think, in between the full development of a three-point shot and what he's already got in the bag. But, some high praise from Gary Payton II on Jonathan Kuminga and his offseason growth. Quicker, faster, stronger, everything JK's doing, according to GP, to continue to add to his bag. So we'll go ahead and pause here. We'll come back. 808 KNBR, 415-808-5627 if you jump in and join the Warriors conversation. But coming up next, had the chance to sit down earlier in the week with Jerry Stackhouse, a newbie to the Warriors assistant coaching staff, brought over along with Terry Stotts to kind of freshen things up. We'll pick Stackhouse's brain, and you're not going to want to miss what he had to say about what prompted him to join the Golden State Warriors staff, because it wasn't a lock that he was going to take just any job, but he wanted to be here. He will explain all of that, and it's coming up right here on KNBR 104.5 and 680, the sports leader.
Dub Nation, break out the Mai Tais, the lava flows, and the ukuleles. Cause Sports Phone KNBR with John Dickinson's live from Dub's training camp on the North Shore of Oahu on the Sports Leader.
Here with Warriors assistant coach Jerry Stackhouse, and it's John Dickinson. And Jerry, just new look for you coming over to the Warriors after spending 5 years in the college game. I just ask you right off the top, and first of all, thanks for coming on. But what made the Warriors a good fit for you?
Well, I think for us, a great fit for me just to be able to, as a coach, to be able to, coach on the staff with one of the, a legend pretty much. I mean, I've got that's been the captain of a dynasty and being able to, coach Steph Curry, Draymond Green, a lot of the young talent that we have here now, and being able to help develop those guys and see them, hopefully take another step and go to another level. It was a great opportunity for me. I was glad that I was a part of, one of the guys that they were looking at for this opportunity. And, I was just going to take the year off, after kind of being in the grind for 5 years, but this was too good of an opportunity to let slide by.
18-year NBA career, one of those guys that's kind of seen it all. You've been a coach. It's part mentor, part, looking at some of the young players, it's part defensive coach as well when you look at, some of the things that you've been attributed to. I think of Jerry Stackhouse, though. I think of a guy that got to the bucket and scored and got to the free throw line and was dunking on people. Where did you kind of become the defensive guy?
Well, I think I knew what I didn't want to see as an offensive player, right? So I think I kind of built my defense off of that. The things that, shutting down passing lanes, being able to, be physical and have bodies on you all the time, not allowing, me to get to the middle of the floor. The teams that or defenses that had those characteristics were tougher for me as an offensive player. So I think, knowing that's kind of built the basis of my defense, and I had success with it, and then just, continued to just grow it from there. Defense has been a point of emphasis for the Warriors coming off of last season and heading toward this season. Transition defense, point of attack defense specifically are two things that Coach Kerr has mentioned that at times have gotten away from this team. What's the key to having great point of attack and transition defense, and how do the two kind of work hand in hand? Well, for me, I just think it's getting the backcourt covered. I think it's finding a happy balance. We're a really good offensive rebounding team, so you want to continue to do that, to go to the boards, but finding a way to find that happy medium of still, getting second chance opportunities, but making sure the backcourt is covered. And I think we can devise a plan to do both. But a lot of it just comes down to, honestly, effort, right? Just, I think the sprinting back, definitely getting on the boards, but being able to sprint back and then having a plan, not just sprinting back and, not having a plan. So I think that's going to be huge for us. The other thing I think about when I think of Jerry Stackhouse, the player, is intensity, and not afraid to mix it up, not afraid to be physical, not afraid to really make his presence felt on the court. Is that something you see yourself bringing as a dynamic as a coach to this team? And do you maybe look at this team that could use that? They've done it all, seen it all, but could use a little bit of that edge as they kind of balance the guys that have won titles with some of the younger players. Yeah, definitely. I think when you look at somebody like, Draymond's the perfect example. I think he leaves it all out there. He's a guy that, you look at him, may not say he's the most talented guy, but he plays extremely hard and he's extremely smart. And I think you just want to get other guys up to that level. And for me, I can still get out on the floor and show an example of it. I'm not going to do it for 20 minutes or for a game, but for, demonstrating what it's supposed to look like, I can still do that. So I'm thankful that God's blessed me with the body of about be 50 in a month, but I can still get out there and I can show these guys, what I'm trying to teach them to do. And I think that's very important, not only for you to tell them, but when you can be able to show them too, it brings a different aspect of what you're saying. What's impressed you about Brandon Podziemski specifically in the time that you've been able to kind of work with him and observing his game and just the things that he brings to the table? Yeah, he has a nose for the ball. I think that's it. He has the ability to to make plays. He's not afraid. I mean, I think his confidence is what stands out, more so than anything. I mean, I think he, no matter who he's playing against, he feels like he's, he can compete to win. And obviously from last year, him being able to be one of the charge leaders lets you know that he doesn't mind giving up his body, for the team, and as a, being really part of the defensive side of the ball for us. It's great to have guys like that because we want that physicality. We want maybe get called for quite a few fouls early on, but that's a part of establishing that identity that we want to become a physical team. A lot of teams say this at this time of the year that they want to be physical, they want to run more, and they do it for a week or two. But I think we have the personnel that if we continue to hammer and hold guys accountable, that we could be able to sustain that longer.
I want to come back to the young guys quickly, but I also want to ask about, you say personnel. I think of DeAnthony Melton as somebody that defensively, when he's been healthy in his career, he's kind of a terror. Like, he likes getting into guys defensively. How much can he be somebody that is leaned on as far as being one of those tone setters?
I think when you speak of what we're talking about, trying to really get better in the transition defense, he could be huge at that. He's a guy that can really, bother the ball coming up the floor, really getting into whoever's bringing it. He could be a guy that really, attacks that ball. He's versatile, even though he's, 6'3", 6'4". He can guard bigger players. I just think there's a lot of, favorable matchups that could look a little bit similar to like the championship team. That team was good because they were long and they could switch and do a lot of different things. Not as much length on this current team, but just the tenacity and the savvy of like a Kyle, Kyle Anderson, all these guys that can do. I mean, Wiggs, right? Wiggs was a hell of a defender, 2 years ago. He can do those things. Just trying to, I think J.K. and Moses Moody, all these guys have the ability to defend, and it's just a matter of them, understanding a little bit more technique and coming with a little bit more, just playing with a little bit more force, and you can see a big difference really quickly.
How ready do you think Jonathan Kuminga is to explode? He exploded last year from a level from where he had been. But the two-way game and the ability to slash, but also, like you said, defend and rebound and all those things. I mean, he's got the body type to be able to do it all. Do you feel like he's primed for a big year? Yeah,
I think he's put in a lot of work, in this offseason, just to continue to try to take that next step. I mean, he has a lot of millions and millions of reasons to take another step, So I think that, and he wants to do it not only for himself and his family, but for the team. And I just think it's about us helping him get there. But he definitely has all of the tools and the attributes to definitely take that step. And with him taking that step, the team is going to take a step along with him.
You were a quality sixth man for a decent chunk of your career. This team's got a lot of depth. There are going to be, I think, inevitably at least one guy that probably comes into camp thinking they're going to be a starter that's not going to be a starter. Maybe a couple that think they have a shot to be a starter that won't be a starter. What would you say to whoever that player or those players are about the ability to contribute in a big-time way, even if you're not one of the starting five?
Yeah, I mean, I like to always thought, for me, Nelly was great when I first went to Dallas, and that was the first time I started to come off the bench. And he was just like, Stack, I got 6 starters, so sometimes you got to play a Jedi mind trick with them, just to make sure that they know that they're included. But it's really not about starting, it's about who finished in the game. So, these guys are going to get an opportunity, whether you're starting or whether you're coming off the bench. You want to, find a way within your minutes to hope the coach can trust you in the late part of the game. That's all you want to do. You're going to play the guys that are playing well to finish the game. So, starting is cool, which, obviously I enjoyed it early in my career, but, coming off the bench, having an opportunity to kind of see and feel the game before you're thrust into it, it has its advantages too. And hopefully we can be able to convey that to the guys that aren't a part of the starting unit, but knowing that you still have an opportunity to make an imprint and bring real value to the team.
Final question for you. Where do you see this thing going for you individually? You coached in a college game, you coached in the G League and won a title. And do you want to be an NBA head coach?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, I think that's that's the goal for me. I mean, I've been a head coach before. I mean, this is a great opportunity. I mean, there's not a lot of, honestly, a lot of NBA teams that I would even accepted an assistant coaching job with. But I think because I would, felt like I probably could have, waited a year and get right back in the college game. I'm not, against possibly going back to college as well, but I just feel like, I was a pro for a long time. Even in college, I ran pro sets. I felt like everything we did was catered to pros. So I really think that this is a fit for me. And again, being able to, obviously learn and see, how Steve goes about his business and how he, not only it's not just about the basketball, but it's about, other aspects of, kind of having good partners across the organization and seeing that up close and personal. I'm excited for that opportunity.
You mentioned Steph off the top. Just one more quick one. How much was Steph a part of your desire to come here, Steph and Draymond specifically, to kind of just coach guys that have done what they've done?
No, definitely. I mean, I watched these guys as young players. I mean, when I was still in the league when they first came in. So, they were.
Are you a little surprised at what, because I know you had a couple years that overlap, but are you surprised at what they ended up doing from seeing them those first couple years?
Yeah, I mean, I've been surprised at just how the game has changed. I mean, you never thought that, the three-pointer would be so much a part of the game as it is now. And I think, Steph is probably the main one to credit to that. I mean, just the analytics that had come out of it, how, getting more bang for your buck from the three and getting to the basket as opposed to playing in the mid-range. All those things have kind of changed. I mean, my game was the mid-range. So I think it's, just seeing the game evolve and change. Whether, some people want to argue whether it's better or worse. No, I just think it's different and it's still the greatest game to play.
Jerry Stackhouse, appreciate it. Best of luck.
Thank you.
Thanks a lot.
All right, Jerry Stackhouse, fun to catch up with him. Yeah, he was brought in to kind of be the defensive coordinator for the Golden State Warriors and bring some toughness and also bring a guy that played in the league for a long time but still, in the grand scheme of things, is a younger guy. You heard him say not quite 50, about to be, but still somebody in his 40s and somebody who went up against Steph and Draymond Green and Steve Kerr in his NBA career, and so he has an acumen, I think, to be a connector, somebody that's respected by the guys who went against him, but also somebody that commands respect as far as some of the younger players who can lean on a dude who really saw it all in his 18 years. Starter, big-time scorer, ended up coming off the bench more toward the middle and the end of his career, was unafraid to mix it up during his career. And so I think there's a lot of acumen that Jerry Stackhouse brings to the table for the Golden State Warriors. And his primary focus is going to be on the defense, which is a primary focus of the Warriors themselves heading into this training camp. They want to get back to being a top third, really even better than a top third, more like a top 5, 6, 7 defensive team in the NBA and have their defense turn into offense and be able to get out in transition more and get some easy buckets. But too often, the last 2 years, since the title team in 2022, too often the Warriors have been just a sieve defensively and a point of attack defense in particular. And I think attitude and toughness is a huge part of that. I think sometimes you got to go out and you got to get better defensive players. I think the Warriors have more good defensive players top to bottom on their roster than they did a year ago. Again, it all comes back to, are they top heavy enough from an offensive and scoring standpoint? We're going to find out. I'm not so sure that they are, but DeAnthony Melton gets into guys and picks up full court and is tenacious and really bothers the opponent. And we know GP2 does it. He just can't do it 70 games a year for 20 to 25 minutes a night. Can he do it for 10 to 15 minutes a night? Maybe 60 times a year? I think the Warriors would take that, knowing that DeAnthony Melton's been brought in to help improve. Andrew Wiggins is going to be a huge part of that defense as well. So Wiggs is going to have to get back and be present and accounted for, and a point of attack defender. Podziemski talked about being better himself on defense. And then Kyle Anderson is a versatile, switchable defender who can guard bigs. Nobody did a better job when the Timberwolves knocked out the Nuggets. Nobody did a better job on Jokic for Minnesota, and Towns got a lot of the credit after he was cooking Gobert, Jokic. But Kyle Anderson, low-key, did the best job of anybody defending Nikola Jokic in that series that ultimately the Timberwolves were able to pull out and prevail and take in 7 games with that big second half. And so Kyle Anderson knows playoff battles, and he knows what it's like to be on good teams. We discussed it with him earlier. He's a winner. I think winners want him, and I think he knows good situations. So we'll see how all that shakes out for the Warriors. So big thanks to Jerry Stackhouse. Again, if you missed any of these interviews throughout the program tonight, you can catch them on the KNBR YouTube page as well. Full video of all of these interviews on the KNBR YouTube page. So make sure you check that out. We've had clips going all week long on social media, and we'll have more out for you tomorrow as well. Let's go ahead and pause. We'll take our final break. We'll come back, and we will wrap things up. What a week it has been here in Hawaii. It's John Dickinson on KNBR 104.5 and 680, the sports leader.
Sports Phone KNBR, Hawaiian style, now continues with John Dickinson live from Dubs Training Camp on the North Shore of Oahu on the Sports Leader.
What a wonderful week. I mean, just a glorious week here from Hawaii as the Warriors wrap up training camp here as they head over to Honolulu. BYU, Hawaii, the place that the Warriors have been here throughout the course of the week. Laie is where we are located, and really appreciate everybody here poolside. Again, had a wonderful spot. Thanks to everyone here at the hotel, the North Shore Marriott Oahu. We'll give them a shout out. Everybody's been so wonderful, just tremendous. Great people, great atmosphere, right by the beach, able to go dip your toes in the sand. It's just been wonderful, and the Warriors getting a lot of work done as they look to gear up for the regular season, which is a little under 3 weeks away. So we'll see tomorrow what to make of the lineup combinations. No Andrew Wiggins, we know that. And Steve Kerr saying, hey, bet that it won't be Steph Curry, Brandon Podziemski, Buddy Hield, Jonathan Kuminga, and Draymond Green. We'll see. Sometimes Steve Kerr just doesn't want to say it, and so he won't. And he has been known, albeit in NBA Finals, to lie about his lineup before. Just to ask Tim Kawakami about that one. I think Tim was the one that Kerr famously lied to going back to the 2015 Finals when the Warriors were moving Andre Iguodala, I believe, into the starting lineup, and he got that Finals MVP. And it's hard to believe that's coming up on almost 10 years ago here as we turn toward the end and the final quarter of 2024 and on into 2025. So, yeah, tremendous week. All of the great interviews. Big thanks to Brandon Podziemski. Big thanks to Kyle Anderson. Also, Gary Payton II and Jerry Stackhouse, who tipped us off before we even hit the air and headed from Media Day in San Francisco over to Hawaii. We were able to speak with Jerry Stackhouse to make sure we got that one in, and he was just terrific in San Francisco. And if you missed any of the interviews, you can check them out, as I mentioned, on the KNBR YouTube page as well as on KNBR.com and the podcast page in addition to that. So the game tomorrow at 4 Pacific time, 1 Hawaiian time. And, again, keep it locked on all the KNBR socials, at JD John Dickinson on Twitter, at KNBR on Twitter and Instagram and YouTube and TikTok and all of that good stuff. And we'll see what the Warriors have in the tank and how they make up for this initial absence of not having Andrew Wiggins, and who gets the first crack at some of those starting spots that are available to be had. The attention to defense, the attention to depth, and the balance of young and old. Those are the things to kind of keep an eye on here moving forward. Kevin Knox is going to be somebody that I'm also going to keep an eye on. Steve Kerr, part of his press conference today, he said Kevin Knox belongs. He basically said, hey, this guy's an NBA player. So if you're looking for somebody that maybe you weren't thinking of being a part of that Warriors final roster when it's all said and done here in a couple of weeks, Kevin Knox might be the early pick to be that guy. And again, Steve Kerr said, no, this isn't 1s and 2s and 3s, but it sure looked like it was 1s and 2s and 3s. Only sans Andrew Wiggins, and if that's the case, then Kevin Knox was at the 2. Again, I don't make too much of TJD being among the third team with the bigs, because Steve Kerr uses his bigs in a way where you can look like you're the third team when you divide everybody up into groups of 5 or 6 and still be somebody that's on a given night going to be the primary backup, or hell, if you want to start big, could even be the starter. So stay tuned, as they say. All right, that'll do it for me. Big thanks to Mike Holler for helping to put all of this together. Big thanks to the Warriors PR staff as well for helping to assist in setting up a lot of these interviews. Thanks to Raf Corral. Thanks to Greg Silver, the one and only Greg Silver, for assisting, and Austin Scott and the entire digital team here at KNBR. Austin did some wonderful work helping to get some of the video clips out from these interviews on social media and got them all up on YouTube, so you can check out the video component as well. Just a terrific effort by everyone back home in San Francisco. So we'll talk to you Sunday. Back for the Niners and the Cardinals on Sunday afternoon and back covering this dub season. Keep it locked right here on KNBR 104.5 and 680, the sports leader. Aloha.
KNBR and KNBR FM, your home of San Francisco 49ers football.
Monday and Friday extravaganza, where Carlos comes up with a few sound bites, gives me a clue as to what the people are talking about, and then I have to figure out what they said. It's a great time. We are coming off of a Monday appearance where I was actually legitimately mad about one of your decisions.
You're always mad about you take that